This is a Miami Sports Music Podcast Network production. This is the #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers, let's go.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been training. Like we throw the focus. Nigga, this is the welcome, bro. Who that? To a time, to a time. Time to shine. To a time, to a time. To a time, to a time. To a time.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy, Stephen D. And this is the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Good morning, y'all. Good morning to my Finlaws and my family. And honestly, I've been so wrapped up doing other things. I didn't even think of how I should have started the show this morning until somebody just put it in the chat. So you know what I'll do? You know what I'll do right now? I will put it in the chat right now. I'll put it up on the screen right now. And that's how we'll start the show this morning. Because why not?
This week, man, they're talking about
why not?
humble,
why
man.
not start
What
the
you
show
gonna
like
do?
this on a Monday morning?
Humble.
I think we should.
Man, it's DWA.
Why not? On the day after they lose and get kicked out of the playoff, you should play it. I will play it.
Time to cook. DOLPHIN, 60 minutes in the game.
Why not?
We be playing
That's how
to
you
the
start off the
end.
show on Victory Monday.
Okay, cooking buffalo.
And it is Victory Monday. I don't care.
And we
That it
putting
was
on the show.
Bengals. The Bills. The Bills ain't going to
60
the
minutes
Super
in
Bowl.
the game. We be playing to the end. And we COOK, cooking buffalo. Chefing at the Hard Rock. And we putting on the
Hit
show.
the like button. Hit the like button, y'all, on your way in. We start the party early on this Monday morning. Let's go.
Fresh up off the wind, we was down but made it back. Purple smoke up in the air, that's that Raven back. We was mad, disappointed in the first half. Came back and cleaned them up, that's a bird bath. Moving on now, team feeling strong now. To a time the anthem, we're about to learn the song now. We got cheater, defense beater, slow them down, they got a chance.
I had to play it. I had to play it for these
hit 'em
Bills
with that
fans this
water
morning.
dance. Anyway, defense straight, got our stop.
I had to play it for
We
these
gon'
Bills
dig a
fans
big
this
hole
morning.
for him and Josh Allen. We'll celebrate this week, but Sunday we are not smiling. Get your grills and make them hot. Flame them like that yellow light. DOLPHIN, 60 minutes in the game. We be playing to the end.
Good morning,
And we
ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, cooking buffalo. Chefing at the Hard Rock. And we putting on a show. DOLPHIN, 60 minutes in the game. We be
This is
playing
the
to
#1
end.
Miami
And we
fan morning show.
cooking buffalo.
Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Man, I love it. I love it.
DWA.
Yes, sir. All right, man.
That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. I saw it in there. I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and play this because it is one of those days. And it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful morning. Another beautiful morning in Zamunda, as Shake Money would say, man. Again, my name is Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. You can follow me on all social media at Stephen D. SKPL. All right. Come on. I'm going to enjoy this. You're not going to take away I was so happy yesterday when the Bills lost. I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't want to see them win. I'm a hater. I can admit that. I don't care. I'm claiming the Bengals victory yesterday as our own. We appreciate you, Cincinnati. It's probably look, and here's the thing. I'm not the only one with this thought process. There's a good chance we would have saw what it would have looked like a few weeks ago had that whole game played out because of that unfortunate situation that happened there. But man, like, we'll get into the game. Let me do the rundown real quick. We'll get into it. We got a great show lined up for you today. You can follow Miami Sports Music on all social media at Miami Sports Music and on Twitter at MIA Sports Music. On your way in, hey, make sure you hit that like button. Over 30 of y'all watching, only 18 likes. Hit the like button. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. just hit the like button. Definitely helps out, helps the channel grow. If you want to sign up and become a member today, become part of the family. I would love to get 3 new members to the channel signed up. Become a member. It goes such a long way into helping this channel grow and showing the support of this channel on a month in, month out basis. I know a lot of you do, but man, subscribers are huge, but so are members. And sponsors are starting to look at that kind of stuff. And if you really love this channel and you want to see it grow, do me a huge favor and please, become a member of the channel. It helps me out so much. The lowest one we have is like $2.99 a month. And if you're already donating that anyway, sign up, become a member, help, show that there's loyal people here on a month in, month out basis. So please sign up, become a member today. We have 3 different tiers. So you don't have to pick the smallest one. You can pick the highest one, which is I think $10 a month. But whatever you do, please sign up and become a member today. It goes such a long way into helping the channel grow. Just like donating. All right. If you want to donate, there's 3 different ways you can do that. You can use the YouTube live super chat, which is the $ below the bottom of the chat. You can use Cash App, which is $ MSM Podcast Network and MSM Podcast Network here as well. On PayPal. Want to remind you all, Super Bowl's right around the corner, like 3 weeks away. And we are doing a Super Bowl box pool. Okay. I've had 20 or 30 people say they're interested, but want to wait as we get closer to the Super Bowl. I need to start filling these up so I can make sure that we're going to have enough people to fill up these boxes. So if you're interested in this, it's $50 per box. There's prizes at the end of each quarter. And what I've decided to do with some of my winnings to entice people to kind of do it is a portion of the cut that Miami Sports Music Podcast Network is going to make. We are going to send to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge as well. Just to entice more people to sign up, so some of it's going to a good cause. Look, we're trying to raise money for the channel, trying to be, transparent, but if it means more to people to say, hey, look, some of this money's going to Dolphins Cancer Challenge, we'll make it happen. Okay. I am a man of the people. So $50 per block, send box numbers and names to vpmiamisportsmusic at gmail.com. You can send the payment. There's only 2 ways, Cash App and PayPal. Okay. And when you send money, make sure you put your name in the message with the payment. Okay. So I can make sure I know who sent the money for what box numbers. All right. Well, we got a couple people. Number 13's gone. Number 72's gone. But I know there's a lot of people's lucky numbers out there still. So let's make it happen, man. Let's help the channel grow. Let's raise some money for a good cause. And let's get some of you all winning a little bit of money. Little bit of money for the Super Bowl. Okay. So go ahead and do that. It definitely helps everything. Want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of the show, ZSM Sports. ZSM Sports, cars, jerseys, balls, and hard-to-find items, the #1 place specializing in sports memorabilia. Make sure you follow ZSM Sports today on Instagram at SportsZSM, okay? He's got a big signing coming up, the Salvin Ahmad signing alert. There's limited spots left for this, so make sure you guys hit him up on Instagram at SportsZSM. Tell Zachary I sent you. He'll take care of you. Hangry Owls, good food, good mood. Hangry Owls, craft subs and salads. Make sure you guys follow Hangry Owls at 305-279-5332, where you can give them a call, and you can follow them at Hangry Owls, HANGRYALS. Vasasaur. We love some Vasasaur. Why is that? Because they are the official beer sponsor of CLOCKBLOCKERS. Born and raised, a beer created for the fans by the fans. Vasasaur Brewing Company, located in Wynwood, Miami, Florida. Yeah. We love... We got some big stuff brewing, no pun okay, maybe all pun intended, with Vasasaur. So we're pretty excited about Vasasaur and the partnership that we have with them, and we're excited to see where that heads and what the future holds with them. A great place to sit.com. We love a great place to sit.com. Make sure you follow them today for concert, sports, and theater tickets. If you need anything all around the world, hockey tickets, baseball tickets, basketball tickets, concert tickets, theater tickets, whatever it is, a great place to sit.com is the place to go. And the price you see is the price you get. No service fees, no ticket fees. The price you see on there is the price you get. So make sure you check them out today. And last but not least, Tail Greeter. We love us some Tail Greeter. Why is that? Because they're the #1 tailgate destination for all your tailgating needs all across the country. So make sure you download the app today at Tail Greeter. Download the app in your current Apple or Android device. I got to say something nice about Apple. So What is the one nice thing I'm going to say about Apple today? Remember, I got to say something nice about Apple for 30 days. Okay, here we go. Apple has a very nice rectangular shape for a phone. They do. They have a nice rectangular shape for a phone. Got to say something nice about Apple every day. Okay. Okay. There you go. There we go. There's my nice thing today. There's my nice thing about it. Apple. I can't call them what I usually call them. I want to say it. Oh, I want to say it, but I won't. I'm a man. I'll live up to my word. 30 days of saying something nice about Apple products. Ugh! Killing me. Can't stand it. William Perry with the $5 donation. Steven, I'm upset that you didn't look at my Bosa Brothers clip that I tagged you in. Let me sat they are telling. I'll have to check it out. Honestly, a lot of people hit me up this week, and I was so busy just working on a lot of stuff, which reminds me, now that I got people up here, hey, look, I tried to reach out to a lot of you over the weekend. I think there's about 2 or 3 people I have not been able to get in touch with. I have like 4 or 5 packages I am sending out this week. I don't want to say today because I don't know if I'm going to get to the post office today. This week, they're heading out, okay? If you won something on my channel and have not received it yet, you need to contact me at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. I'm thinking I'm all caught up. People could tell you I reached out to them over the phone or over social media this weekend. I was hitting people up. I was trying to get caught up. So if you won something, you need to tell me what you won, the show that you won it on, and how you won it, and what you won, so that I can get it sent out to you, because I got a box full of stuff, and I'm pretty sure I'm caught up on everything with the exception of like 2 things, but I don't know who they go to. I can't remember who they go to, and I want to make sure that you get it. So, and then obviously fantasy winners need to get their payouts. I'll get you that. Dolphin Don, he won. Who's the other one? Dolphin Don. Who's the other winner? Dolphin Don. Matter of fact, I'm writing this down. Dolphin Don. Who's the other winner? Dolphin Don hit me up too. Don won first. Batman was second. Got it. I'm talking to Batman anyway this week, so they will get their payouts. I'm not worried about that. All right. Okay. We're all on the same page. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? There's a lot of stuff here, man. A lot of stuff to go over, a lot of stuff to do. I'm trying to, like, people are tagging me, texting me. What are you doing? What are you doing? What a crazy weekend in NFL football. Okay. Gabriel Sosa said, I think I won Super Bowl tickets. I never gave those out, Gabriel. Never gave those out. You didn't win those here. Trust me, you did not win those here. Newfoundland. Where's my signed Marino jersey? Need to dwell on where and when it was won. See, y'all gonna come out the woodwork. I just wanted to make sure everything. I was donated a signed picture from someone who won 2+ months ago. Still waiting. Von Joe, hit me up, and I'm pretty sure you got all your stuff, Von Joe. Don't do that. See, y'all are getting here this morning. Let's see. Gabriel said, worth a shot. Yeah, hey, look, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I'm with you. Man, there's so many things I want to talk about this morning. I want to talk about Ed Reed and the situation at Bethune-Cookman, which is crazy in itself. I want to get into the situation with Shannon Sharp a little bit, and his beef with John Morant, John Morant's dad at the Lakers game, which I just thought was funny. I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't nobody messing with Uncle Shannon. I can tell you that right now. I want to get into the games this weekend, right? Want to talk about Josh Allen, and how that whole situation in Buffalo. I don't know what it is. But I was watching TD Fin's Talk stream yesterday, and by the way, he had me rolling. Just absolutely had me rolling. Yeah, so I have that. It was and then obviously the Cowboys not making it out of the NFC divisional round. I think since 1995 they've been in 13 playoff games, I think, if I'm correct. And just they can't seem to get out of their own way. That last play of that game was atrocious. And then just looking at all the remaining teams left in the NFL and how they compare to the Dolphins right now, from a top to bottom, and what do the Dolphins need to do to become one of the 4 remaining teams and end up in AFC Championship weekend next year in the future. So we're going to get into all that this morning. So sit tight. Make sure you hit the like button, donate to the channel, help the channel grow, and make sure you get into those Super Bowl boxes. Want to get those Super Bowl boxes filled up. All the information is in the description below. So we'll start out with Ed Reed in the Bethune-Cookman situation. So Bethune-Cookman in Daytona is a historical HBCU, historical Black College University. And I think that, as a lot of you know, I was a huge supporter of Deion Sanders and Jackson State and just what he was doing for HBCUs in general and helping bring up those programs. My wife being went to Alcorn State in Mississippi, which is about 2.5 hours away from Jackson State. And so we're huge supporters of HBCUs in our household. So I was really excited when Ed Reed took the Bethune-Cookman job, right? And I was excited. I live here in Baltimore, so I'm familiar with Ed Reed. I used to work in radio here, 10 plus years ago. And when I did do that, it was probably more like 15 years ago. Well, yeah, it was probably more like 15 years ago now. But I remember Ed Reed and interactions with him and what he did for the community. And my interactions with him were always positive. Never really saw anything bad. He was always great to the fans that I saw. This is my interactions with him. So, I know he's a very passionate guy too. And when he's passionate about something, he can get very emotional. So when this situation, and in my opinion, he's probably one of the top 5 defensive players over the last 25 years in the NFL. I mean, you could arguably say Ed Reed is probably the best safety to play the game in the last 25 years. Maybe Troy Polamalu is there with him, right? But I mean, did anybody do it better than Ed Reed over the lifetime of his career? I don't know. That's a totally other conversation for another day. But you can argue he's a top 5 defensive player in the last 25 years in the entire NFL. So with all that being said, you look at and you say, well, he's a very passionate guy. He's, obviously got, a lot of things that can go his way and a lot of people that can back him up. So when I saw that he took the Bethune-Cookman job after Deion had left Jackson to go to Colorado, I was very excited for the situation. Now, what transpired after that was a totally different thing. What a lot of you all don't realize that HBCUs is they're underfunded. There's a lot of things that, as great as HBCUs are, there's not a lot of money that goes through those buildings. And when money does go through the buildings, sometimes some of the people that run those institutions, and I am going to call Bethune-Cookman out, does it go to where it's supposed to go? So he takes this job verbally, nothing on paper, goes to the facility and realized there is just, it's so disorganized. There's buildings full of trash in them. There's trash outside of these. And when I say buildings, I'm talking about like buildings that should be athletic buildings, but they're just filled with trash and desk and just a million. They're used as storage and they're not used as facilities like they should be used. And so he went on social media, good, bad, or indifferent, and called them out. Now, do I know he went to Bethune-Cookman first and said, hey, we need to do this? No, I don't. And I'm going to assume that maybe, I don't know what happened. I don't want to assume. But what I do know are the facts so far, or what's told to me and what I've seen. And he went off on Bethune-Cookman. I mean, using all sorts of profanity, which I don't have an issue with. And just, saying, hey, look, you want me to take this job, but you're not here to help clean out these buildings when I've asked for help. He did say I asked for help and they didn't give it to me. So I don't know what happened between there and then. But anyways, he comes out with this profanity-laced tirade on social media in a golf cart in front of these buildings saying, hey, look, we cleaned up these. And we need to do more. He comes out later, apologizes for his profanity. And again, Bethune-Cookman's silent throughout this whole ordeal. Well, I guess whatever was talked about between the two still didn't happen. And he still didn't sign his name on the dotted lines. Again, these are all verbal agreements. Well, the moral of the story is he ended up Bethune-Cookman decided, we don't want you because you've already caused enough trouble. And we're just not going to, we're going to renege on our agreement that we have. And so he went off on him again. And then to his kids emotionally said, don't believe whatever they tell you. I want to stay here. I know what I said in my stuff. I want to stay here. I want to see this thing through. They just don't want to do it anymore. And it makes Bethune-Cookman look so bad. Now, Ed Reed, maybe he should have went about it differently. But I feel like when you hire a certain player because of their emotional aspect or whatever, you kind of know what you're walking into. And I was very surprised how Bethune-Cookman handled this. From everything that I've read so far, unless Bethune-Cookman came out with something this morning that I haven't seen, they still haven't come out and said anything on their behalf. And Ed Reed, there's some of the people that said, no, you were wrong for how you went about it. And there are some people like, that's what you get at HBCUs. You get these people that running these institutions, that the money's not going towards them, whatever it is, and they're traditional and want to keep their traditional ways. What I will say is, I don't know. All I know is that Ed Reed would have done a very I think he would have done so much more good compared to any of the negative that he put out at Bethune-Cookman. And I think that Bethune-Cookman is wrong on many different levels. And they should have handled this differently, good, bad, or indifferent. And and I think that Ed Reed was in the right for feeling how he felt. Should he went about it differently? Maybe. But he was 100% in the right. Now, I will also say there are some people like, how do you take a job and not go look at their expense reports and go look at the facilities and everything before you decide to say yes? Maybe it was agreed upon, hey, look, if I take this job, you're going to help me clean this up. And then maybe they're like, no, that's on you to do. Before he ever signed on the dotted line, he was in the building. He was on campus doing stuff. And so, I hope that Ed Reed comes out on top of this. I hope that he gets a job somewhere else at another HBCU preferred. But I know how some of the schools are going to kind of look at this. If they don't have their stuff together, they're not going to bring in an Ed Reed. And I think it's going to stop other colleges, other HBCUs from maybe bringing somebody in, because at the end of the day, did Jackson State financially make out because of Deion Sanders being there? Of course they did. 1,000,000 to 1. Their local businesses thrived for 3 years. Everything about them thrived. So I think that it outweighs whatever, personality conflict you might have with a player or former player running that team. But I think Ed Reed, and for those of you who say Ed Reed wasn't mature enough or isn't ready to run his own, the man has run his own nonprofit foundation, which has been very successful for years. And, he's worked on the coaching staff as an assistant or a special assistant to the University of Miami. I think he knows how a college institution should be run when it comes to athletics. I don't want to hear that excuse about him, because he knows. He's seen it. Good, bad, or indifferent. So I'm very interested to see what Bethune-Cookman comes out and says. If they try to say, it just didn't work out, we decided against it, I'm sure they'll come out with something that will make them, this is Ed Reed. It just didn't work out. Whatever it is, I'm interested to see what statement they come out with. It'll be interesting nonetheless. But moral of the story, I'm very sad to see that happening to an HBCU, especially in Daytona, especially at Bethune-Cookman. Would have loved to seen that place thrive with Ed Reed there. I think they would have. They would have been able to get some of the nation's top recruits, and they would have been able to build that program into something. So, and I hope Ed Reed comes out on top and gets a job somewhere where he's able to, show off his skills and what type of coach he can be. So it'll be very, very interesting to see where that goes from there. So if you guys have, any thoughts on this, put it in the chat. I'd love to hear what you guys think about the Bethune-Cookman situation and the Ed Reed situation, or tag me in a tweet. Whatever your thoughts are, I think it'll be very interesting nonetheless to see where that story goes with both Bethune-Cookman and Ed Reed moving forward. All right, Miami Sports Music's number one Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Another interesting story that happened over the weekend is Shannon Sharpe. I put on a show on a daily basis, and I have for going into this will be my third football season at the start of next football season. And I do a show every day, and I love doing it. Clock Blockers, the number one Miami fan morning show. But sometimes it's tough to find content and be personable and have a personality. And some people have it and some people don't. Shannon Sharpe is somebody who I've had the pleasure of meeting once and was he's out there, man. But I love the guy. He's nice as can be. Can't say anything bad about him. With the exception of he works with Skip Bayless. But I think a lot of what they do is for show. But the whole situation that happened at the Lakers game the other night is absolutely hilarious to me. So he's there. Him and LeBron are boys. And you all know I'm a big LeBron guy. So I like Uncle Shay Shay. I like Shannon Sharpe. And he was after the game, him and John Morant's dad were snapping at each other. And it was a big deal. And if you haven't seen the video, you need to go to YouTube and see the video because it's absolutely funny. But the reason I bring this up is that man has been retired for how long? And I still wouldn't want to mess with him. He still looks like he could go out and do a couple of runs for your football team. Tell me he couldn't. Tell me he couldn't go out there and play a few snaps in the NFL today. The man is still in shape. And when he gets loud and he gets big, that man, I wouldn't look. Some people are all talk, all bark and no bite. I wouldn't want to see Uncle Shay Shay bite. I wouldn't want to see it. But I thought it was so funny. And then LeBron in his post-game press conference says, that's my partner, 365 days a year, and on a leap year, it's 366. So I appreciate the loyalty that you see there. And what a lot of people didn't see is that John Morant and him after the game hugged it out, talked it out, and they're all good. But I do think a lot of it is all for show. It's all for show. So I guess apparently this morning he got on First Take or wherever he's at, him and Skip, and he apologized. I don't know why he would apologize. He didn't do anything wrong, in my opinion. But it was funny nonetheless. I thought it was hilarious. But all right. Nobody wants to talk about those two things. I think we all want to talk about what happened over the weekend. Why is today's show called Victory Monday? Today's show is called Victory Monday because, the Bills are out of it. And when any AFC East team gets kicked out of the playoffs, it's a beautiful day. Whether it's the Patriots, whether it's the Bills, the Jets never make it, so we don't have to worry about saying the Jets. So I was very I have to admit, this game, when I did my picks on Thursday with Cameron, was very interesting because I said, look, Bills went toe-to-toe with Miami with a third-string rookie quarterback. I don't know how legit Buffalo is facing a real team like Cincinnati. But I know that Cincinnati, I also have question marks about Cincinnati too. But back-to-back years, they made the AFC Championship game. And they have a legit shot to go all the way because they beat Kansas City before. They can do it. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens. But as far as the Bills are concerned, man, they didn't show up yesterday. I don't know what happened, whether it was the Bengals defense, which is highly underrated, or whether it's Buffalo just there were just so many things in that game yesterday. But above all, most importantly, Josh Allen didn't look like he really showed up in that game. Up until garbage time, I want to say he had like 160 yards throwing and a tutty. That might have been it. And somebody said something over the weekend that actually made me think. Brian Daboll, who's the head coach for the Giants, before Brian Daboll got there, there was this big observation about Josh Allen not being a great quarterback. I'm not going to sit here and say he's not a good quarterback or not a great quarterback. The man wins football games. He can put the ball down the field. But somebody said something to me over the weekend, and I had to think about it for a second. When Brian Daboll got there, he turned into a totally different quarterback. Like he just took this next level to his career. But now that Brian Daboll's not there and he's in the Giants, I'm not saying he forgot everything and that Brian Daboll was, he needs to be there in order for Josh Allen to win. Because obviously they make the playoffs. They won the AFC East. Those are the facts, right? Josh Allen's going to make the Pro Bowl. But man, I seriously question. I have to seriously question, based on the game yesterday, is Josh Allen, is he a fraud? I want to ask y'all, do you think Josh Allen is a fraud? Because the way he played against Cincinnati yesterday was absolutely atrocious. Atrocious. I mean, I don't know if it's an injury that he's dealing with from earlier in this year. Matter of fact, Level 2 Noob just said Josh Allen been playing all season with an elbow injury since like week 1, I think they said. They thought they said ACL, but it was a UCL. Dean Brown says, no, Josh Allen is top 5. Buffalo Bills fraud department says, yes, Josh Allen is a fraud. I'm being serious. Do you think Josh Allen is a fraud? Do you think Joe Burrow is better than Josh Allen? TD Finch talk, that bum. Yeah, I was listening to TD's thing yesterday. Rick's Bar says bad line and no run game. Dolphineer says he's probably exhausted from taking all of those hits all year. OC head coaches seems like a legit thing now. He's not a fraud, but the Bills depend on him way too much on the offense. S. Harris says he's been a fraud. One read and take off quarterback, new millennial Cam Newton. Somebody said something yesterday on social media. Cam Newton went to the Super Bowl with Greg Olsen and Ted Ginn Jr. Meanwhile, Stephon Diggs, who, by the way, stormed out of the locker room without talking to his teammates, without anything. Former Miami Dolphin running back Duke Johnson, who's on the practice squad, allegedly went out to the parking lot to bring Stephon Diggs back in for Stephon to only storm out again. So Stephon stormed out of the locker room twice yesterday, and it took a practice squad player to bring him back the first time. So Diggs was not happy with everything yesterday. You could clearly and evidently see it on the sidelines as he's throwing up his hands, yelling at Josh Allen. But I think all wide receivers have a little bit of drama in them. So I don't think it's the end of the world there. But again, it was so interesting how that all played out yesterday. What was the final score? 27-10, if I'm correct. NFL playoffs. Just want to make sure I got that right. 27-10. 27-10. And here's another thing I want you all to put into this. The AFC wild card round, which I said that there shouldn't be 7 teams to make the playoffs in the NFL. Wild card weekend was more fun to watch than AFC divisional card weekend. I'm just throwing that out there. The games this weekend were not that exciting. They had some moments, but the games this weekend were not that all exciting. You go back to the Chiefs-Jaguars game. By the way, Jaguars, call it what you want. That team's a couple pieces away from really Jacksonville's a couple pieces away from making that next step, and Doug Peterson is the person to bring them there. I picked the Chiefs to upset Kansas City, or I picked the Jags to upset Kansas City, and I don't think that I'm far off from that, coming to fruition in the future. They didn't happen this weekend. I was wrong, but man, it's not like the Chiefs played lights out. No, now granted, Patrick Mahomes was hurt. Chad Henne had to come in. Chad Henne, 98-yard drive for a TD for a tutty, cuz. Doesn't that just make you scream as a Dolphins fan that Chad Henne has a freaking Super Bowl ring and maybe on his way to a second one before the Dolphins do? Don't make me go there. I think about when I first started dating my beautiful, wonderful wife, who's absolutely amazing. Henne was the quarterback of our team, which, by the way, it was so weird to see that he'd been in the league for 15 years. And I remember saying, "Oh, Chad Henne's the future of the Dolphins." I have an autographed Chad Henne jersey in my closet. True story, do. But man, you go to the Eagles Giants game, Giants frauds. Giants are frauds. Eagles just absolutely destroyed them. By the way, I still don't put much I think San Fran's going to destroy Philly, personal opinion. But man, the Bengals-Bills game wasn't nothing. 19-12. That 49ers Cowboys game wasn't that much fun to watch. It was fun to watch because to see Dak Prescott just absolutely not do anything and see the Cowboys or Cowgirls, whatever you want to call them, just do what the Cowgirls always do in the playoffs in the NFC divisional round, not make it, not do anything. I don't know. But I was very disappointed in the games this weekend. And why is it Victory Monday? Because the Bills lost. And that when, look, I'm okay with calling today Victory Monday. It was an absolutely amazing day to see all that. Robert Trainer said, "Why did Henne suck in Miami?" Well, I don't have time to get into all that, Robert, but look, I think it's a mixture of front office, coaching, Chad Henne, the personnel here, the offensive to stop, like just a lot of different things. But that brings me to my next point. Comparing the Dolphins to the remaining teams in the NFL. Let's look at all the losing teams yesterday. Dolphins, I think clearly they won 1 out of 3 games against Buffalo. I think they're fully healthy are a better team than Buffalo. Yeah, I said it. Don't care. I think the Dolphins could beat the Cowboys. Fully healthy, mind you. I'm saying without all these injuries that we've had. But having the roster the way that it is, fully healthy, I think the Dolphins are better than the Cowboys. The Jaguars would give us a run for their money. And I don't know if we're better than the Jaguars right now. They're a fun team to watch, man. I laughed up and down that Christian Kirk contract. I said, man, that's such a stupid contract. How do you pay somebody like Christian Kirk all that money? They knew what they were doing. I am not questioning Jacksonville and any moves that they make right now. And the Giants, I think Dolphins are better than the Giants. Of course I do. And I do think the Giants made a step up in the right direction. And Brian Daboll, I was out of all the coaches, this weekend, Brian Daboll was the one that I had the least amount of faith in. And obviously they got killed by the Eagles, but man, it's interesting to kind of see how Daboll took Daniel Jones and what he did to that Giants team and took them to the next level. So again, that's interesting there. Now, the remaining teams that are still in it. The Bengals, the 49ers, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. Are the Dolphins better than any of those 4 teams? I don't think so. But what do they need to do to get better than those 4 teams? And that's kind of what I want us to talk about today. That's the discussion that I want to bring you guys in. I'm going to open up the lines, bring you all in. What do the Dolphins need to do to be better than the Bengals, the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Chiefs? How do they become a top contender compared to where they're currently at? And I want you all to really think about this. I don't want this to be a discussion of, well, we know what they need to do. They need to go out and get a quarterback that can finish the season. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Let's not have the two a discussion. But there are a million things of what happened this year. Okay? And the quarterback is obviously one of those things, whether you love Tua or you hate Tua. But I watched the games this weekend as a Dolphins fan, and I put the understanding in my mind of what do the Dolphins need to do to become these heavy contender teams? And I don't think we're far off, by the way. I don't think we're far off. I think we got some moves to make, and we got a ways to go. But I think with the right moves, a healthy, team, maybe a little bit of our luck going our way, maybe we can compete with the Bengals, the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. But they all have plenty of things that they do so much better than our organization. I want to know what you all think about that. You look at the last 4 teams in the playoffs this year, compare them to the Dolphins, and I want to get your thoughts as fans. Where do the Miami Dolphins compare to the final 4 teams in the NFL playoffs right now? And I'm not saying if you think that they're better than them. I just want to know where you think what we need to do to be compared to them, to put us on the same level as them. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up the chat, or I'm going to open up the lines. I'm going to have you all come on. I'm going to let me drop the link. I just dropped the link for y'all. Put it in the chat here. I want to hear from you. This is a Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, a network made for the fans by a fan. Clock Blockers, the #1 Miami fan morning show. I just pinned the link to the top of the page. I'll wait for a lot of you to get into the back, and I'll bring you all on one at a time in here, maybe a couple at a time. I'll do some mini panels today. I'm not going to do a big panel. And make sure a couple of other things. Hey, look, if why I got you all on, if y'all want to donate to the channel, help the channel grow, a couple different ways you can do that. You can use the YouTube live super chat, which is the $ below the bottom of the chat, or you guys can use Cash App, which is MSM Podcast Network with a $ in front of it, or PayPal, which is also MSM Podcast Network. And just want to quickly remind you as well, the Miami Sports Music Super Bowl box pool is right here, $50 per box. You can only send money through Cash App and PayPal on this. And when you send the money, make sure you put your name in with the message and the payment, as well as the box number. So I know I'd like for you to send box numbers and names to the email on here, vpmiamisportsmusic@gmail.com. It would just help me keep better track of it. But you guys see the payouts. The remaining money goes to the channel, but I'm also going to take a portion of the remaining money that the channel makes and give it to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge. So buy your boxes, man, for the Super Bowl box pool. All right. Let me bring in the first person. In fact, I'll bring in my friend, my brother from another mother, Dolphin Don. Good morning, Dolphin Don.
What is good, Steven, man? Can you hear me all right?
I got you on the list. We got to talk behind closed doors, man. I got to figure out how to get this payment to you, brother.
Oh, that's easy, man. Well, see, that last game, the championship was kind of anticlimactic. So
yes.
I want to share that 3 ways with Miami Sports Music, Batman, and myself.
Miami Sports Music, Batman, and myself. Batman won too. He got second place.
Well, I mean, okay, all right.
No, I'm not saying the man works hard. I'm not hating.
All right. Well, in that case, give $20 to Noob, to Rashad. Rashad ran the league, didn't he?
Rashad ran the league.
Yeah, give 20 to him, man, for running the league. That's admin costs. And then the rest you and I split.
All right. So Rashad gets 20, and you and I split the rest.
Yeah.
All right. I ain't mad at it. And Batman.
No, you know what?
Second place prize.
You know what? You go ahead and keep it, man. You keep
what?
Winning.
Come on, Dolphin Don. Stop it. Stop it. You stop that right now.
I will not.
I still want to talk to you after. I appreciate that, man. If you're really doing that, that means the world to me, man. Thank you. And you know what? I'll get you a box in the box pool too. How about that? I'll get you a box in the box pool.
Okay. All right.
Is that fair? Does that work?
Fair. That's fair, man. That works.
What number do you want?
What's available here? Let me take a look.
Everything except for 13 and 72.
Okay. I'm gonna go with 73.
73. Another good year.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you 73, man. 73. You'll get 73, and I'll update that after the show, man. Shout out to you, my guy, Dolphin Don. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. So the question on the table, the final 4 teams that are remaining. First of all, do you want to say anything about the Bills losing? And then the question on the table is the Final Four teams, what does Miami need to do to get to that next level?
Well, in regards to the Bills, man, I thought they were invincible at the first part of the year. We cracked that armor, and over the course of the season, we retained the pressure on them, and so I think that we kind of revealed that we're just as good as they are, and we can possibly get better, uh, because Josh Allen's going to be entering into his getting paid years. Uh, they're going to start losing talent, and there's already talk about us possibly getting Poyer right now. So,
Boy, Jordan Poyer. Oh man,
right,
let him come with Javon Holland all freaking day. I'll take
bro.
that.
That's what I was thinking about. I was like, okay, I'm old enough. I'm an old fart. I remember the 53 defense, and we have the personnel now to actually run that alignment. The 53.
Well, look, it was stated this week that from Josina Anderson that the Dolphins' top pick or the top favorite candidate is Vic Fangio, and we know what type of defense Vic Fangio likes to do. So it'll be interesting to kind of see where they go. But yeah, it's funny, right? I'm watching the Cowboys game. I see Tony Pollard go off with an injury, and I'm like, Pollard, by the way, is at the top of my running back depth chart that I would love to see the Dolphins go after. Yeah, so I don't know. Go ahead, keep going though. Like, what do the Dolphins need to do to compete with these teams though?
We had the number 3 fullback in the NFL too last year.
And Alec Ingold, which I don't think we utilized him at all the way we needed to do it.
No, but he was the top 3. So there's that. The 49ers had Juszczyk was right there neck and neck with him.
Yeah.
And
Juszczyk, you look at how he's utilized in San Fran, and I still think that Ingold wasn't utilized anywhere near the way that Juszczyk was utilized in San Fran. That's just my personal opinion. I haven't gone and looked at the numbers. I would love to go look at the numbers between carries. I would love to know how many, I formations with the lead block that, Juszczyk was in there as the lead block compared to Ingold in there as the lead block. To me, Ingold was another tight end for us this year. And he was pretty much only in there to block because, again, Gesicki couldn't block.
Yeah, which that is something we could probably trade Gesicki to Dallas, but that's
Gesicki's going to be a free agent. He's going to go somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
And that was another player that I was looking at this weekend, Dalton Schultz, who I like as well, who I think would fit very nicely here in Miami.
Good coaching.
Exactly, right? So, but, one of the things that I've always felt in the playoffs is, man, I'd love to just see the Dolphins in there. So the Dolphins made it this year. And so, as people are losing and people are getting X'd out of people's brackets, I'm looking and I'm like, where do the Dolphins compare? And I saw the games this weekend and I'm like, man, the games this weekend sucked. I was not a fan of the games this weekend at all. No. And then I looked at it and I said, man, it'll be very interesting to see where the Dolphins offseason moves. How do they compare with the Final Four teams in now? If the Dolphins with a fully healthy roster, could they beat any 4 of these teams? I think it'd be very difficult to beat any 4 of these teams the way the roster is currently constructed as is. But I think that were some moves, some decent moves. Not a big move. I think they're small moves, right? Maybe big to our standards. Jordan Poyer would be a big move to our standards, adding him, right? Tony Pollard would be big, healthy Tony Pollard. Apparently he's going to have surgery on his injury. He's going to be out 3 to 4 months, so he might not be ready for the start of training camp. Or maybe he will be. I don't know. But depends on how his rehab goes. But I look at all that and I say, where, are the Dolphins? That's how I did this weekend. When I watched the games, I thought about Miami and I compared our team to theirs. And I was like, are we close? And my answer was no. I don't think we're close yet, but I think we're not far away from being there. I know that contradicts itself, but I think we're better. I think we're good enough to beat the number 2 seed in the AFC, right? Like, but the number 2 seed in the AFC, I like what TD said on his stream yesterday. The Buffalo Bills compromised their 53-man roster to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Cincinnati Bengals were comprising their 53-man rosters to be anybody.
Yep.
And I think that hit the nail on the head. The Bills were making their roster good enough to beat Kansas City, and the rest of the, top tier teams in the AFC were just making their rosters to be competitive all around, no matter who they played, and catered their offense to that.
Exactly.
And
That's
I
thinking
think
like
that's
Shula.
a very fair statement that TD had made on his stream.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. And you know what? We're talking about all these quarterbacks and things, and I was guilty of it. But hey, Tua is going to be our guy next year.
He will be. Yep.
And with a
100%.
healthy Tua, we can do it. We can do it. So we don't want old ass Brady.
You don't want Brady, man.
No, because he's old, man, and he's a retread just like Aaron Rodgers.
He was still a top 5 quarterback in the league this year. He was. Go look at the numbers. The numbers prove that he was.
I know, but how long is this going to happen? I mean, because it feels like we always
say that
do
every
this.
year, Dolphin Down. We say that every freaking year. We always come out and we say he's eventually got to fall off from grace. He doesn't do it. And so let me say this. I don't want the conversation to get Brady or Tua. I want to try to keep the conversation, how did the Dolphins compare to the Final Four teams? But to your point, to just briefly touch on it real quick.
Yeah.
I think that it's worth, if he's interested in coming here, to having the conversation, because he can stay healthy for the entire year. Knock on wood, right?
I will give you that. And
to me, that says something.
It does.
And I love Tua. Let me just throw that out there. I'm a Tua in the year, but I also understand where the buck stops, and the buck stops with his health. And the best ability is availability. And if you're not on the field, you can't help our team win. Right. And I have a very difficult thought process, or I have a difficult time thinking that Skylar Thompson can lead this team when Tua's not in for 5 games or 6 games or a playoff game. And that's no disrespect to Skylar. I think Skylar needs to just get better and have more I think more playing time will help him. But I don't know what his ceiling is. And it's very difficult unless your name is Tom Brady, who was drafted in the 6th round, or this fluke of Brock Purdy. I don't know how it's going to look of a 7th round quarterback being the person that saves your franchise. So for me, the best bet is to put your money in with somebody like Tom Brady, because he doesn't cost anything from a standpoint of, forget that he's Tom Brady for a second. Forget that he's the GOAT. Forget that he's the guy who killed us for 20 years. Go look that he's produced for the last 2 or 3 seasons as a top 5 quarterback in the league, and he has stayed healthy, and he's brought his team to the playoffs plus a Super Bowl win in the last 2 to 3 years. You take those 3 things alone. You say, well, shoot, if he wants to come to Miami, we'll take him.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that. Okay, Brady can stay healthy. And he keeps proving us wrong year after year. But hey, listen to me, Bob Ross. I see y'all out there in the
Bob Ross on me?
No, I see y'all out there in the comment section. They say I'm a happy accident. Okay, whatever.
As the paintbrush stroke. Go ahead, Bob Ross.
Let me just paint this picture for you, man. So I don't want the Dolphins to be the team that the GOAT comes and fails at. He jumped the shark. He's a Dolphin. You know what I'm saying? That scares me too.
Yeah, but that's your fandom talking. That's your I hate Tom Brady talking.
No. I just don't want us to be like, oh my God, the Dolphins, they got him and they ruined Tom Brady.
No, let's get something straight. That would be our luck as Dolphins. That would 100% be our luck.
Okay.
I'm trying to look at it from a purely logical standpoint. And the logical standpoint in my mind is, take the name Tom Brady, take him out as a person. Go look at his numbers over the last 3 years. Go look at how many games he's played over the last 3 years. Understand that, yes, there is a drop-off, but it's not a huge drop-off. And what we want are those numbers with playing all 17 games, right? That's what we want. Tom Brady fits that mold.
Yeah.
He does.
I failed to take.
To
I
me,
failed
he's
to
the
see it
perfect.
that way.
People hate me. People are going to hate me. To me, he's the perfect fit for the Dolphins next year. Perfect.
He actually is, because you know why? Because he ain't scared of no Buffalo Bills. He ain't
Nope.
scared of no New York Jets.
Nope.
That brother, and especially the Patriots.
And I understand people hate me saying that, but take Tom Brady out of the equation. He fits the bill perfect for our team next year. And by the way, I want to say I love Tua, and I want to see Tua healthy, and I hope that Tua proves me wrong. And I think, by the way, that Tua will be the guy here next year. I don't think Tom Brady's coming here. I think Tom Brady's going to end up in Vegas. That's my personal opinion of where I think he ends up. But looking at it from a pure Dolphin standpoint and trying to take emotion out of it, Brady's the person who fits our team the best.
Oh, for sure, man.
That's just how I feel about it. And I know people are like, man, people hate me saying that. And I get it. I understand it, man. And
I'm with you. And I love Tua too. I'm going to go out there and say it. Hey, Andrevius, I love Tua. But you know what? I also love winning. And Brady is a winner. And also he's a leader. He's going to get in somebody's face. Hey, why the hell didn't you run that route? You know, he's going to say, why didn't you block that guy?
Well, in watching the games this weekend, right? I'm watching Brock Purdy, and I'm watching. I was watching Brock Purdy. I was watching Dak Prescott, and I was watching Josh Allen a lot this weekend. For some reason, I kept on changing the channel when Burrow was coming on because I just feel. I feel very confident about Burrow. Like I don't have any question marks for Joe Burrow. Like there's nothing that gives me a red flag about Burrow. I see red flags with all those other quarterbacks I just named, but Burrow, I don't see one. Same thing with Mahomes. I was watching Mahomes this weekend, and I was like, there's nothing wrong with this guy. Even when he's hurt, he's still better than 95% of the league. Even when he's hurt, he's still if he wins another Super Bowl, by the way, he goes down as top 10 greatest player already. Yeah. 100% Patrick Mahomes does.
For sure.
Which makes me very sad because the Dolphins could have got him. But that's neither here or there. We're not going to go there. We're not going to talk about players that we could have had.
Like Purdy.
Like Purdy. Purdy, right? Purdy's another one that's very interesting because the Brock Purdy, it's so funny. He made some throws yesterday. He made this one throw that was to one of the receivers coming in on an out route to the sidelines. And he threw it 5-7 yards in front of him. And it was just so beautiful to see him lead his receive. It was a dime. Yeah. And I'm like, how the hell does a 7th round rookie quarterback, Mr. Irrelevant, throw a pass like that in a playoff game? Cuz I was like, this is not real. And I was like, Purdy's playing really pretty good, man. And he was, it was very interesting to kind of see where that went, man.
It was a Purdy party.
It was a Purdy pass. It was a pretty good game. And the 49ers are pretty damn good. Okay. And that's all I got to say about the 49ers.
And Trey Lance is pretty damn expendable right now, too.
Well, Jimmy, that's, I talk about Brady, right? Garoppolo is probably expendable as well, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so, would you want to see Garoppolo in Miami? Garoppolo gets hurt.
Yeah.
But he was hurt this year, right?
Yeah.
And
he's a winner.
He is a winner. Dude, he is a winner. Do you know that the 49ers have been we talk about, all right, so the Chiefs have been in the last 5 AFC championship games. The 49ers have been 4 out of the last 5 NFC championship games. But nobody links the 49ers to winning. Nobody does. Nobody sits there and says that's a winning football team. They've been to 4 out of the last 5 NFC championship games. And they want to replace their quarterback every year.
Yeah.
And it's so amazing to me.
I remember we were happy to get their draft pick. I was like, wow, we got the Niners draft pick and they're going to suck.
You do realize now it has a very opportunity to be the very last pick in the first round. Now, if Chubb turns out to be anything, we come out as geniuses in that trade.
That's a fact right there. That is a fact. And really, Chubb, he finally started showing some flashes against Buffalo. So you know what? We probably haven't seen. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg with Chubb right now. What can possibly be, especially with the
I'm
new
excited to
defense.
see what Chubb does moving
Yeah.
forward with the team. I think it'll be fun. All
Me
right,
too.
man. Anything else before I let you go, Dolphin Don?
Peace, love, and the Gumpaneers.
Hey, man, do me a favor. Please hit me up on Twitter so that we can talk after today's show.
Okay.
I want to talk after today's show.
I don't have a Twitter.
Do you have Instagram or anything?
No, I don't do that kind of stuff.
You have Facebook?
Yeah, I do Facebook.
You have my email. You can email me. My email's in the description. vpmiamisportsmusic@gmail.com. Email me. Okay? You hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I got you, bro.
Hit me up and we'll talk.
All
I
right,
love you, brother. I appreciate it, man.
Right back at you, man.
All right, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Dolphin Don. Shout out to Dolphin Don. That man. God love that man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me bring on Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Let me bring that in. There we go. Okay. All right. Let me bring on the next guest. Caslin. Good morning, Caslin.
Good morning. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I'm to me it's Victory Monday. The Bills lost, and I'm happy.
Well, that's all I asked for.
There was nothing else as a Dolphins fan I really could ask for this weekend except for the Bills to lose. And yes, I sound like a hater. I don't care. Okay. The Bills lost, and all is right with the world.
I agree.
What do you, we talked a lot, obviously, Dolphin Don and I, but the original question on the table was, how do the Miami Dolphins compare to the Final Four teams?
Not very highly. I mean, I hate to always come back to Tua, but that's what it's going to be, because could Tua really match up against a 4 quarterback? And even I'm not a big Purdy fan. I think he's still overrated. I think he just fits the system.
He's playing out of his mind right now.
I think he fits the system well.
Yeah.
I mean, San Francisco just has that ability to put people in position to play really well and do really well.
Well, let's call a spade too. That defense is really good in San Fran, right? And so when and you also have the security blanket of Christian McCaffrey as your running back,
right?
And I think all that helps Brock Purdy.
But it's funny to think about it. Out of the 4 quarterbacks left, right, 2 of them were in the same draft class as Tua was.
Yep, Joe Burrow and
Jalen Hurst. And Jalen Hurst.
Jalen Hurts, man. It's. I look at all 4 remaining teams and I say, I think ownership is better in all 4 places. I think the GM is better. Philly, I'm still kind of questioning, but for the most part, I think the GM's better in all 4 places. Head coach, Zach Taylor, Kyle Shanahan, Nick Sirianni. It's Nick Sirianni, right? That's the head coach in Philly. And
I believe that's what his name is, yeah.
And the Chiefs have what's his face? Andy Reid.
Andy Reid. Well, Andy Reid's just an offensive, guru. He's just amazing what he does. But the thing that, I look at, all right, so before the season started, everybody's like, oh, Patrick Mahomes is going to take such a step back. He's not going to be as good because he doesn't have Tyreek Hill. And I'm like, I don't think it's going to hurt him at all, because he's just that type of player that's just so dynamic. He puts the whole team on his back. It carries it. And he does it flawlessly. I mean, he'll make mistakes here and there, but I don't ever doubt that kid.
5,250 yards, 41 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions this year.
Right. So he went a step forward, and he actually spread the ball out.
Where's the drop-off at, cuz? Where's the drop-off at?
I know. That's what I said. They're all saying that he was going to take a drop-off at the beginning of the year, and he didn't. He went the opposite way.
To be fair, Patrick Mahomes, if he wins the Super Bowl this year, he'll be a top 10 quarterback of all time already.
I agree.
I personally think that way. He will.
I think he's already that way anyway. So that's just, I think he's already up there.
It'll be his third Super Bowl appearance in however many years he's been in the league, and potential a second, winning. Come on, there's something about that kid. He's good. He's real good.
He just, like I said, you never question him at all. I mean, he'll make a goofy throw and it'll end up being an interception and be like, why did he throw that? And he sees something on the field that we don't see. So that's why he does it, But if you take a look at all these guys, they're all able to make plays by themselves. All the guys Jalen Hurts can do it with his legs, and he can do it throwing the ball. Patrick Mahomes, same thing. Joe Burrow, same thing. All these guys can make these plays by themselves. Tua can't.
Look, go ahead.
The way that they built him in Alabama, they put all of these superstar players around him and built him up to make him look, and they did the same thing with Tyreek. If you take Tyreek out of the picture, would he do as well as he did today? I mean, this year? No, not even close. I think Tyreek is the reason why that he looked as good as he did. I mean, obviously, look at Tyreek's numbers, and Jalen Waddle's the other receiver, so you got to put him in the picture too. But it's not like Burrow has Chase, but Burrow will make things on his own, and Mahomes does everything by himself.
I in looking at the games this weekend, I didn't need to look at Burrow. I'm very confident in Burrow's ability to be a quarterback in this league, and there's not too many red flags I have about Burrow. But I look at the other three remaining quarterbacks, and the same thing goes, by the way, for Patty Mahomes. But you go look at Brock Purdy and you look at Jalen Hurts. Look, if Tua is healthy, Tua can bring us. He's good enough to bring us to the promised land. Excuse me. I'm telling you all right now, Tua healthy is good enough to bring us there. Personal opinion. But I haven't seen him stay healthy. That is my knock on Tua. There is no knock on his playing ability from me. There is no knock on whether he can do it or not. The man can do it, in my opinion. I know there are certain people within the community that don't agree with that. I know there are certain people within the fan base that don't agree with that, and they're very loud. And they're a very good portion of that contingent or that group. Okay, what I will say is, though, as I said earlier, the best ability is availability. And good sir, if you can't play all 17 games or 15 of the 17 or 16 of the 17 or whatever it is, and you can't play in the playoffs, you cannot be the quarterback to lead my team. And that's my knock on Tua. Okay. I love the guy. I think he's got it. But when it comes to health, he has not shown me he can do it. And that is my knock on him. And that is my argument on him. When it comes, to the original answer of my question to you, Kaz, when I said, do the Dolphins bring us there? And you said, look, the number one thing for me is quarterback. I think that's fair. I think it's a fair debate and argument and discussion. But then the question is, the Dolphins have come out on record and said that he is. So now what are the other things you can do to help get us team in that right direction? Because it's not like Tua is the only thing holding us back from being great. There's health, there's play calling, there's, bringing in certain, personnel, free agents. How do we handle that? What type of people do you want in that locker room? We got to address the running back situation. We got to address the tight end situation. We have to address the linebacker situation. There's secondary changes that are going to happen in the backfield this year on defense that has to be addressed this year in the offseason. And so you look at the running back, tight end, quarterback, linebackers in secondary health. We're not close to being part of these final four teams. But when I make the statement that I understand the words sound like they're contradicting it, there's only a few moves we need to make to get us there. It depends on how this offseason goes. It's how we maneuver with the GM, how Greer decides to maneuver the free agency and the salary cap issues. It's how McDaniel decides to make certain changes he did this year Are you going to make those same mistakes next year? How are you going to deal with the time management issues that you've been having during the game? How are you going to deal with, efficiency and, getting the play clock down and getting the freaking playoff before that? How are you going to deal with making certain play calls during the game and certain personnel decisions that would do better than, certain other people within the game, right? These are changes that McDaniel must change this offseason. And I think, again, I'm not mad at him. He's a first-year head coach. He made a lot of good things, but I don't want to see some of those same mistakes next year. So it's not like Tua is the only thing holding us back from being great. And that's my argument, Caslin, or my debate to other people that want to bring up the quarterback situation. That's an easy way to say, okay, that's what we need to do to be just as good as these last 4 teams. No, there's other things that we need to do. And those were some of those things. Do you agree?
I agree to a point. I mean, I still think you can win I think you can win a Super Bowl with Tua. And that's not a pro to Tua. I just think with a manageable, game management type of quarterback like a Alex Smith was. He's when you look at a game manager, that's who you look at. And I think you could win a Super Bowl with him as long as you have the right team around him.
Who, Tua?
What is that?
You said Tua?
Yeah, you could win one with Tua.
I agree. You're not getting that argument from me. I agree with you on that. But where my argument comes in is can he last long enough to show that? That's my argument with you.
I don't think he's going to last long enough.
And so if that's your vision, then you're of the mindset that he needs to be replaced for that, right? He needs to be replaced. You can add a defense. The defense is already good. We already know that they have a lot of pieces already in place, and I think that they could go on, and as long as they hire the right DC and get the right other picks that they, whether it's a middle linebacker or another cornerback or whatever they decide that they need on defense to help them out, that could go a long way too, because you can win by having a good defense. San Fran's showing you that now. Mm-hmm. San Fran has a good defense, but I don't think San Fran's going to go to the Super Bowl anyways. I think that's. You think they're going to lose to Philly?
Oh yeah.
No, I don't. I think San Fran's the better team.
I don't at all.
San Fran's the better team, man.
I think what I just seen from Philly, it just shows that.
Explain. No. Don't walk back. What did you see from Philly? Them beat a trash New York Giants team. And I'm sorry for calling them trash, but let's be honest. They beat the Minnesota Vikings, who are the biggest night and day. Like, what team am I? I'm sorry. They beat Minnesota. They didn't beat anybody major. Let's be real about that. Okay. And so you look at the Minnesota thing with that. Then you look at the other situation. Philly, I need y'all to realize, I said this. I said, look, Philly's going to get lucky and not play anybody in the first couple of rounds. They'll get to the NFC Championship game probably. But when they get to the NFC Championship game, they are going to face a team that is real and legit, and that is the 49ers. And I'm telling y'all, I promise y'all, they will not make the Super Bowl. I still stand behind that statement. San Fran is going to beat the Eagles. I'm telling y'all.
I don't think so. Because who did San Fran beat? The Cowboys. Who can't get past?
San Fran beat the Cowboys with a 7th-round rookie quarterback.
Yeah. That defense beat them.
Philly needs to have everything going for them in order to be on point, right? And they took care of business with the Giants. Okay, I get that. But I'm telling y'all, the Niners are better than the Eagles. And y'all are going to see that this weekend coming up. You're going to see it.
Eagles were number one ranked team in the NFL going in. And they also had how many injuries before? They needed that number 1 seed.
Huh?
They're healthy now.
Who?
Eagles.
The Eagles? The
Yeah.
Eagles are healthy. That does play into them. But so are the 49ers. I don't think they have any real injuries.
No, but I'm saying going into the playoffs, the last couple of weeks, the Eagles stumbled because they weren't healthy. So they needed that bye week, and they had to win that bye week to get healthy and to be able to move on. The Cowboys ain't as good as they are either. The Cowboys nowhere close to being as good as the Eagles.
The Cowboys, I hate to say it, but the Cowboys are frauds. I just read something that Ezekiel Elliott averaged 2.80 yards per carry over the last 8 games this year. I think Tony Pollard's a better running back than Ezekiel Elliott, personally. And yeah, I've never been a big fan of Dallas the whole year. Although they were winning games with Cooper Rush for a minute, and I was like, well, this is interesting. But I knew what was going to happen to that. I will say I was very surprised how low scoring the San Fran Dallas game was, and that's the only thing. Like, I was surprised how low scoring it was. I didn't think Dallas's defense was as good as they were, but they have a decent defense. But to the original point, Caslin, I think we're going to see this weekend how good the NFC teams are. But I'm assuming you're thinking Kansas City is going to beat Cincy.
I think so. I had Jacksonville going, but
I had Jacksonville going too. I thought Jacksonville. And by the way, you talk. My question. How far away are the Dolphins from being like one of these Final Four teams? Jacksonville's ahead of that, right? Jacksonville's almost there, and they just need a few more pieces.
Right, and they started their rebuild. All these teams started their rebuild after we did.
I know,
and they're further ahead than we did.
I know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It is frustrating. I'll give you that.
It just shows when things are done right, how quickly things can turn around. And that's why anybody that gets Sean, whatever team gets Sean Payton, and they're saying he's going to bring Fangio with him, but everybody is still saying Fangio is going to Miami. I don't see it.
But Josina Anderson said that the Dolphins' favorite or the Dolphins' favorite candidate is Fangio. That doesn't mean that he's the favorite to get the job. It just means that's who the Dolphins like the most, which is probably true. So, but I'm sure that they're doing their best courtmanship now and saying, what do you want? Well, you want chocolate or candy? They're whining and dining them. They're doing everything they can to bring Fangio to Miami. I promise.
Well, he can't really talk to anybody right now because he's still in the playoffs. So, but
it'll be. All right, Caslin, anything else before I let you go, bud?
No, like I said, I'd like to see Chiefs and Eagles Super Bowl. I think it would be a high scoring offense. No defensive team, game at all. It would be both high scoring offenses and see who puts up the most points. I think that'd be an exciting thing. Watch Jalen Hurts, run around, pick up a whole bunch of running yards and throw a whole bunch of touchdowns. Same thing with Mahomes, as long as his ankle is fully 100%. But I think that'd be a good Super Bowl to watch.
Look, I think any of the Final Four will be interesting. But my hope is that it's San Fran. I don't care who comes from the AFC. Personally, I'd like to see San Fran versus Cincinnati because it'll be the third time them playing each other in the Super Bowl. So I'd like to see that personally. But all right, man, let me let you go, man. You have a good one. All right.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you, man. Thank you for supporting the show. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. I want to remind you all to hit the like button. Hit it. Over 100 of y'all watching in the room right now. Make sure you hit the like button and donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. We can't grow without your help. So if you're able to donate, please do through Cash App or PayPal, $ MSM Podcast Network or MSM Podcast Network. Or if you would also want to donate through YouTube, you can do that as well. Cap for Life, member for 12 months, man. Love Cap for Life. Next season plus moral victories equals gonna be great, guys. I think he's trolling a little bit there, but I do love you, Cap. I appreciate your support for 12 months of being a member of the channel. 1 year. You've been supporting the channel. I appreciate that, man. All right, let me bring on. I got a whole bunch of people in the back room here. Let me bring on, and I'm gonna get to all of you. So just please be very patient. I promise I'll get to all of you. Triple S Podcast. Good morning.
What's going on, Steven?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm all right. I'm very happy that the Buffalo Bills were exposed as fraudulent. That bum. Josh Allen.
TD had me rolling yesterday watching his stream, man.
Me too, man. Me too.
I was crying, laughing, crying.
Yeah.
No, yeah, man. I agree with you. I agree with you. It was fun watching it.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong. Is the question you're asking, what do we need to do to compete with, this kind of top four and take that next step as a team?
Well, it's a generalized question, right? You look at the last Final Four teams, Kansas City, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Cincinnati, and you look at them and you say, well, where do the Dolphins stack up against these four teams? And I think the answer to that is they're not anywhere close for the most part compared to these Final Four teams, right? But what do the Dolphins need to do to get into that realm? And the simple answer for a lot of people is get a new quarterback. I hear you. I understand. But there's more to it than that. And it's not, and to me, it's not just the quarterback. And so I really want to get from you, the fans, what you all think the Dolphins need to do to make that next step and to be that contending team that we want them to be.
So first and foremost, what you said is true. The quarterback is an easy target. I think that unlocks the ability to even compete. I could be wrong, but to me, I just don't see us competing with a guy like Tua. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll move on because that could be a subject that goes on.
I know we can beat that with a dead horse. I feel like that's the easy debate.
So I'll quickly move on. So next thing I'll get to, how many times this divisional weekend did you see head coaches burning timeouts where you thought, wow, that was a really unnecessary time to burn a timeout?
You go look at Dallas situation, right? McCarthy, it's McCarthy there, right? He had all three of his timeouts with 1:22 left, I think, or 1:44 left. And I was like, man, I wish the Dolphins could have all three of their timeouts under the last 2 minutes in the fourth quarter to at least give themselves an opportunity to do something.
But even he mismanaged the clock at the end of that game as well.
He did,
and they're going home, right?
That was the worst final play I've ever seen executed ever. You had Ezekiel Elliott be the center to only get plowed and then just run a straight route for that wide receiver to get blown up. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. I think they were anticipating getting more space, and I think that guy was going to lateral it back to Zeke to then start a bunch of laterals. Obviously, it didn't work, and I mean, there's not a lot you can do there. If you throw up a Hail Mary and it gets batted down, it's the same result, but you just get made fun of less. But anyway, my point there was that coaching has to improve. These top teams, they don't have the kind of coaching issues we had. Yes, it was a first-year guy. So outside of quarterback being number one, I would say number two is we need a giant step forward from McDaniel in terms of his game and clock management. Can't be burning timeouts like that. Outside of that, I would say improving the linebacking core. It'll be interesting to see if we end up going with the DC who wants to do a 4-3 versus keeping a 3-4. But either way, I think we need a true middle linebacker. Still banging the table that we should have gone after Roquan Smith when we went after Bradley Chubb. But it is what it is. So I think whether it's through the draft or free agency or trade, I'd like to see us improve the linebacking core. And of course, O-line is always an easy one. If you don't get a quarterback that can evade pressure much, much better. Tua's got good pocket presence. He can move around within the pocket a little bit, but you need a guy that when you get those total breakdowns on the O-line, which every team is going to get, and we get them a decent amount, you need a guy that is able to overcome those, roll out with some good speed and make a play, or if not, get a better O-line that you have those major breakdowns less. So I would say O-line, linebacking, major step forward from the coach in terms of his overall coaching and then just game management, clock management, and improve quarterback play or a better quarterback if we can get one. Those are my four things I would say that would put us in a good spot to compete with most teams in the league.
When you watch games this weekend, did you think that the games were worse than the wild card games weekend? I wasn't impressed with the games this weekend.
I liked the Jags-Chiefs game. It was really cool to see Mahomes, like the whole storyline. He slammed his jacket down. He was hurt, came out cooking, then he got hurt, came back and willed them, on half.
By the way, he was yelling. He was yelling at Andy Reid. He's like, "No, bro, you're not taking me out. You're not taking me out."
See, that's the kind of stuff I love as a football fan, not a Dolphins fan, but a football fan, watching stuff like that where it almost feels like a movie. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, but I feel like if the Dolphins were in that scenario, good, bad, or indifferent, and I'm not even saying with Tua, just in general, would have been, the coach couldn't, he put his quarterback at risk and didn't put his foot down to, keep him healthy or whatever. But
not if you win.
Because Chad Henne went down the field and they scored with Henne. It's not like Henne was doing a bad job,
But if you win, a lot of times those conversations become obsolete. If the Chiefs would have lost, everyone can go back and assess every little thing that happened in that game. But when you win, people look at the bright side most times, and they look at, oh wow, how cool is it that he got hurt, came back, and even though Henne had that big drive, that's still a Mahomes-led team, a Mahomes-led win. So that's where I'm at with that.
I hear you, man.
But other than that game, I would say the Bills game, although it was kind of a blowout, not really a blow, but kind of a blowout, it's still exciting because it's Buffalo losing. So I did really enjoy the 2 AFC games. The NFC games with the Eagles destroyed the Giants. I tuned out of that one pretty early.
Wasn't even a game, and I get why that's people love Philadelphia right now because they are just rolling over. I just think the NFL as a whole, as a conference, are weak for the most part, with the exception of a few teams. And my personal opinion is they're going to face a real team in San Fran, and San Fran is going to show all of the bad stuff that they have to offer to, like, they're just going to match up very well against them. That's my personal opinion about San Fran. They're going to show all the holes that Philadelphia has.
That's going to be a really, really good game. I don't know who I got in that one, to be honest. I could see flaws and holes with both teams, very few, but a few that can be exploited. So it'll be interesting to see, who exploits whose deficiencies better. 2 very well coached teams as well. That's another big factor. I think Shanahan, you got to give the edge in terms of coaching. But definitely excited for both championship games. And the only regret I have is, if Buffalo was going to lose regardless, I almost would have wanted them to get to the Super Bowl just so they could go 0-5 and we could chirp them even more. Like, wow, 0-4 wasn't enough for you bums. You had to go 0-5. That would have been amazing.
Look, there were some fans that were trying to tell me yesterday. They're like, no, we want Buffalo to win so we can say that we went toe-to-toe with the Super Bowl AFC team. And I'm like,
I wouldn't say for that reason. I would say just so they could go 0-5 in Super Bowls.
Well, I had some Dolphin fans trying to tell me that yesterday. I'm like, no, thank you. I'm good. I don't want to see them go. All right, man. Anything else? Let's coach you blessed.
No, I just appreciate what you do in the community, man. Keep doing your thing. And, get to the next people. I know you got a lot of people back here.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Love you, brother.
Everyone in the chat.
Thank you. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. I'm calling it Victory Monday because it's always a victory. It's always a win when Buffalo loses. Life is good when that happens. So that's why I'm calling it Victory Monday. I got Lance, Crypto, Von Joe, Robert, Pamela in the back room at the moment. I know I got a couple of other people that have been dropping in and out as well to try to come on. I'm going to get to all of you. I promise. I'm asking you to just be patient. I want to bring all of you on. I want to talk to all of you. So just bear with me. I promise I'll bring all of you on. All right, next person I'm going to bring on is my brother from another mother, Mr. Von Joe. Good morning, Von Joe. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Von. Nope, can't hear you. Can't hear you. Horrible. Just absolutely horrible. I can't hear you. You might see, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not allowed to say nothing. I'm not allowed to say nothing. I'm not going to say it. All right. I'm not going to say it. Lance, good morning, Lance.
What's happening, brother?
You are out here trucking.
Yes, sir.
What's up,
man? On my way to Oklahoma.
You're on your way to Oklahoma. Give me your thoughts, man.
I think we just need a new quarterback, period. And then I think we're good. I mean, with the players we have now, I mean, none of them are horrible. And really, we could have won that 49er game if we had a better quarterback. We could have won the Chargers game. You know, it is what it is. But personally, I think if we get Rodgers, Brady, I want Brady. Only because he'll be cheap. But Aaron Rodgers, Brady would be the best.
I know I said this a little bit ago. I hope there's new people that are listening. Brady, y'all need to understand that Brady is actually ideally the best scenario for the Dolphins
Yes,
right now.
it is. I mean, because
he can play a full year. He's top 5 still in the league as far as producing is concerned, right?
right, and he can finish games.
Yep, and it would allow you to go out and beef up that offensive line more, which is ultimately what you need to protect Brady, protect that investment, right?
Well, he's going to want a center, and he can bring a center.
He'll bring one. He'll bring his own.
And the good offensive linemen are going to want to play with him before he leaves. Just to say that I played with Brady.
That's never going to happen, though, unfortunately. It's not. There's no way that the Dolphins do that. There's no way that the Dolphins do that. I mean, number one, they've already publicly said that Tua is the guy that they're going with, which, by the way, I'm not mad at personally. But
I mean, if anybody's okay with average play,
it's me.
It's going to end up the same result every time.
I disagree with that. They are
well. One has he won a major.
No, here's the thing,
game.
man. The Dolphins, if what they said at the end of the year, in fact, comes to fruition and is true, then McDaniel and Greer are banking on something that has never happened. Let's just get that straight. That Tua stays healthy. That's what they're banking on. Because nobody's sitting here, or in my opinion, and from me, there are people out here that are doing it, and other YouTubers and other fans. I am not sitting here saying that the man can't play football. The man's got skills. Okay,
just at the end of the year.
He can play football. And
I'm not saying he can't, but he sucks at the end of the year.
And if Brock Purdy can bring his team to a championship game, then Tua can, as far as I'm concerned. All right. If Jalen Hurts can bring his team to a championship game, then Tua can, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there's all that faith and hope, but
I mean, I hear you.
He just can't.
So
he just doesn't have. I mean,
this is what Greer and McDaniel are banking on, the fact that Tua will eventually be healthy and not be hurt in a season. The issue is, A, it's never happened, and B, your insurance policies to deter such things, aka a really, really good offensive. Like, I don't know what you're doing to ensure that happens. And so if you want to go with Tua as your starter next year, that's fine. You need to make moves to do everything you can to make sure that happens. That means, and make sure that offensive line is good to go. Because if you go with the same offensive line that you went with this year, I don't think that's good enough. You need to improve it. You need to make sure you get a better tight end. You need to go out and get a running back or two.
Well, I mean, we had two or three top 10 offensive line, or not offensive line, but offensive linemen.
Well, I mean, look, Teron is in the same boat. He can't stay healthy for a whole season, so you need to have depth. You need to have depth.
Yeah, that's our biggest problem. But
but
as far as running backs, this won't happen. But maybe Bradley Chubb, can talk to his cousin over in Detroit, or no, not Detroit. Is it Detroit or Cleveland?
Nick Chubb?
Nick Chubb's.
I don't know if they're cousins. They might have just the same last name, but maybe they are. I don't know. You might be onto something.
Yeah, they're cousins.
I don't know if they are or not, but Nick Chubb's not coming to Miami.
No, that'd be awesome though, wouldn't it? If they can make a deal between the both of them.
My top two, I guess my top 3 dream list would be Saquon Barkley, what's his face, Tony Pollard, and Josh Jacobs. Those are like my top 3.
Yeah, I would take Jacobs over Pollard though. Now, I just hate getting in.
Pollard is.
I like Pollard. Don't get me wrong. I like him.
The Dolphins went out and got Tony Pollard as our starting running back next year.
I'm
telling y'all. It would be great. It'd be amazing. Y'all better love that pick. But I like Saquon too, right? So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I think Saquon gets franchise tagged by the Giants though, so I don't think. Yes, Pollard got hurt, but he's only supposed to be out for like 3 months, I think. 4 months. So But it'll be
I just
interesting.
hate always getting people that are already majorly injured.
Right. Raheem Moser, 100%.
Kind of like with Tua,
I get it.
like Tua, if he was majorly, he was major.
Oh, you're breaking up, Lance. You and your trucking, you're breaking up. All right, I'll bring you back on later, Lance. Lance, I love you, brother. Thanks for trucking along. You're the man, brother. All right, let me bring in. Let me see if I can bring in the man himself, Vonjo. Good morning, Vonjo.
How do I sound?
You sound good. Go ahead, Vonjo.
First things first, I spit on this Victory Monday. What two?
You spit on this Victory Monday. You don't like it?
Yeah. No. What are we victorizing? Like what? If that's a
look,
word, I don't know if that's a word.
Look,
we have to sit here and celebrate that another team. It's a Monday, Steven. It's a Monday.
It's not another case of the Monday.
It would be a Victory Monday if it was still. It's a Monday.
No, Vonjo, you're not going to take. I need something to cheer about. And right now, I'm a cheer that the Bills lost. You're not going to take this away from me. You've already taken away me saying stuff about Apple for a month. What you're not going to do is.
I didn't take that away from you.
Yes, you did.
Droid didn't show. Your Droid people didn't show up. That's them. They took that away from you. Secondly,
they did. My Droid people did not show up. You are correct.
This would be a Victory Monday if the Dolphins were still in the playoffs. But guess what? We got kicked out by the Bills.
Do you think we would have won this weekend?
No.
All right, then.
Even fully healthy, no. Oh.
What are we talking about?
I'll play this game with you that you have the fan base playing. Let's build a team. How far away are we?
Okay.
All right, so Steven, what position do you start off by building a team around? All right, let's build around Christian Wilkins. Do you build around defensive tackles?
No, you build it around a good offensive line.
Okay, so we're gonna build a team around a good O-line.
In the trenches is where you win and lose football games.
Okay, so we build around the O-line.
Okay.
So that's what teams do out here in the NFL. They go get O-line and they build around the O-line.
There are people that can argue that because last year the Cincinnati went to a Super Bowl with an atrocious offensive line.
Some people are retarded if they argue that. You don't build around 5 people. That's hard to do. That's almost impossible to build around 5 players. That means you have to hit on 5 positions and build around
Did
that.
you just call me retarded on my own show?
Oh, you one of those people? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. You should go get mental help.
I feel some type of way about you right now, Vonjo. You're supposed to be my boy.
Hey, listen, I have retarded friends. I'm
do you not think that that the offensive line is something where we're going to be successful or not successful?
Steven, what I'm saying is organizations don't say, hey, let's build a franchise around the O-line. They don't do that.
Okay.
That's not a thing.
So
if you want to sit here and skate around the problem,
I asked you what you would do. So you tell me what you would do.
Go find my guy. Go find me a quarterback.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna be a two-and-ear here for a second. Okay.
Okay.
When healthy, let's forget the health debate for a second.
Here we go.
His talent is good enough to win.
Except in December and January. Actually, you know what? I don't know what his talent looked like in January. So you could be right there. He could be a dog in January. But the thing is, he's a poodle in December. So I don't know what he is in January.
Poodles have won the dog show, man. Don't think that they haven't.
Exactly. Poodles are dogs too.
You sitting here I'm sure there's a poodle fan in here that is very mad at you for comparing Tua to that.
They do. They'll yip yap and until they run into a
real friends
Rottweiler.
aren't afraid to tell you when you're messing up, Stephen D. My wife would argue, or my wife would say, "True friends stab you in the front." So that's what Vonjo did to me this morning. He stabbed me in the front. He looked me in the eye.
I only roll one way, and the thing is, but seriously, Stephen, we could build a team. Okay, so I'm gonna play the game, right? Let's build a team around Tua. All right, we build a team around Tua like we did this year, and Tua gets injured.
Okay.
Like he did this year. So now we have a backup quarterback for that with a team that's built around the starter. And
so who's your backup? Do you keep Tyler as your backup, or do you go out and get a veteran?
So here's the problem. we sat there and paid $10 million for Teddy, thinking that he's close enough to a skill set, right?
Yeah, but Teddy couldn't stay healthy either.
Yeah, he was too close to a skill set.
They were right. They weren't wrong.
That's the problem.
Were their philosophy just too close.
That. Exactly. So they yeah. Jeez, man. Then we got Skylar Thompson, but the offenses look completely different.
They did. The offenses did look night and day difference between between those two. I'll give you that.
But between Jimmy G and Purdy is the same offense. There's no drop off in offense. It's the same offense.
What, between Purdy and Trey Lance, or Purdy and Garoppolo?
And Garoppolo. It's the same offense. They didn't do anything different. They're doing the same thing they would have done with Jimmy G.
All right, so let's we can't. San Fran has yet to lose with Brock Purdy as their quarterback, so he's bridging the gap and is doing everything. I get you. I understand. So here we're playing your scenario. In your scenario, you're saying, okay, we're going to say that the Dolphins are going to retain Tua. So then they're telling me so now you're saying we need to address the backup. But you're saying so my question to you is, Skylar your backup, or are you going out and getting a veteran free agent?
No matter who our backup is, they need to be as prepared as Tua. That's hard to do. But when I say that's hard to do, and the thing is, I'm not expecting, hey, you got to get rep with the ones just like Tua get rep with the ones. What I'm saying, no, that backup must know the playbook and run a duplicate playbook. If you want to throw some wrinkles in there for Skylar that Tua doesn't have, okay, I get that part. But as far as your base offense, it needs to be mirrored. That backup must be able to run the same offense, because the thing is, there's 10 other guys on the field with that quarterback. Now, those 10 other guys have to learn something new as well. They have to adjust to something new as well, because you didn't prep your backup, knowing that your starter is going down. It's going to go down.
Let me just clarify something.
Mm-hmm.
So your beef now is with the coaching staff to a certain extent, because you're saying, okay, you want to sell me on Tua as the starter, so be it. But what happens when Tua goes down, which he will? All history shows that he will.
Probability has shown that he will.
Probability lies that he will. What are you going to do then? You're going to go with Skylar? Well, it's a totally different playbook that you're running. And most successful teams compared to the last four teams are, when the starter goes down, there's still continuity with their backup. Chad Henne with Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that's, honestly, out of everything you have said, that is probably the fairest point. You're asking, you took what I said to heart. I said, compare these last four teams. You said, all right, I do. I look at Brock Purdy. I look at Chad Henne. When they have to go in for Mahomes or for whoever, there's no drop off. There's no, the offense still runs. Now, is Chad Henne Patrick Mahomes? No, by no stretch of the imagination. But the offense can still be effective and put points on the board. And that's what you're saying.
Exactly. Chad Henne leaned on his tight end, the speed out. It was the same play. That first down that they do with Mahomes, where it's a speed out, a quick rollout to Tony right there. Chad Henne did the same thing during that 98-yard drive.
Okay. All right. So let's play this out now. So now the Dolphins say, okay, we're playing the scenario out. Is it not on McDaniel to get Skylar to the ability to have continuity into this offense? So let's say they say next year they sell us on Tua's going to be the guy. Okay. Skylar's going to be the backup. Okay. You're not going to judge the Dolphins on Tua. You're not going to judge the Dolphins on the play calling with Tua. When Skylar has to come in, that's when you will start judging the Dolphins, because if there's any drop off at that point, you're putting the blame on McDaniel and Greer at that point, because
it falls squarely on the shoulders.
You know what? I don't disagree. I think that is probably the smartest thing you have said in the last month and a half, man. I think that is.
I've said smarter things. It's just
No, I don't. I like. I think
you
it's
slow
fair.
people
I think
just
it's fair.
need to catch up sometimes.
I think
blame
it's a fair
slow
point,
folks.
though. I think it's a fair point because and that's why I say, look, you want to sell me on Tua, so be it. But I don't think Skylar should be the number 2. I think you should go out and get Gardner.
I'm not sold.
I think Gardner Minshew should be the backup, or Jim. I would love to see Jimmy Garoppolo come and be the. Jimmy won't be the backup here, but I would love to see it.
That's the thing. Jimmy G is just going to break down as well. When has Jimmy G had a full complete season? I think once.
Well, then Gardner Minshew has to be your guy, right? Gardner Minshew has to be the favorite to be the backup here next year.
Does he have
who else
offense?
Is there that you like?
I don't know, Steven. A backup wise, I to tell you the truth.
We're playing the scenario out, right? Tua's the guy here. We're saying in this scenario, Tua's the guy.
Give me Skyler.
But you just said Skyler doesn't compare.
No, he has to be prepped. You have to build him up to where he's running a mirrored playbook.
Okay. So you're saying it's 100% on McDaniel next year?
Oh yeah, for sure. No matter what.
Okay.
No matter what, next season falls on McDaniel and Greer. No matter what, because at the end of the day,
you know what you have to Tua. If Tua gets hurt again, don't come to me crying about him staying healthy, because you should have had your backup prepared when this happened, because all signs indicated that this would happen. You want to sell me on him, so be it. You better make sure your backup's ready to go.
Exactly. In this game, this game. So you went all in, you pushed all your chips to the table, and you saw what you got, right? Next season, you're literally pushing your chips into the table again. If you lose, you lose your house. Come on.
The most important signing for the Miami Dolphins this offseason, is their backup quarterback. That's the most important offseason signing for them.
The development of it. I don't even think it's a signing. It's more the development of it, because. Again,
you don't think they're going to go out and get anybody. You think Skyler's going to be the guy, and it'll be on the coaching staff to develop him.
So who are we going to get? If anything, we fix the middle linebacking position, right?
Yeah.
All right, we can try to fix that. The linebacker, you're going to have to fix the linebacking core depending on the D coordinator that you get. So that's why I'm not even going to touch that side of the ball. Depending on your defensive coordinator, that depends what you do with your linebacking core. Because your linebacking core got to be able to run.
Depending on who your DC is going to be, you're either going to run a 4-3 or a 3-4, depending on who that's going to be.
You have to have the personnel.
If it's Fangio, then it's going to be totally different than what we've seen for the past 3 years.
Exactly. You got to have the personnel for it. So that's why I'm not even considering that side of the ball until I have a DC. On the offensive side, okay, you get a lineman or two. If anything,
you have to get a lineman or two. You have to get a running back, and you have to get a tight end.
Do you need a running back? You can bring Wilson back.
Jeff. So hold up. Hashtag running back 2023 is in full effect at the running back position.
That's what the GM told us. Like, you bring Wilson back at a discount. Mostert you could bring back at a discount.
Oh my God! So you don't even go after Josh Jacobs or Tony Pollard or.
Well, here's the thing with what money.
Hey, you and I both agree that Greer's the genius when it comes to the salary cap. You've admitted that.
I know, but here's the thing: we're gonna kick. Here's the thing: I hate kicking the can down the road, and it's not on possible failures. Because for us to make room for these people, you have to restructure deals, and we have to restructure multiple deals. And when you restructure deals, you're literally kicking the can down the road. That's what you're really doing.
That's all you're doing.
Right?
That's all you're doing at that point. You're right.
So at that point, if I'm okay with kicking the can down the road, if it's for a franchise QB, because now I have my guy. Now I have a better chance. We have a big gun in the race, right? In this gunfight.
I'm gonna open up the panel here in a second. Before you go
ahead, I'm gonna have to drop off soon.
Okay.
So
I was gonna open it up and have other people come on.
But if I'm opening up and kicking the can down the road for possible failure, for more likely a failure, that's just really that's really going back to what we did with Tannenbaum, where it's just rinse and repeat. Now we back in the rebuild, trying to get rid of cap and have to reset the cap and have to do that again. Because when Greer first took over, he had to reset our cap. People keep forgetting that. During that rebuild, one of the big rebuilds was resetting our cap space, right? Because we were paying for dead money left and right? After failing with Tannehill. So now we could possibly go back into that dark hole of rebuilding and resetting our cap after failing with Tua. So that's what I'm afraid of.
All right, we'll have to see. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. Let me bring on I'm gonna open it up, but I'm gonna open up slowly, so just be patient. I'll bring you all on. Lewis, good morning, Lewis.
Good morning, fellas. What's going on?
How are you, Lewis?
Von Joe, don't let Stephen D and these tactics of his ruin you, Von Joe.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me tell you guys something right now. We're talking about what do we need to build this team. Oh, I've been having this conversation for a week and a half with Batman. Oh, go get us a solidified O-line. Did Joe Burrow have his O-line yesterday?
I mean, he had a better O-line than what he had last year. But last year they made it to I will concede to you, last year they made it to the Super Bowl with a trash O-line.
And how many starters were missing out of that offensive line yesterday, Steven?
I'm not sure, but a few.
There was 3.
Yeah.
Who won the game, Steven?
Cincinnati. By a lot. By a landslide.
Who overcame that horrible offensive line, Steven?
Joe Burrow. But Joe Burrow's an exception to that rule.
He's not an exception. You see, this is what people
He's just a franchise quarterback.
This is
He's
what
a
people that accept.
Quarterback.
Okay, and do we have one of those?
But you don't need a franchise quarterback to win. Is Brock Purdy a franchise quarterback? Is Jalen Hurts
playing like one? He's playing like one.
Absolutely.
Well, Purdy is playing like a franchise quarterback.
Okay. He's playing out of his mind right now.
Hold on. I was going to say, is Purdy currently right now playing like a franchise quarterback, yes or no?
He's playing really good right now. He's playing.
Is he playing like a franchise quarterback? Is a yes or no?
No, it is not, and I refuse to answer that. I refuse.
There you go.
I will not answer that question.
Go ahead and chicken little your way out.
Exactly.
There's no point. There's no point in answering that. He is a third string quarterback that has not lost a game yet and is playing really, really good. Really, really good.
Franchise quarterback.
And I don't believe in Brock Purdy neither. Brock Purdy is going to show everybody he's going to fall flat on his face. Steven, you're dead wrong. Philly's mollywhopping the 49ers.
That ain't happening, cuz. That ain't happening.
Well, Philly, but at the same time, Philly has a franchise quarterback. Don't they not?
If I was a betting man, which I am not, so I will not, I would so make a bet with you on this game, but I'm not going to do it.
What's your beef with Philly? What's your beef with the Hurt?
Hey, Von Joe, this is how we get him, Von Joe, right? Because Stephen D just wants to die on this sword alone. Philly's going to mollywop the 49ers. You know why, Stephen? I'll ask you in your professional opinion. When we were sitting 8-3 and going in there, should we have mollywopped the 49ers?
No, if you remember, Lewis, I was the one that raised my hand and said, I don't think we're winning this game. I was the one in the community. I was the one in the community that said I said that verbatim.
Yes,
I don't think we're winning this game.
Don't tell me what you said before the game. Watching the game, during the game, and after the game, did you see that the 49ers did anything to stop us, or did we stop ourselves?
We beat ourselves.
So we should have mollywopped the 49ers.
We beat ourselves.
Exactly.
100%.
And the Eagles are not
You sound
going to beat
flustered,
themselves.
Steven. You sound flustered.
Yeah, because it's getting.
I think that Lewis is bringing up okay points, but I think he's making it to fit his narrative. That's my issue. You can make anything to fit your narrative.
Steven, this is the narrative that I've been feeding y'all for the past year and a half. A franchise quarterback, despite the deficiencies of the team around him, like 3 missing offensive starters on the all-line yesterday, didn't stop Joe Burrow from leading his team going into Buffalo and winning.
I love Joe's moxie. I ain't gonna hold you.
Hey, let's be real for a second, Lewis. Do you
I gotta go pick up my kids.
And this is
I'll be back.
Here's the problem with this question, and I'm gonna bring in other people here in a second, Lewis. I'm gonna keep you on and bring other people and open it up. But here's my problem with asking this question. This is what do you think? This isn't what it is. This is your opinion. But in your opinion, Lewis, Do you think if Chad Henne played the rest of that game that the Chiefs would have lost or won that game yesterday?
No, they would have lost.
I disagree.
They would have lost.
Chad Henne,
They
they
would've
still
lost.
would have won. They still would have won with Chad Henne.
They weren't
They
scoring.
still would have won that game yesterday with Henne.
That first touchdown he threw, the little screen pass, the little pick play to Kelsey, that would have been the last touchdown they would have scored in that game. That's a
Okay,
fact.
well, I
They weren't scoring
disagree
no more.
with you. I think you're making it to fit your narrative, but again, it's your opinion, and your opinion, you're entitled to it. But what I will say is they still would have won that game with Chad Henne yesterday. And for me, that's why I think Von Joe's narrative is all correct, that next year, whoever the backup is the most important person on this team. Because if you do decide to go with Tua as the person, good, bad, or indifferent, the Dolphins need to understand that history's shown that he will not play the full season. And if that's who you decide to go with, you better make sure your insurance policy is ready to strap up and win some football games. Not play, win some football games. Because if you can't do that, then he shouldn't be your go-to person to begin with.
We had a backup quarterback that won a game for us this year. It was Skylar Thompson. He got
You're
us
right.
into the playoffs. So now why do we got to go and get another retread and pay this retread $10 to $12 to $15 million because Tua Tagovailoa is not going to stay healthy?
Again, to Von Joe's point, if you decide to make sure Skylar's the guy, you better make sure Skylar's going to come in and win you some games. Because if he does not, and he is not prepared to, we're putting it on McDaniel, and McDaniel gets the blame.
Well, where have we seen that story before in Miami? Blame the coach. Where have we seen that story?
You don't think that's right?
Before?
You don't think that's fair or right?
No. You know
why
what this
not?
organization? Because again, listen. Look where we're at right now, Stephen. Right? Everybody wanted Josh Boyer gone. Y'all got y'all's wish. Everybody was feeding us Vic Fangio. Miami hasn't even had an interview scheduled with Vic Fangio.
That is true.
Hasn't even had an. So we fired a guy that we all wanted here last year, coming into last year because of continuity. And now we're going to go get a retread from the 49ers or go get a retread from the Jets, right? That nobody knows. So you're going to come into next season with a quarterback that we all know can't stay healthy, with a coach that has deficiencies, right? That we hope he gets better. And now going to trust this defense in a guy that no one's ever heard of before, right?
I'm listening.
But nothing is changing at the quarterback position, which is the most polarizing and important position. I'll ask everybody a question on this panel. Don't use Google. Let's go back to the 80s when we were reading road maps to find our way on the street, right? Who's the backup quarterback?
I don't remember that, Lewis. I was not alive.
Well, I do. I do. Who's the backup quarterback in Cincinnati? You think they have a backup plan in Cincinnati? No.
I don't know who the backup is in Cincinnati right now.
Exactly. No one knows because he's
Sure,
Mr. Irrelevant.
I don't. Without Googling it, I wouldn't know it.
Exactly, because he's Mr. Irrelevant because they know they got their guy, Steve.
No, actually, Brock Purdy's Mr. Irrelevant. Don't disrespect Brock Purdy like that. There will be no Brock Purdy slander here, Lewis. Okay?
He'll fall on his face. He's going to fall on his face. That day's coming.
No Brock Purdy slander allowed up here, Lewis. None.
Again, I have these arguments with mad people, Stephen. All day yesterday, I was having the same argument. All last night, right? Brock Purdy led the 49ers to a victory, right? They scored 19 points and the man threw for 210 yards. Is that a franchise guy to you? Does that look like a guy that's
said he was a franchise guy. I said he's a third string backup, a third string quarterback that is playing very, very well. Very well.
Okay.
He's overachieving.
Yeah, he's overachieving. Put Brock Purdy on the Miami Dolphins. Did we win 8 straight games?
No, but I think that we beat Buffalo. I do think we beat Buffalo in the wild card game with Brock Purdy.
Is he throwing? Is he putting the ball? Was he handing off the ball to Jalen
Waddle?
Waddle?
You asked me my opinion. You asked me. I said I think we beat Brock Purdy. I think with Brock Purdy we beat the Bills. I do.
Okay, and my question to you is that's fine. But the question is he handing that ball off to Jalen Waddle instead of throwing it to him? Because Jalen Waddle had 3 drops.
Well,
and easily a touchdown catch.
They also didn't run enough jet sweeps or
So we're beating Buffalo with jet sweeps. Is that what we're doing?
No, but we ran one. I think we ran one non-traditional running play.
Okay.
And we were like, and the one that we did was successful. And I'm like, if they run 4 or 5 of them in the game, there's a good chance we can win the game. because you just have to keep them on their toes. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Did Cincinnati run any jet sweeps yesterday, Steven?
They didn't have to. They have Joe Burrow.
Okay, and that's what we need.
How many Joe Burrows are out there, Lewis?
Got to go find them. Got to go find them.
What do you think we've been doing for the last 25 years?
Well, making a 7-year plan.
Playing with ourselves? You think we've been playing with ourselves for the last 25 years?
Well, it seems like it. If we're going to go out here and say it, Stephen, I'll let you say it. Go ahead. I agree with you. We've been playing with ourselves for 25 years.
I can't with you. I just can't. All right. Let me bring in somebody else to this conversation because I just you drive me bananas, Lewis.
You love me, Stephen.
I do love you. I do love you. I do love you. There's no doubt about that. You know who else I love? Pamela. Good morning, Pamela.
Good morning. Hey guys.
How are you?
How y'all doing?
Good morning, Pamela.
Pretty good.
Good morning, Miss Pam.
So I've been listening, and
a lot of foolishness this morning, right, Miss Pamela? A lot of foolishness.
There's always a lot of foolishness.
There's a lot of foolishness out here today. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. So earlier you were asking the keys to next season, the Dolphins being better. There's something very basic I think our team has been missing for years, and I've been screaming it for years, and that is conditioning or diet or D, all of the above. If you're going to bring in players who are injured, you're going to have some type of game plan to help that injury. And of course, it's a tough sport, so people get injured. But there are ways to compensate for that.
So,
go ahead.
I'm just going to interrupt you. I had this conversation with somebody. I said, look, the Dolphins had a lot of injuries the last couple of years. Do you blame that on strength and conditioning coaches? And somebody told me, they're like, no, not really. You can't, injuries are a part of football. They happen. Here's the reality of the situation. I hear what you're saying, but you also got to understand that NFL players, for the most part, have access to some of the best medical care in the entire world. All right. And so if anybody's going to be,
but medical care, Stephen, is an afterthought after someone is injured. There are things I think the NFL in a lot of ways probably has tunnel vision about how you deal with this. There are other ways that other sports and arts take care of injury prone or the injuries that people are going to get after a while, right? There are ways to take care of it.
Let's go back and look at week 3, right? There's 120 degrees inside that stadium. That game took a lot out of our team. It did. It took a lot. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But we had to be mentally prepared. The reason we won that game is because we were the better conditioned team.
Yes. And because that we are better conditioned for that scenario, because that's where our guys play. I mean, absolutely.
So where's your argument then?
Well, my argument is that when you bring in a guy, like our offensive line, we bring in someone that we know is hurt and that we know is injury prone, and it's a particular injury, you need to address him specifically. And the conditioning part can have something to do with working in that kind of heat, being sure that you work out hard, you have stamina, all those kinds of things. But working on an injury is different. When someone has this injury.
So your argument, and I apologize for keep interrupting. I just want to get clarifying questions to get you to get to your point, is preventative maintenance preventative maintenance to prevent injuries is where you think the Dolphins need to do a better job at.
Well, but also when someone has an injury, you need to be ready to address that. To just bring them in and, this is what we do with everybody. This is our strength and conditioning. I'm telling you, there are other ways that the NFL in general is not looking at at as a solution for injuries. And I'm sure all of you have heard of Pilates, but Pilates was designed as a way to help injury prone people or to keep people from getting injured.
So Aaron Rodgers goes on. Aaron Rodgers goes on Pat McAfee's podcast all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Rodgers is somebody who does holistic, health, and is somebody who's really big into that, and he's talked about it. Okay, I don't think that you're far off, but I think that there's the difference between Western medicine, right, and holistic points of view. But
well,
I mean,
Pilates isn't that.
I'm not talking about necessarily Pilates. What I'm saying is, I hear where you're coming from. You want the NFL as a whole, not just the Dolphins, to look at alternative forms of medicine, required maintenance, certain things. There was a time, and I don't know if this is still done, that wide receivers would take ballet classes to help with their footwork.
That's exactly where I'm going.
Also make their ankles stronger, right? They wanted to have them to have better ankles.
Not just
right?
your ankles. The way that a ballet class is set up, and I'm not talking about getting out there and dancing. I'm talking about bar work. When you're at the bar, the way it is set up, it is all about strength and stretching and maintenance on the body. And Pilates was designed for ballet dancers who got injured. And there's a whole thing about that I think, the NFL and hopefully the Dolphins should take a look at. But I also want to say another key that I see is that our coach should be learning on the fly. You know what I mean? We seem to have problems over and over with the clock management, over and over. And I don't understand how that happens more than once or twice, and you haven't done something to fix it.
So that is one of my beefs this year with McDaniel, Pamela. Like, he did not make necessarily in-season adjustments to change things that were consistently an issue for the team. But I also said that part of the reason he might not do that is, for example, good, bad, or indifferent, right? And I'm saying what he might have done. He might have said at the beginning of the year, "This is how I plan to go into the season. This is how I'm going to do this. Good, bad, or indifferent. This is how I'm gonna do it." At the end of the season, I'll see what worked, I'll see what didn't work, and then I'll make the changes at the end of the year. There are some things where that helps you, and there are some things where that hurts you. Because what he by the way, where it helps you is he can't use the excuse, "Well, I changed it after 1 week because it didn't work one time." Somebody said, just because it didn't work for you one time, you're not going to use it. No, but if it didn't work for you 5 or 6 times, then you could say, okay, that just doesn't work. Like we have data to support that at that point. So
Stephen,
yeah,
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. That we have this, I think everybody would agree that we have a world-class training facility, right? That was just built like what, 2 years ago, a year or 2 years ago?
Yes, we do.
And I just want to understand that what's needed is for these grown men to get in leotards and stretch and
see, Poncho, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I never mentioned a leotard or anything else.
Pamela, you knew it was coming. You knew it was coming.
Yeah, of course. I see it in the damn chat. I see it in the chat, but that's ignorance. That's
I didn't see the chat.
There might be ignorance.
If you don't understand the physical, nature of how this works, then maybe you should go and do research. I actually know what I'm talking about.
Bonjo, I have a question. Bonjo, if I pay for a Pilates class, will you go to a Pilates class?
I've done Pilates.
Okay.
So let's get out of our emotions for a bit. It's a joke.
No, anybody mention leotard and tights?
He was joking.
Joke.
I'm seeing it in the chat. I'm seeing it in the chat. So therefore I'm like,
ignore the chat. Ignore him.
I'm not even in the chat.
I will
Joe,
say this
I
personally.
wore tights. I've done dance
I think
also. I
that.
have a daughter in
Well,
dance. I know
all
how
right,
hard
Well,
it
am
is.
I wrong then,
Stop it.
Von Joe, about
But I
Pilates?
don't
Am I
think it's,
wrong?
but no.
Lewis,
What I'm
Lewis,
no
he
no.
just wants you to world burn, Lewis.
Pilates does help out your core. It does help strengthen those. I like to call them those stabilizing muscles. But
But also
again,
the
it's
hips,
not gonna
the hip
fix our
flexors,
issue.
it will certainly benefit our issue.
It's not gonna
It is
fix our issue.
one of many things, one of many things. And if you don't understand that, you just need to go and do more research. Just because you did it a couple times doesn't mean
I'm a
that you
personal
understand the
trainer.
benefit for the body.
I'm also a personal trainer, Pam. Again, I've done this. I don't just go to the gym and work out just to work out and
Okay,
lift
all
weights.
right.
No,
Hold on.
I do more than just lift weights.
All right, hold on.
Oh, I
So,
understand.
so Pam, I hear you, and I'm not saying that you don't have a theory. I just don't agree with it. I think your theory is a valid one. I'd like to see more data. I'd like to see how many players. I'd like to see, are there players that do that? And if so, does it help them? Right. I want to see more data to make that how I feel about that theory more. And there's no way to know that unless there's an independent company that's able to access the football players and say, do you take Pilates? Do you do another form of, non-NFL required form of training to help with, your endurance, your health, your stamina throughout the year? And for me, my opinion, I feel like if the NFL thought it was a good thing, and maybe I'm naive, but I feel like they want to make sure their players are. The NFL doesn't
I think
want
they're
injuries.
just. I think they have tunnel vision, Stephen. Not naive as much. I think they get tunnel vision, and when you have players like Armstead, who is hurt in a certain way, there are ways to address his injuries and to
injury
address.
prone, Pamela.
Absolutely, but you need to address it. You got to address it. He doesn't help us sitting on the sideline.
I don't disagree with that statement in general. They don't help us with just being on the sidelines. But to say that Teron Armstead doesn't do everything in his power to make sure he can play every Sunday, to me, that's a false statement. Like I feel like he does everything. I feel, and I'm not saying that's what you said, but when you make a statement of they need to think outside the box, they need to go do Pilates, they need to go do this. I'm saying if a player and or the Dolphins, two separate things there, thought that this was the best way for their bodies to get better, they would do it. I'm telling you, they would do it.
Well, I just think they have tunnel vision. That's my point. I don't think that they're looking at all ways. Maybe they did before. And for those that are saying it's stretching, Pilates is not just stretching. It's strength building. It's helping areas that happen to have bad injuries. I mean, that came about because of injuries. The whole thing was about helping injured dancers. And, if you think that ballet bar is easy, let me teach you one class and see how you walk out of there. You're not going to think it's easy. And it does benefit absolutely anything else you do.
I can tell you right now, my fat old butt ain't getting up there. I ain't doing no Pilates. I can tell you all that right now. That ain't happening. All right, let me bring in some other people. I got a whole bunch of people in the back room, and I want them to obviously say what they want to say. Let me bring in.
I'm gonna say,
Robert.
why are you bringing those people in? Pilates. A lot of those are they strengthen muscles that do get neglected. But again, that's not going to fix our issue. Not with these injuries that we picked up. A pec muscle.
In addition, Bonjo, not an only. In addition,
and to be fair to Pamela's point of view, Pamela just wants the Dolphins or players in general to think outside the box on how can they improve their stamina and their injury proneness, so that that stuff. In my opinion, these are the best athletes in the world. And I think they're doing. I just disagree with it. I hear you. I just think they are doing everything they can. And if it's something that they knew would help, I think that they would do it. I will say that other people do think outside the box. Aaron Rodgers, Ricky Williams, like all these players try to do. Like I think there are a lot of things I think they should be able to do. I think they should allow players personally to smoke weed and take THC to recover from their injuries. I think they're better than pain pills, in personal opinion, when it comes to stuff like that. So there's some people that disagree with that. I agree with it. You know, I think
you got to do all that you can. If you're going to deal with injuries, which of course you're going to deal with injuries, you got to do everything you can to help with that. And we suffered badly the last few years because of injuries.
By the way, THC is a good way to deal with injuries and dealing with pain maintenance versus doing something that destroys your stomach lining and gets filtered through your liver.
Yep.
And your
100%.
kidneys, right?
100%.
Also, the CBD also known as it also could be known as an anti-inflammatory. And one more other thing I forgot. Hold on one second.
All right, let me bring in Crypto and Robert. Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
What's going on, Steven? Can you hear me?
I do. I can hear you, and just to let you know, I still don't have your hot dogs, and you're never getting them from me.
Yeah, you're terrible, Steven. You're terrible. Let me say this, Steven. As far as our competitiveness, I won't even say our final 4 teams that played. I would even expand it to the final 8 teams that was in the divisional round that we're not close to. So that being said, listen, Steven, the Cinderella story will end drastically for the 49ers this upcoming weekend. They're going to get destroyed. That Cinderella story is about to end very soon. And your hatred for the Eagles is obvious because it has something to do with Tua. You don't want Jalen Hurts to be successful as Tua. That's what it's coming at.
I don't believe that the Eagles are all they're made out to be, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I've been wrong a lot.
These teams are completing rapid rebuilds over and over again. They win next week, they will be in a second Super Bowl in 5 years, which means they would tore down and rebuilt their team in less than 5 years, and we ain't even gotten off the ground in 30 years.
Hey, who up here, real quick? Who up here? I know Stephen D's answer, but for the rest of us, who else up here doesn't think that Jalen Hurts is better than Tua Tagovailoa right now? As of today.
Availability of factor, I'd have to agree with that.
Oh, no. The heck with availability.
I'm going beyond availability.
Period.
Because his performance is showing as well.
Period. He's better. Everything. Period. Who else thinks? Robert, are you under the opinion that Tua Tagovailoa is better than Jalen Hurts?
No, I put him on the same if availability is not a factor.
Same.
No, Hurts is much more of a dynamic player.
All right. So you're just out here saying anything. All right.
I don't know, Robert.
I'm saying San Fran's going to win that game. San Fran's going to the Super Bowl.
San Fran ain't played nobody.
Caveat, I haven't watched Hurts play a ton.
I got you. No, I just wanted to throw out the question.
San Fran hasn't played anybody?
Lewis, I consider it a valid question. I think it's fair. But I don't, like, the one thing he has on Tua is he's far more mobile and runs with it a whole lot more. I don't think his anticipation's as good as Tua's, though.
Hurst doesn't crumble under pressure.
I mean, I can give you the anticipation, but again, these are the things when I hear about, look at the QBR numbers and look at the anticipation. Bro, none of those factors win games. You see what I'm saying? Like Jalen Hurts doesn't have the.
You can argue anticipation wins games.
Again, Lewis, I feel like, and I love you, brother, but I feel like you
hasn't done much for us,
narrative, bro.
In the December game against a great defense.
But Steven, it's not just a narrative, Steven. It's again Steven. But I hear anticipation. Okay, I give you all that. Tua Tagovailoa has the best anticipation in the NFL. What has he gotten us?
The best.
So
all right, hold on. Let's break this down. Lewis. The best ability is availability. You agree with that statement, right?
Absolutely.
Blanket statement.
1,000%.
Okay. We both agree that Tua is not available for every game during the year, and because of that, because he misses a lot of games, I believe that Tua should not be the guy here next year. My opinion. Okay. You agree with that same statement, right, Lewis?
1,000%.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Now, as far as his ability of playing is concerned, We differ there. You don't think he's that good. I think he's a really good quarterback, and he has the capability of being a top 10 quarterback in this league. And that was proven this year.
But yeah, again,
that's true statement. That's true, Stephen. But it's also called consistency.
I get it. I get it.
No. He's a top 10 quarterback because of the numbers. See, okay. I can rattle off 10 quarterbacks now that don't have the numbers that are better than Tua Tagovailoa.
Go.
Burrow, Herbert, Allen, Mahomes, Hurts.
Those are better quarterbacks with better numbers. You said I can name off 5 more quarterbacks.
No, he's talking about as far as people like to use QBR, their QB rating and all that stuff.
Oh, okay. We're talking about one rating then. So be it. Come on, guys. Be real.
But you honestly have faith in Herbert to not choke away a game? Because these repeatedly shows he chokes away a game.
Absolutely. Again,
yes, absolutely, because that's a coaching matter when you blow a 27-point lead.
By the way, guys,
no, you ain't getting me on that one.
Hold on, Robert. That's not even.
That's nothing to do with the quarterback. The quarterback didn't throw no game-breaking interception.
The Chargers defense sucked again.
Everybody, hold up. What I want to argue with.
Exactly, Lance. Say defense sucked.
What I want to argue with Lewis is to go back to the Brock Purdy situation. Brock Purdy has proven nothing in this league for the most part so far. He has won game. He has not lost a game. He's carried his team to the NFC Championship game off of what I think 7 games now, right, gentlemen? 7 or 8 games.
But he's not carrying. He's not carrying. He's getting carried to the NFC Championship game. See, I'm not one of these people that's out here and.
Well, Herbert didn't choke a game against us when he played us 1-on-1.
Brock Purdy is getting drugged. Brock Purdy is getting drugged. See, again, when you look at the numbers, right, since everybody's so enamored with the numbers, bro, Brock Purdy throws for 210 yards a game, 2 or 3 for 205 last year.
Hey, hold up real quick, Lewis. Triple S said, call out the Triple S imposter. Who's Triple S up here? Who's Triple S? Hello. Unmute yourself and talk. Triple S podcast.
Oh.
Huh?
They got called out.
Number 2 noob.
Hello, Triple S. He said, that ain't me. I don't know, but they got you.
Well, then they got him then.
They didn't want to talk. I'll kick him out. They're gone.
Brock Purdy is not the guy that everybody's making him seem out to be. That's
he's
all I'm saying.
Pure product of the system.
He's getting
and
carried.
Other teams self-imploding against their defense.
Exactly. Brock Purdy ain't doing nothing. Brock Purdy is just another guy.
But Brock Purdy brought his team to the NFC Championship game.
He got carried.
No, he was brought along for the ride. Just like Teddy Bruschi said on Monday night, quarterbacks can be carried.
Shush. By y'all's theory about Brock Purdy, then Tua should be able to take us to the AFC Championship game if the right people are around him. Yes or no?
Yes, which means you could be carried. A la like Trent Dilfer.
So then what the point of my debate and conversation today is let's leave the quarterback situation alone, because if you do the right things this offseason, if you make some personnel changes and bring certain people in, you in theory should be able, with a healthy Tua, should be able to bring your team to the AFC. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even matter who plays, because Skyler in theory could play and bring us to the AFC Championship game, right? Yes or no?
I also had the same odds of winning the lottery this past weekend.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You got us, Steven.
Are you being sarcastic or are you being for real?
Of course I'm being sarcastic. You've never gotten me, Steven.
Oh, my God. Luke, yes, I am. Luke, oh, my God. Luke, you're such a hater. Such a hater, Luke.
No, listen. Again,
it's about probability, Steven. What's the probability?
It's 100%, bro. I'm using your same argument against you. You're sitting here telling me that quarterback makes a difference, but you are sitting here telling me in the same breath that it doesn't matter. Brock Purdy's just along for the ride. Well, then why can't Tua just be along for the ride, or Skylar Thompson?
Okay.
No one's saying they couldn't be along for the ride, but it's harder to build it that way.
Steven, do you think that we had a championship roster this year?
No, I don't. I said that we don't. I said we need to make some changes.
At 8-3, you were saying we needed to make some changes, Steven?
No, at 8-3, I was very excited, and I was looking at Super Bowl tickets, and I was looking at Phoenix Airbnbs, and I was definitely looking at stuff.
So then, in your opinion, when we were sitting at 8-3, we had a championship roster, correct?
I was excited about the future.
You were looking for Super Bowl tickets and
I was
Airbnbs. You just said
excited,
it.
Exactly.
Lewis. Don't
Right.
you take that away from me, you son of a. Never mind. I'm not
Okay, no. What I'm saying is, we had a roster that was compared. Listen, we see.
I
it
didn't think
against
we had a
Buffalo.
roster. I was.
No, even Larry
excited, man.
said on his show our 53 man was just as good as anybody else's.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, we didn't lose games because Tua got injured and Tua wasn't there. We lost 4 straight games with Tua on the field.
Okay,
Right. So they can't use that narrative no more. That if he would have played, we would have won.
Hold
that
on,
goes
Mr.
out the
Hot,
window.
Mr. Hot Dog Man, chill. When I'm sitting here telling you fellas, you gentlemen, you scholared people, Lewis and
Haters,
Crypto, I'm talking
haters.
about y'all.
Call us haters, Stephen. Call us haters. That's what you
I'm
want to
telling
call
y'all
us.
haters is
Yeah,
it doesn't matter who's on the field at quarterback. If your team is built to win, it does not matter. Our team was not built to win. They were frauds from that
Whose
standpoint.
fault is that? That means it's Chris Greer's fault.
Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel.
Yep.
But I will say
He's
that
constantly being outclassed by all these general managers that's building their teams
hold up. He's not
and
constantly
having 2-year turnarounds.
All right, Crypto, why don't you go do it?
What we do have is a foundation.
Well, you give me hundreds of millions of dollars, I will.
Build upon that foundation.
Just go mock it up for 2 years and see what you come up with.
Whoa.
Like, you want to
I
sit there
can
and
easily
say
do that.
you want to sit there and say you can do it better than anybody else. Go ahead, take the Dolphins salary cap, take the roster, take free agency, make the
It could be. The point is, it could be done, and it has been done.
Keep track.
You can't
of
ignore
it.
the fact that it ain't have been done.
Track of it.
Hold on, Crypto. I will say this.
It has been done. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm a fan.
Crypto. I will
I
say
can bitch all I want about what the general manager and managers are not doing.
Stop cussing.
I'm just saying, if you think you can do better, go do it.
You stop it.
Okay, that's irrelevant.
I hate you, Lewis. I hate
The
you so
point
much.
is that we ain't doing it and the general managers ain't doing it. Let's start holding them accountable for it.
Did you forget your meds?
I can hold them accountable for it if I, as a fan, paying my hard-earned money and paying to go buy tickets and get on the plane and fly my ass down there in a sea of purple. And then I get a right to bitch about whether or not management is freaking paying for it because they throw my money in the trash. It ain't got nothing to do with me spending $200 million. I could bitch about them because I spent my money.
All right, Crypto, you're at $4. Don't do it. Don't go over $5.
I didn't say you couldn't complain.
Crypto.
But that's what I'm doing. That's all I can do as a fan. I don't have $200 billion in the bank.
You're just always saying you can do better than everybody else.
I ain't saying I can. I'm saying that people have done better than them. Don't twist my freaking words.
But
people have done it.
Just said fine. I can't.
People have done better than Greer by changing around their franchises in 2 years. It ain't rocket science. I'm sick of a freaking 30-year rebuild.
Ain't that
No, it's not a 30-year rebuild. It's like 6 failed rebuilds.
No, it's more like a 50-year rebuild because we ain't won a Super Bowl since then. By definition, it's a 50-year rebuild.
All right, so this is where I will give Crypto his credit. Where I will give Crypto his credit is the Philadelphia Eagles have been to 2 Super Bowl in 5 years. Well, have the potential. And they tore everything down and rebuilt from the ground up. And that's impressive by all stretch of the imaginations. That's very impressive. And
every key piece on that team is totally different.
And it makes me very sad as a Dolphins fan.
Well, I'm sick of this nonsense. I ain't got to have $200 million in the bank to bitch and complain.
All right,
they
that's
did
$5.
the same thing.
Get out of here, Crypto.
They did the same thing.
You owe
as the
$5
Dolphins
to the
did this
swear jar,
offseason.
Crypto. You pay up, Crypto, and then you can come back. You're $5 to the swear jar.
Hey, Steven.
Yes.
Steven.
Go take a seat.
I
Take a
won.
breath, Crypto. You won? Is that what you just
I'm not
said?
talking
Robert?
anymore. Yeah.
The Eagles just did the same thing the Dolphins did during the offseason. They went out and gave Jalen Hurts the weapons he needed around him. But look at the difference. Look at the difference of that team compared to us.
A lifetime ban is 10,000 stacks. 10,000.
Caslin, I would agree with you, but what are all those weapons that they went and got Jalen Hurts?
They're on the field.
that we don't have.
No. I'm saying name the weapons, because all they did was get on one receiver. They had Devontae Smith last year.
We got better.
AJ Brown.
We have more
That's all
weapons
they
than they
need.
do.
Right, but that's only we have the same. They have the same as us.
No,
they have 2 number 1 receivers.
Their backs are better and their lines are better.
The tight end's better. Hold on, the tight end's better. The running back's better. The O line is probably
better.
The same.
The O line, I will not disagree with you, right? But this is the point where the quarterback makes everybody better. Because Miles Sanders, that running back that everybody saw enamored with, was there before Jalen Hurts got there, and they weren't winning nothing with him.
What changes did they make to the O line this year? Because it's a whole thing. You can't play the run the same if you put a DK Metcalf on the outside.
They had Devontae Smith last year, Robert.
You're stacking 2 number 1 receivers instead of 1.
We had 2 number 1 receivers. And we had 2 number 1 receivers.
And my other question to you is, what other changes did they make on the O line?
I don't know. Lane Johnson.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Lane Johnson. There was no changes. They were all there. Lane Johnson was there. Kelsey was there. They've all been there. You just inserted a guy, right? That, again, my opinion, is a franchise guy. Yes. Jalen Hurts, whether we like it or not, Jalen Hurts is that dude. And again, what did the Philadelphia Eagles do? Stephen G just told you all right now. If they make it, this will be 2 Super Bowls in 5 years. Didn't they move off a
to be fair, Crypto said it. I use Crypto's words. I don't want to.
Didn't they move off a number 2 overall pick in Carson Wentz? Didn't they move off of him?
He was a franchise quarterback too, and he was playing lights out until he got hurt. So they moved off of him quickly because they did.
They realized that he wasn't. Because they realized that he wasn't the guy. They realized that.
Well, no, he wasn't. He wasn't the guy for them because of Jalen Hurts. Because he got hurt. Look what he did last year in Indy. Did he have a bad year in Indy last year? No. Why did they get rid of him in Indy? Because they don't like him. The front office doesn't like him for some reason. He's not the,
because he's not the guy. Again, you can have this is the argument.
Nah.
Chasm. But and I get what I'm not trying to have an argument with you, Chasm. I'm just saying, yes, you could put up good numbers, but it doesn't get you nowhere. It didn't get Indianapolis to a playoff. And again, in a weak division. In a weak division last year, he couldn't get them to the playoffs. Look at him with the Commanders this year. Nothing.
Well, he was. They were knocking on the door. He was knocking on the door for the playoffs last year.
Yeah,
he was.
Yeah, but when the Commanders, he was knocking. So it don't matter. I can sit outside someone's house and knock on the door. If they don't answer, it doesn't matter. Sometimes
you better not be outside my door, Lewis.
Again, and this year you had Carson Wentz on the Commanders. He got hurt a little bit, whatever. So they put Heineke in. And matter of fact, I like Wentz. I think he's a good quarterback. But their best quarterback is Sam Howell by far. He's the best quarterback on that roster. And he went in the 3rd round this last draft. Is he going to be their franchise quarterback? I don't know. I think he would be because I think he's up there.
Yeah, I think Heineke is better than Carson Wentz.
Well, I'm talking about Sam Howell.
No, I don't know.
No, Sam Howell was drafted in the 6th round.
Yeah,
Was it that late?
Yeah.
It was a 6th round.
Yeah.
All right. Let me hit the reset button. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. We're going to stay on for about another, we're going to stay on a little bit longer. Right now we're having a little mini discussion. Want to remind y'all, swear jars in full effect. Crypto is in the back waiting. He owes $5 to the swear jar. You pay your $5 crypto, you can come back. By all means, you can then come back, sir. Timeouts are in full effect. Let me reiterate something. Somebody asked, what does it take? I need to $10 10-minute timeouts, $50 day bans, $100 week-long bans, $250 month-long bans.
And Steven, I have a question. Can you
hold on? I'm not done. $1,000 6-month-long ban, and I think a year-long ban should be. I don't know. We should definitely look into
$1,200.
A month-long ban should be 15.
You doubled it.
Should I should get a discount for doing a year. Somebody bring somebody out for a year. If somebody wants to bring somebody out for a year, you let me know, and I'll it'll be 15. I think it'll be 1,500.
And
But
Steven, I have a question about these bands. Can you set rules?
Lifetime bands are 10,000. And if everybody wants to pony up for the lifetime band, look at Lewis. I'm pointing at you, Lewis. I can't.
Don't do me like that.
The world burn. Just see the world burn.
And Steven, I have a question. Why don't you clarify the rules for these bands and not just allow people to kick off people because they don't like what they're saying? That's kind of unfair.
That's the whole point of the band, Tony. Yes, that is the whole point. The fans get to that is the whole point of the band. If you're not saying something somebody likes, they can get you off. You can be like, "You're gone. You're out of here, cuz you gotta go."
Steven, I mean, there's two ways to go about this. I can either force that person to say enough dumb crap and swear to where you are forced to sit there and drop them until they pay you, or I can pay for them to get banned. Yeah.
Crypto just paid his $5. He's back.
Steven, you said something. You said something earlier that was factually inaccurate, and I'd like to correct you on it.
Go ahead.
You talked about conditioning for the Bills and Dolphins game in Miami.
Yes.
The condition has nothing to do with that.
What does it have
do you realize the Dolphins stadium has such a significant home advantage compared to any other stadium in the league?
What do you what?
I mean,
what's
the
home field advantage?
But you have to be in shape and condition for that.
And the Dolphin side of the shade is always
like 40 degrees different.
Hey, Caslin. All right, let me ask you something. I'm not trying to troll you. Have you ever been to a Dolphins game in Miami?
Yeah, I did.
All right, have you been? When was the last time you went? And what time of year did you go?
I went actually before they did the stadium up changes.
Okay,
so it's been a while.
You know what? It's been years. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, Caslin, that heat in Miami. Lewis, vouch for me. Get on camera. Lewis, if you ever going to vouch for me, that heat is another type of heat, whether you're in the sun or not.
Yeah, it's
That's
hot.
color. I know that.
I ain't gonna lie, it's hot.
I know that, but it's also
another type of heat.
Right, but it's also right, but it's 100. So it's 120 degrees on the Buffalo sideline, right?
Yep.
You realize it was
a
80
20-some degree difference.
It was 80 degrees.
It was not a 40 degree
sideline?
difference. It was like 25.
It's a 30.
25 degree difference.
But still, so it was 100 or 95 degrees. 95 degrees in Miami still feel when you're playing in it, bro. You're like, come on, bro. Like that. No, Caslin, you're wrong.
You know what I don't like about that whole conversation neither. Okay, I'll give you the sideline, but when the players are on the field, they're in the sun. The field, half of the field might be shaded or the sideline, bro. But the play, and again, especially in that game, bro, Buffalo had the ball for over 40 plus minutes. That defense was on the field for 40 plus minutes.
The only place that honestly the only state that has the equivalent heat is Texas. To me,
and it still ain't the same. It still ain't the same because
if you go to Phoenix at 120 degree weather.
That stadium is closed though. Baseball
and plus Phoenix is a dry heat anyways.
No, I'm talking about Reliance Stadium in Houston.
That's a closed stadium too, cuz.
Yeah, well, they have a retractable dome.
Bro,
don't they?
there is no. I'm telling you, out of all the home field conditions, Miami has the most unique home field situation in September and October.
Would you say Tampa may be the closest?
No, I mean, maybe, but
the heat's still different.
It's still different from Tampa to Miami. I've been in both places in September.
Moist heat or dry heat. That will be the separation.
Miami has the most unique home field advantage of any team in all of sports in September. Like the September 1:00 games are the biggest home field advantage in sports in Miami. Call it what you want.
Oh, hey, Steven, by chance, I'm not sure if you were able to watch the Pat McAfee show recently, and they were interviewing Aaron, and he said he only would waive his no trade clause in his contract for teams that are in warm weather. He's not going to play in the Jets.
He came out and said after the Christmas game, "I would love to be here." He wants to come to Miami, but the Dolphins.
No, that's what I'm saying, and he confirmed it during the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah, Steven Ross already said he wants him too.
What do you mean go get him? What do you want them to give up to go get him?
They're only going to be asking for 2 first-round picks.
Only.
We don't have them.
We don't have it.
The 24, 25 first-round picks we do have.
They're not going to want that for Aaron Rodgers.
2024,
yeah, they will, because they got Jordan Love already. They don't care about 24 and 25.
And according to Lewis, it doesn't matter who's behind, because it doesn't matter who's leading our team. The way that the team was designed, they weren't a Super Bowl contender. So,
okay, let me ask you this, Steven.
That's what you just said, Lewis.
Hey, Steven, let me ask you this. I'm gonna give you some more teams that's ahead of us in our rebuild that's got their quarterback that's not questionable.
You are the definition of moving the goalpost, bro. Definition of moving the goalpost, Lewis. What do you mean, no? What do you mean, cap?
I've been hanging out on cap blockers too long.
Oh,
it's been rubbing off on me.
You say that? Yes, you did, bro. What have you been saying for forever? You just said the statement today. You were like, Steven, at 8-3, did you think the Dolphins were a Super Bowl contending team? I said I was excited. And you were saying, no, they weren't. And you knew that they weren't. Okay? So by that stretch, it does not matter who's at quarterback, because we clearly said that, like, what are you talking about, bro?
Okay, put it like this, Steven. If we're 8-3, right, with Aaron Rodgers, oh yeah, we're Super Bowl contenders. When we were sitting at 8-3, right, with Tua Tagovailoa, we weren't contenders. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter.
No, you're moving the goalpost, bro. You're moving the goalpost, Lewis.
We can give him Waddle and Tua.
That position matters. Stephen D. Cincinnati, Jacksonville don't have a problem when they rebuilding their franchises. They don't take 30 years to rebuild a franchise.
I mean, nobody's denying or arguing with you on that.
Well, wait, no, the Jaguars took 20 years. What do you mean?
It's not.
No, I'm talking about when they officially started their rebuild at the time that we did, when they changed the GM.
What do you mean I don't listen because I have Tua in my ear? Scott Jackson, get out of here. You go stand with Lewis in the corner.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Go stand with Lewis in the corner, Scott. Both of y'all deserve each other.
It's every channel. It's everybody that talks about the Dolphins. Well, we need to bring in this. We need to bring in this. What backup quarterback can we have? What running back can we go get? What offense? Who cares? Go get the quarterback.
Because we're not the Baltimore Ravens of 2006, Steven. We don't have a defense like that.
That's the sound of Tua Tagovailoa, right?
I'm just gonna wave the.
That's what it's gonna take.
I'm just gonna wave the white flag because we might as well give up. It don't matter. It don't matter. It doesn't matter what Lewis does.
And for me,
is Ray Lewis walking through the door anytime soon? Or Ed Reed or anybody on the defense walking through the door anytime soon?
Please. Y'all are the worst. The absolute worst.
I'm not the worst. I've been saying I wanted Aaron Rodgers since the beginning.
Thank you, Stephen Bravo. I agree. I mean, the hate isn't even reasonable anymore. It isn't. Y'all ain't even reasonable with your hate no more. Y'all just
how can anything be reasonable if it don't exist?
I don't want Rodgers.
God.
We hate him. I know we hate him. I don't hate the kid personally. I love Tua. Listen.
If you're good, Daddy will take you to the pool later.
What? Huh?
You want to go to the pool today,
Robert? We can hear your conversation, Robert.
I thought that was Gallo talking to Tua.
I was like, "What are you talking about?"
I thought it was a Tua conversation for a moment. My bad.
I'm like, Robert, stop, mute, Robert. Stop the ship. Stop it.
and Steven, by the way, I said since the beginning I've wanted Aaron Rodgers.
I don't want Aaron here.
Why?
What are you, crazy? What has he done in the playoffs other than choke?
Caslin, tread slowly, tread lightly, because they're about to pounce. Lewis, they're all about to pounce.
You know, they can pounce all they want. The dude hasn't shown anything. He's choked in big games in the playoffs year after year after year after year. He's probably one of the best regular season quarterbacks there is. When it comes to the playoffs, he hasn't done nothing.
Well, Caslin, I'll push back a little bit. Can you name a superstar receiver that Aaron Rodgers, besides Devontae Adams, what other superstar receiver has Aaron had? He's
Randall
Cobb.
He's only had like one at a time. He's never had them all together.
Okay.
Randall Cobb is a superstar?
So Cam Newton went to a Super Bowl.
No, he's not. He's a serviceable guy.
Hey, Cam Newton went to
He's
a Super
just a
Bowl.
guy.
Cam Newton went to a Super Bowl with Greg Olsen and Ted Ginn Jr. What else you want to talk about?
Oh, wait, no.
Okay, so did Jake DeLone.
He had Steve Smith on that roster. What are you talking about?
He went to a Super Bowl.
And he had a Pro Bowl tight end.
Olsen.
And Greg Olsen is a guy. He was a
he's a Pro Bowl tight end. You forgot how good Greg Olsen is, Steven?
I'm just saying.
And Steven, I'd like to say thank you for waving the white flag. And now, welcome to my world of expectation when it comes to the 2024 Dolphins.
Oh, I mean,
according to lowering your expectations. Thank you for lowering your expectations properly.
No, Lewis is just moving the goalpost every which way to Sunday, and I don't know what's right and wrong. I don't know what.
Well, it's easy when a goalpost. It's easy for a goalpost to be moved when it's built on faulty foundations, Steven.
Okay. All right. Well,
when we have a foundation of Tua, that's a faulty foundation.
It doesn't matter. You just said it did not matter. Lewis said it does not matter. Brock Purdy's along for the ride. So by that theory,
he is there for the ride. He is there for the ride. Just like
he's a game manager. He's a game manager. He's basically he's basically.
Von Joe, I told you anyway. Don't let Steven corrupt you. Those goalposts. Listen. That's why Jason Sanders has been bad all year. There's not even no more goalposts in Miami. We've moved those already. We don't even have no more goalposts in Miami. From listening,
you would rather stop capping, Lewis. You rather have Brett Mayer as your kicker over Jason Sanders.
Ain't gonna be no worse.
What?
I'll take Brett Mayer. I'll take Brett Mayer. I mean,
stop. You better stop. Jay Jones, fire everybody. Your last name here, you're gone.
Eunice is good as your last extra point, Steven.
Steven, what you don't understand is the day you have to.
See, that's why you're breaking up in and out, because God don't like ugly right now.
Didn't Mayer kick for 60-yarders this year?
Cameron 954.
Yeah.
And Lewis up here running a midday comedy show.
One of them.
Facts, Cameron. Tell him. Lewis out here.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't attack Lewis.
I love Cameron. I just want listen. I love everybody. I love everybody in the chat. Love everybody on the panel. I love
love don't live here no more.
I love everybody.
Steven, you're the last person to tell someone they're capping. You've been capping the whole season. You've been capping the whole season.
Get him.
So don't even start.
Tony ain't out here getting me. Tony ain't out here cooking me. That ain't about to happen. No, it's
war. Love and war. What is it good for?
Thanks for telling me my headset was on. Sorry about that, boys.
We were like, stop the transmission, abort, Robert.
Hey, Robert, when are you taking Tua to the pool? I'm sure that's how.
If you bring up, dude, that's my kid, and that's off limits. You can go at me all you want, but you might get the vote.
Robert, he was like that.
He said Tua to the pool.
We were joking, Robert. We were joking. We weren't being facetious.
He's talking about Tua to the pool.
He was talking about Tua. What are you taking Tua to the pool?
Tua to the pool.
I'm sure.
I've never met that man in my life.
I'm sure that's how Gallo talks to him. I'm sure that's how Gallo talks to
him. Steven has a pair of flip-flops tattooed on his leg. That is not true.
Oh, man.
That is not true.
No, Steven has a tramp stamp of flip-flops on right next to on his lower back.
Tony out here cooking me today, y'all.
Hey, I see CB83 in the chat. Why don't CB83 stop being a little Twitter finger warrior and hop his happy ass up on here on this panel?
Hey, swear jar to both of us, actually.
Hey, that's one. I only got that's $1.
That's $1. He said, Lewis said, I got it. He said, my bank account got $1. Let's go.
I'm out here in these streets. Dude.
That might be it, but it still got it.
Caslin, I have a question for you, actually. Well, besides Aaron not being consistent in the playoffs, what other things do you not like? Is his personality you don't like his personality or something? Besides,
no, it's just I don't rely on him that he's gonna get it done.
So, Kevin, who
Why do you
would
even
you
have
want?
to bring that guy up? Because it's just going to make it worse.
Kevin, who do you want?
Who do I want?
Yeah.
That's available?
Yeah. Everybody's available for the right price.
Anybody can be
Well,
available because we didn't know
Brady-
Tyreek was going to be
Hey,
available
hold
at the
on.
last minute.
Hey, I want Caslin to think about that for a second, but real quick, before Caslin answers that, Tom Pelissero of who is on NFL Network
Pelissero,
Insider.
you mean?
Yeah, Tom Pelissero. He goes, practice squad contracts for teams that lost wild card games expired today. Notable names who are now free agents include quarterback Josh Rosen, Mike Glennon, Brent Hundley, Sean Mannion, Wayne Gallman, LaMichael Perrine, and a couple of other nobodies. But Josh Rosen was at the top of the list. So, hey, Lewis, Josh
That's
Rosen.
a quarterback pool.
You're saying Josh Rosen.
Wow.
It don't matter who's quarterback, right? Josh Rosen could lead us to his Super Bowl win, right?
Stop. Well, we do everything around him that you and Batman, CB83, and everybody else want. If you put a strong offensive line, running back, head coach.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
I don't see why not.
If we're going to have everything, 5-star recruits around them.
Y'all are the definition of haters at its finest. Y'all listen to
We're not hating on Josh Rosen.
that Josh Rosen
We're giving him the love.
At least Josh Rosen is healthy.
I was gonna say Josh Rosen will give you 17 games though. He'll give you 17 games.
Y'all trying to sit here trying to say that Josh Rosen can do it.
Until he
He'll
gets
give you 17 games. He'll give you 17 games.
Josh Rosen he probably would have even won us to the 49er. And
Where's TD when I need him about Josh Rosen? Where TD
He will give you 17 games.
TD was a Josh Rosen fan.
He sure was.
Don't let him fool you.
Joe.
Nah, hold on.
So
Will he
much.
give
At
you
least
17 games?
Josh Rosen
He was. Josh Rosen and never had nothing built around him.
I was the Josh Rosen fan.
Again, will he give you
Same
17
thing.
games? Yes or no, Steven? He got real quiet.
He's going to get bitched.
Yeah, when he's playing around trash with trash around him.
Hey,
he's going to get
he'll
bitched.
play.
He
Hey,
didn't have
leave him in
trash.
there.
Who's that talking? Who's that talking?
He didn't have trash around him. He had Devontae Parker.
Who's two?
Devontae's.
Yeah, Devontae.
Stop it.
Okay.
That's the embodiment.
Okay, that's what we're doing. Devontae Parker isn't trash. all of a sudden.
Don't even start crypto on Kaz. Don't start crypto on Devontae, please.
All of a sudden, Devontae Parker wasn't trash, people.
Devontae Parker was the best. He was the number one contested catch receiver in the league.
I call him a
Yeah, catching less than 70% of his balls. I'll pass.
Hey, all of a sudden, Devontae Parker isn't trash. But when it's with Tua, Devontae Parker's trash. Boy, you $2 Muppets, boy, I tell you. Y'all ain't even worth the sock puppet.
Tua had Devontae?
To answer the question somebody asked me earlier, who would I want?
I thought Lynn Bowden was.
Didn't you have Hopkins in Arizona?
No, what? Who?
Who do you have in Arizona?
Rosen did not hide Hopkins. No, Hopkins just.
Who do you have in Arizona? Didn't he have a good receiver there?
No.
Yeah, no. Josh Rosen had. Yeah, no. He had.
No, Hopkins ain't came there yet. He was still in Houston.
He had Larry Fitzgerald.
He had an aging Larry Fitzgerald.
Exactly. On his last leg. On his final hurrah.
That's what he had. That's all he had was Fitzgerald.
What are you guys talking about?
That guy was pretty much.
I'm asking,
out of the
Bonjo.
league.
I'm asking because I didn't know the answer to that. So
Yeah, no, and he had the overpay guy in Jacksonville. What's his name? Christian Kirk.
When he was just coming in.
Hey, say what you want, man. Christian Kirk was definitely a valued asset for Jacksonville this year, and
that was an
piece that they needed.
He's not a number one receiver. He is not
Well,
a
if
number
it
one
gets
receiver.
them further in the playoffs, then it's fine.
Real talk, I clown them.
It's not no overpay.
I clown them in that
He was
contract.
worth every penny.
And he's exactly what they
He got them what they wanted.
He's exactly what they wanted. They knew they had to pay him an ungodly amount to bring him there, and they did what they needed to do.
He earned this money this season.
That's what you got to do when you're a lower team.
That's what happens when you have a franchise guy throwing you the ball.
You ain't got that.
What happens?
Okay.
Wait, no, Steven.
Trevor Lawrence.
Don't do it,
what happens.
Don't do it, Steven.
Trevor Lawrence is better than Tua.
We just had Tua.
Didn't Trevor even beat him in the championships in college?
We just took Tua Tagovailoa.
Yes, Clemson did win that game. Yes,
I
Clemson
thought
won.
so. Yeah.
Please.
And who choked? Who
Someone's
choked
gonna
it
back-
again?
Trevor,
They're gonna
Tua.
switch it to
Yeah.
Tua every
In a big
time.
game. Tua chokes at the
Some
end.
of y'all just are blinded by hate.
Steven will call you a hater. Y'all are something else. Y'all are something else. Every last one of y'all.
So, Rashad, are you saying that Tua is better than Trevor Lawrence?
In Lewis's point, yes.
That's what
No,
he's
no,
saying.
no. I'm asking
Lewis,
you,
did you move
sir.
the
If
goalpost?
I go off of Lewis's theory,
No, I'm
that
talking
makes
about
Tua
you,
a
sir, as a
franchise
man.
quarterback.
It ain't
Don't
no
go off
theory.
Lewis's theory because Lewis's theory changes every 5 minutes.
No, hold on. I'm asking Rashad
I'm
straight
gonna stop
up. Do
coming
you
around
believe?
cap blockers. People calling me
Hold on,
capper
Lewis.
now.
I'm
I'm gonna
asking
stop coming
Rashad
around here.
straight up.
No, you're more than welcome. Lewis, I love you. You know I love you. But you out here capping today, boy. You ain't never capped the way you capped today.
I'm not. Trevor Lawrence is better than Tua.
Listen. I'm asking Rashad
I'm
straight
not
up.
gonna sit here and argue that. I don't know how I
Rashad,
feel
do
about that
you think, sir, not nobody else's theory, in your theory, do you think that Trevor Lawrence is better than Tua, or is Tua better than Trevor Lawrence? Which one?
I think Trevor Lawrence is better just because he's healthy.
Just because he's
Oh,
healthy?
they go back to the health all the time.
Strictly off health.
Y'all must have real Tua ops out here.
Strictly off
Y'all must
health.
have real
I'm
Tua
dead
ops.
serious.
Because y'all sit there and use that as a, well, you know, it's better if it's
I'm not a Tua fan. You asked
know,
me
but
a
you have
question about
ops.
two quarterbacks.
Could have fooled
You have Tua ops.
fooled me, Rashad.
Wait, did Trevor?
Fooled me.
What has Trevor Lawrence
love
did this season? Please, this was his best year. What did
Won a
what
division
has he
title and
done?
took his team to a division round of the
Shut the front
playoffs.
door, and we still had a better record.
He said, shut the front
Somebody's in
door.
trouble now. Lewis
Shut
is
the
showing
front
his
He
door.
won
face.
a division, and we still had a better record. You're not saying anything to me.
We
What you're
doesn't
saying is
choke
if
in
we
big
was in that
games.
division, we would have won that division. That's what you're
doesn't-
telling me. I don't
Yeah,
want to
when
hear
they
that.
won
No,
nine,
he
they won the
played
same amount of
trash. He
games.
played the Texans twice,
Hey,
the
Rashad.
Titans twice, and
Yeah, the Texans who we couldn't beat. The Chargers who we couldn't beat.
Wait.
Don't cook
We
yourself.
didn't lose to the Wait. We couldn't beat the Texans.
The Chargers who we couldn't beat. The Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Chargers. They beat them twice in the playoffs, and they beat them in the regular season and trashed them.
We beat the Texans.
This is all your fault, Lewis.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
we
'cause
beat
they
the Texans too, Rashad. Let's not act like we didn't have a weak cupcake schedule.
Crypto, we beat the Bills too.
Okay,
keep
then
yelling
stop trashing Jacksonville's
I'm
win.
not trashing them. I said I'll take Trevor Lawrence. I told y'all I'm not a Tua fan, and y'all sitting here telling me I'm a Tua fan because I would take Tua. I would take Trevor Lawrence over Tua.
You said only because of health.
Health aside, I will take Tua.
I'm trying to tell you, Jacksonville has same amount of quality wins as we got.
No, they don't.
And I'm calling BS.
Listen,
they
you
don't.
can't take something that
Why
somebody
not?
says and twist it.
They beat the
He
Bills
just said
too.
he
'Cause
would,
I
if
said
without
so.
his health problems, he'd take Tua. I mean, Tua would be a very different person without
You gonna
all
tell
the
me?
injury
You gonna tell
issues.
me health aside?
Lewis,
When healthy,
hold
he's
on,
the
hold
most
on,
efficient
Rashad.
quarterback in the
Lewis,
league. I should
Lewis,
take
get up
him.
on the screen.
Stop
Lewis,
being
I got a
stupid.
real question for you.
Lewis
If
shows
Tua
his
didn't
face.
have,
Somebody's in
if Tua
trouble.
didn't have the injuries, if, and I know that's a big if, and I know we're playing the what if game. I get it. But if Tua didn't have the injuries, where would Tua be on your list of top 30 quarterbacks in the NFL?
Be around that
Top 5.
12 to 15 range. Top
I
12.
would have him 9 or 10. I would have him 9 or 10.
Between 12 and 10, somewhere around
So
there.
we're not off by much. We're not off by
His
much.
efficiency still would be
He's
pointed
still
out
the number one
even more.
efficient quarterback. That's the terrible part about it.
That helps a lot when you don't put a lot of bad
The
tape on
fact
film
that-
because you're
hold
injured.
on. I'm making a
When
point.
you
That's true,
escaping
too.
December games and not
That's too
playing the
true,
last
Crypto.
two.
That's too true,
I'm making
Crypto.
a point. Here's my point. Lewis and I, who are on totally different ends of the spectrum, are fairly close. We'll say we're 3 spots off from each other on where Tua would be minus the injuries. My argument to Lewis or Lewis's argument to me, especially when it comes to the Purdy situation, because I think it's relevant. He says, no, Purdy is somebody who's along for the ride, but he's somebody who can bridge the gap between whoever's going to be there, whether that's Trey Lance, Garoppolo, or Purdy, and do that. He's not a Purdy believer. He doesn't believe that Purdy's the next coming of Tom Brady. He thinks Purdy's doing what he was supposed to do, and the coaching staff got him prepared to run in this offense. Now, you take that into account by that measurement. You're saying that it doesn't matter who's in that offense as quarterback. That coaching staff's going to prepare whoever's there to be successful. When you look at the Dolphins organization, if you right now we are Lewis, are you a McDaniel fan? Yes or no?
I am.
You're a McDaniel fan. Okay.
Yes.
So by Lewis's standards, he's saying that McDaniel will eventually be able to get us that no matter who's at quarterback to be able to be a winning team. Is that an accurate statement, Lewis?
I disagree.
I disagree. No, again, just going
So
back
we
to
get
the
a
Brock
better
Purdy.
quarterback. We won't. Oh, okay.
I want Lewis to
No, he's saying
clarify. Go ahead,
McDaniel
Lewis. Lewis,
bringing us
the
to
floor
that
is
level.
yours, Lewis.
What I'm saying is Brock Purdy is getting carried by a number one defense, a strong running game, right? He's not doing anything out of the ordinary. So
No,
you can win.
There's no argument. There's no argument there.
You
I'm not arguing.
can win. You can win with that. But
Yes.
let's just say, for the sake of argument, what I'm trying to say, let's say you input Lamar Jackson, for instance, in that 49er offense. You're not going to need that strong running game. You're not going to need everything that Brock Purdy needs that is getting masked by the whole team.
So pause. You're saying that a top 10 quarterback or a top 5 quarterback, an elite quarterback,
That's a horrible take.
that can overcome the inefficiencies of other things.
And he can't do it in. He can't do it in Baltimore.
But it's not needed. It would just make it
He
easier.
won
or
a
better.
playoff game. He got a playoff game under his belt.
What
He
is
beat
So
the
does Brock
Titans.
Purdy. So does Brock
What
Purdy.
he's saying is
Oh,
that
yeah.
they're a
No.
quarterback-friendly
My deal
organization.
with Lewis is
Their
Lewis. Your
system is
argument should
friendly.
never be with Tua. Your disagreement shouldn't be with Tua, Lewis. Your disagreement should be with McDaniel, or
I
your
agree
gripe
with
should be
that.
with McDaniel and Greer. That's where your gripe should be, Lewis.
Don't worry about it. I don't.
That's where it should be.
Why? Why should it be with them? Why?
Because Skyler wasn't up to par, and even for that sake, Tua wasn't, because you saw Tua's last 4 games he played in; they weren't good. That's on then you're telling me that's on McDaniel and Greer. That's not on Tua. That's not on whoever, because the team wasn't good enough to overcome whatever efficiencies. That's a roster thing. That's personnel decisions. That's game plan.
Steven, I have to push back on you on that, man.
I'm just trying to say.
He's just talking about Lewis's team.
But like that comment and that thought process still needs a little bit of pushback, because it's a mix of both. It's not ever one-sided, and like we're always looking for a definitive.
By the way,
this
Robert,
is the
I
reason
agree
why.
with you. I'm trying to get to Lewis's theory, because I
That's
feel that
all he's
Lewis
speaking to.
I feel that Lewis is moving the goalposts. Lewis says
My
he's not.
theory is okay. Let's make it very clear. My theory is go get an elite quarterback.
That doesn't solve your issues. When you're saying that, you are saying the Dolphins are good enough to win now with this roster with Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson. That's what you're saying, right, Lewis?
Absolutely.
You're wrong.
But they can't do it with
They're
the
not
better
good enough to
rosters
win
on
with
their
that.
team. They have Aaron.
Their
Aaron Rodgers
rosters
has
ain't
the
better
top
than
part.
ours.
Aaron Rodgers, the Green Bay Packers roster was not better than
What?
ours.
The defense? Are
No.
you stupid?
This team is not good enough to win with
Their
this
roster is not better than ours.
Lamar Jackson.
253.
It's not better than ours.
Wait a minute. Their backup running back is better than our starter. Their backup O-line is better than our O-line. Get out of here with that.
No.
You're just talking about
It ain't played out in the record.
Tight end. Their defense, every position is better than ours. So I don't
No,
know.
it's not. You saying that after the fact. You saying that because they beat us. You wouldn't be saying that if we would have beat them.
Hold on.
You saying that after the fact now.
Hold on, Rashad. Lewis, hold on. Lewis, I asked you clarifying questions. You answered them. How is this my fault? I'm just merely going off what you said.
The fact of the matter is, I ain't gonna come up on these panels no more. I ain't gonna say nothing until the end of next year. I'm telling you guys right now. I want y'all to fix the damn O-line. I want y'all to get whatever running back y'all want.
You just said that Aaron Rodgers could win with this team as is.
No.
That's what I heard.
I'm moving.
That's what I heard.
I want all this to happen, and I want Tua Tagovailoa and all y'all to have what y'all want.
You want a miracle. You want a miracle. You want what this team has never done in 20 years.
Hey, that's what y'all are asking for.
I mean, you're right. I am, but I'm admitting it.
I'm telling you guys, we don't. Again, what, am I tripping? When you started this stream, Steven, your question was take out, besides quarterback, what can we do to help this team win, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to come up here and tell you we need offensive linemen. We need a strong running back. We need this. We need that, right?
Yes.
My opinion is we don't need none of that. Go get a franchise guy, and this team would have been a lot farther than 9-8. We wouldn't have been sitting here having to worry about playing Buffalo in the fucking first round. Sorry. We wouldn't have to worry about that. We would have had a guy. $3. You're right, Steven. This is what I'm saying. Y'all keep saying, y'all make it seem like you're going to get 2 brand new offensive linemen in a running game, and Tua Tagovailoa is going to take you because now, and a linebacker and a corner. Bro, you don't need all that.
Lewis, let me ask you a question.
Again,
Lewis,
did anybody watch the game last night? Joe Burrow had 3 offensive starters. They started a rookie
all out.
that was starting his first game in the NFL.
Yeah, but that's only one. We had like third string offensive linemen.
Yeah, they had a hole on the offensive line, big time.
They had 3 backup offensive linemen. That is true.
It wasn't just backup
3 of them.
for us, though. We had the backup to
That's
the
the same
backup.
thing that got Kansas City killed in the Super Bowl when they was missing their 3 linemen.
With 3 offensive linemen, what happened?
The Bills got put on their knees and got told to pray as they made an O shape.
But you know what, Lewis? I want to ask you.
Yes, that comes from a good game too, though, Lewis, because that defense had I'm about to say Josh Allen in a coffin. No, that ain't got nothing to do with moving the goalpost. Those pass rushers. You want me to move? You want me to move the goalpost?
Did they sack Josh Allen and turn him over as many times as we did? No. We still turned Josh Allen over more times than they did.
Yes, we did.
I'm to your point right now. I'm going to intentionally move the goalposts. Those pass rushers couldn't get their feet under them because of the snow. That's why the offensive line was successful versus the Buffalo Bills. That's how you move the goalposts right there.
They was playing on the same snow as the other team.
Shut up!
What are you talking about?
I'm moving the goalposts.
Lewis. All right, so here's my retort to you, my friend. You listen. Look at me, Lewis. Get on camera. Listen to me. Okay. Here's my retort to you, buddy. Okay. It is a lot easier, in theory, let me say in theory, for the Dolphins to go out and get other pieces to the puzzle rather than go get one person who may or may not guarantee you an elite status as a franchise, right? I don't believe, this is an opinion, I don't believe you. Or I don't agree with you. I don't agree with your theory that Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson automatically makes us Super Bowl contenders. They don't. They do not do it.
They do not.
There are other pieces.
Why not, Steven?
Well, I mean, number one, Rashad, you're gone. You're gone for 10 minutes. Darth Vader got you out of here.
Shout out to Darth Vader.
Okay.
Shout out to Darth Vader. I haven't seen him in a while. Shout out to him.
The Miami Dolphins have lots of question marks at a lot of different positions that when you look at these teams this weekend, which is part of my title of my show today, comparing the Dolphins to the remaining teams, that none of these other teams have question marks. You don't see the 49ers having question marks about linebacker. You don't see them having question marks about secondary. You don't see them having question marks about quarterback. You don't see them having and by the way, the same thing goes with Kansas
because they have a competent GM in John Lynch.
Okay, and I said that earlier. I said at the beginning of my show, I said, look, you go look, all 4 teams that are remaining. All 4 teams have better owners than the Dolphins. All 4 teams arguably have a better GM. The Philadelphia GM and Greer, I don't know. I still put them kind of neck and neck. And then as far as head coaching is concerned, Sirianni's too young to really compare with McDaniel, but he has gotten his team to the NFC Championship game. McDaniel didn't, right? But it's McDaniel's first year. But 3 out of the 4 teams, you can say all the head coaches are better. So you look at top to bottom, what makes good football teams are good owners, good GMs, good head coach. And then you go through the personnel decisions and do it. Dolphins have had questionable owner, GM, and head coach for years. We've had a revolving door.
Steven, can I ask you a
think I
question?
put all that on our GM. All
Who?
of that I put on our GM because when I look at Flores, the frustration level that you see or saw on that man's face, the way they tied his hands, didn't let him have his people, that is the wrong thing to do. And they've done the same thing to McDaniel, tied his hands. This is who you're having. This is who you play with. And that is the exact reason why the Dallas Cowgirls will not be in a Super Bowl until their owner gets his nose out of football business.
Where's the Kansas City Chiefs All Pro linebacker? Where's he at?
He don't even exist.
By the way, nobody's hold on, Lewis. No, that's not fair. That's moving the goalposts. They don't have to have it.
They don't have no all-pro corner neither.
They have to have an every down player, and that's what they have. And their depth is also just as good. That if somebody goes down, look at what Chad Henne did when Patrick Mahomes came down. Is Chad Henne Patrick Mahomes? No, he's not.
No.
Chad Henne can go in there and score a touchdown.
Steven, he had one drive. You make it seem like he did something. That's what he did. He had one drive.
He only just had one drive. Steven, come on. Steven, he only had one drive. He did the same thing he did against the Browns the other year. We had just called to play one drive. That was it.
What I am telling you is that if Aaron Rodgers or Patrick or if I'm about to say Patrick Mahomes, if Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson come here, it does not automatically make us Super Bowl contenders. It does not. It does not.
With this personnel, you don't believe so.
Steven, let me ask you a question, right? Let's take injury aside, because that's what you guys like to do. Take injuries aside. If I told you right now, you got Aaron Rodgers for 17 games, you got Tua Tagovailoa for 17 games, and you got Lamar Jackson for 17 games with the roster that we had last year, right? With the same team that we just had that got eliminated in the wild card weekend, right? And all three of those quarterbacks I gave you played all 17 games, right? Which one would you take?
You're asking me to also take out what I would have to give up to get Lamar and Aaron?
No. I'm saying just insert those three. You got those three quarterbacks playing.
Everything else out the window. Don't worry about injuries. Don't worry about what it would take to get them.
No injuries, no nothing. You just had those are your three quarterbacks right there. They all get to play 17 games. I'm giving Tua 17 games from 1 to 3.
If I'm honest with myself, it would be a tie because I don't know how to feel about Aaron Rodgers this past year, but it would be a tie between Rodgers and Tua, with Rodgers getting the edge because Rodgers a Hall of Famer. You know, he's one of the best ever.
So you're taking Tua over Lamar Jackson.
No, I don't know how. I have not fully assessed Aaron Rodgers' season this year, but if I'm going based on history, of course I'm probably going with Aaron Rodgers. Like Aaron Rodgers
at
would
one.
be the guy.
At number one, who would be your second quarterback?
Tua.
Who would be second? So you're taking Tua over Lamar?
All day, every day.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
All day, every day.
Amazing. Jim Jones ain't got nothing on you, boy.
Made for the fact that the QB wasn't our problem. There was a lot of execution problems.
Miss Pam, the QB is the problem.
Wow.
I'm not saying that the QB wouldn't have made a difference. I'm not saying.
Why is the Colts strong? I picked Rodgers over everybody else.
I'm talking about the fact that you're going to sit up there and say with a straight face and say Lamar Jackson is not better than Tua when he has a history of being better than him performance-wise.
Lamar won an MVP
already.
No denying that. Lamar over
it's already
MVP.
recorded. He already got enough on tape already. If you're giving them both the same 17 game, how can you sit up there and say with a straight face he's better?
But if you have a great QB,
you know, unlike everybody else on this panel, I actually live here in Baltimore. I know what the fans are saying on a week out basis. I go to 2 or 3 games
They're
a year.
just divided.
I'm telling y'all right now, I would take Tua over Lamar. I am not sold on Lamar Jackson. Just not. I'm not sold.
Okay. That's your fandom, Miami fandom getting the best of you.
No, it really isn't.
Like most people.
It really isn't.
That's the most unobjective statement.
You might be correct. I'm not saying that you're incorrect in that aspect.
I used to do that when I was young, Steven. I used to do the same thing, blindly find a way to support my guy. I would have found a way to blindly support Ray Lucas over somebody like Peyton Manning back in the day.
now you're old and eat hot dogs. That's all you do. So you old.
No, it will be no difference from blindly saying I'm going to support Ray Lucas over Peyton Manning. That will be the same difference in my book.
I would never say Ray Lucas over
just to support my guy, and that's what fans do.
Lemon over
It's fine.
Okay?
It's fine, Stephen D. It's all right.
Hey, I think
that's the way I look at it.
Let's get everybody's opinion on this. Miami, we obviously fired the defensive coordinator, right, and Josh Boyer, because obviously everybody wants to tell you the defense was trash. I think at the end of the season, now they had trash performances. But I think at the end of the season, if I'm not corrected, we gave up like 20.7 something a game. So we'll round it off to 25. I think Kansas City, right, for the sake of argument, I think they gave up like 23 point something. We'll round that off to 24. Is Kansas City thinking about firing their defensive coordinator?
So Louis,
No.
let me ask
No,
you back
not at
then.
all.
I'm just asking, is it a good defense or a bad defense? Right?
Louis,
Because
let me ask you back.
telling me, and you can, Ms. Pam, but hold on, because everybody's telling me that if we give up 25 points a game, the defense was trash. But the only reason we're not even talking about Kansas City giving up almost the same amount of points is because they're averaging 30. Why is that?
Here's the thing, though, Louis. Let me ask you this. I'm not saying our defense was trash. I'm not saying our defense was trash. Our defense kept us in most games. There's no doubt about that. But
Ms. Pam, I'm
do
not talking about you though.
Okay. Well, I
But
mean, I'm just asking you this.
I'm just saying that if we're gonna be real, right? Okay. All right.
Do
Go ahead.
you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Pam.
As far as the coach, were there many times? Because I thought there was many times the play calling on defense was horrible. Like it just didn't make sense. So I think the way our defense lined up, the way they played was really good. And with a little better play calling, we go from good to very good or even better because we got the guys.
You're breaking down, Ms. Pam, you're breaking down situations because everybody's telling me about a 3rd and 15 or 3rd and 17 against the Chargers. He played prevent defense. It was a horrible call.
Horrible call.
Right? Okay, but you're firing people now because they have a bad call? How many
No.
times? So let's get rid of Coach McDaniel.
It wasn't just one bad call, Lewis. It was multiple
No,
bad
but
calls.
Lewis, let me also say this.
Again, moving the goalpost.
Lots of bad calls
you're
for offense as well. But
Okay,
let me say this, Lewis.
How many defensive bad calls were there in y'all's opinion?
I don't know.
Too many to count. Too many to count.
Too many to count? Well, let me ask you this.
So, Lewis, real quick.
Hold on, Robert. Were there too many multiple times that Josh Boyer did have the right play call? And let's say it was a third.
No, Lewis, let me answer your question.
Hold up. On the road, Lewis, our defense gave up over 30-plus points a game. That's all that needs to be said.
Okay. No, he didn't. That's cap. That came down over the last 6 weeks. It's not. That's cap.
Let me give you an answer, though, Lewis. Let me answer the question.
But hold on, Ms. Pam. See, this is the problem. Hold on, because I'm going to let you respond. But this is the problem, right? Because everybody wants to bring up situations. Okay, let me throw a couple of situations at you. How many 3rd and 8s and 3rd and 9s did we see that Josh Boyer did call the right defense and the players missed tackles?
Many times. Many times.
Where we would have got a stop, right? But because Jerome Baker or Orlando Roberts was diving and missing tackles, instead of giving up 7 yards and making a punt, we would give them 10 yards and they would get a first down. Is everybody going to bring up those situations?
Okay,
so
Lewis,
it's the player's fault Boyer got fired.
It would make too much sense if it would go against their narrative.
Real quick.
But if I can answer, the idea, Lewis, is that the buck stops with the head guy, right? So if Boyer's guys aren't tackling right, doesn't he take some of the blame for that? And then we've got a lot of bad play calls. We've got some very inconsistent technical issues with guys tackling. I mean, it is just basic ABC part of defense, right?
Perfect.
And then you add in the fact that Boyer was never McDaniel's choice. Okay. So you add that all in, and then that's why the guy gets fired. Not because he didn't do a good job at times.
So Josh Boyer is to blame because players are missing tackles. I couldn't agree with you more, Miss Pam. Let me ask you a question. Because again, I have people like Batman and Rashad and a lot of other people out here. And again, this is not me saying it. I'm using their words, right? I don't think Skylar Thompson is the answer neither. So before people come at me. But whose fault is it then when Skylar Thompson is putting balls in Jalen Waddle's hands and he's dropping them? Whose fault is that?
It's absolutely, that's what I said earlier about
What
execution.
does
That our
that got to do with
QB was
anything I
not
said?
the issue.
Because she's saying the link between the player and the coach making mistakes, the coach gets the blame. Same thing. If the player makes the mistake on offense, then the coach should still get the blame.
But there's
I
a
just
difference.
said it's the player's
Hey,
fault.
hey,
It's the
I gotta
player's
get in
fault
here,
Boyer
man, because
got
by the time
fired.
I
What
get
I
in
just
here, it'll
said.
be 15 minutes from now, man. Let me say something real quick and I'll jump off, man. I'm just curious how Steven's gonna say that he lives in Baltimore and he knows the effects of Lamar Jackson when I live in Miami and I know the effects of Tua, but then you're gonna try to brainwash me and mind bleed me and tell me the difference. How does that work, Steven?
Exactly.
Hold on, Cap. Hold on, Cap. Let me help you
Good
out, Cap. Hold on.
That
Let
was
me
a
help
good
you out,
one,
Cap.
Cap.
Good one, Cap.
I give up. I give up.
That's a good one. Not like one. That's a good one, Cap.
But I do want to answer Lewis's thing about the difference between Waddle's drop being on the head coach versus Landon and bad tackling on Boyer. There's two things. One is that McDaniel never wanted. I should never say never. Didn't want, that wasn't his pick for DC. And Landon Roberts is not on the same level, supposedly, as Waddle, right? So Waddle is a top elite wide receiver. Landon Roberts isn't considered top elite. So when somebody like a Waddle drops a pass in his gullet, that's bad. That's bad on Waddle. Like, what is he doing? And he actually did that quite a bit. There were some passes weren't on him. Well,
So that's not bad on the coach?
So did you understand my point, though? Is
Yeah,
that he is a top elite receiver. He, in my opinion, should take more than half of the blame for those drops versus a Landon Roberts who's not an elite top 5 in his.
You don't have to be an elite top 5 guy to make a tackle.
Real quick, Ken
That's
Rosa
your profession.
Ken Rosa with his $10 donation said, "Why are we arguing about firing Boyer when we don't even know who the new DC is yet? If we bring in a DC like Vic Fangio, that's a dub no matter how you look at it, even if you think Boyer was the scapegoat."
I think Boyer probably was a scapegoat.
That's a fair
statement. He's a dead
right,
man
Lord?
walking from day one.
Interviewed the man. That's
exactly, Crypto. I agree with that.
Why is that a stupid statement? And by the way, somebody like Vic Fangio, it doesn't have to be Fangio.
He
There are a
said,
few other
if
candidates
we,
out there
if,
that I would be okay with.
Who's like Vic
he
Fangio?
said,
I think
if
veteran,
we haven't interviewed nobody.
any veteran,
And that's the
long-time
problem.
veteran defense
Why is that a problem?
coordinator
We have a whole off season.
preferred a former
No,
head
you got until March before the start of the new year.
And what's today, Crypto?
Okay,
Right.
today you got to get it
What we
done so they
talking
can get in the
about right
house,
now?
so they can get it, so they can get it
They're
done.
gonna get them in the house, and guess what? Everybody's on vacation watching the playoffs. They're not doing nothing.
And not unless you're waiting on somebody that's already in the playoffs. There's no excuse not to have them in and interview them.
Bro. You got to interview multiple people, bro.
I
It is
haven't
what
even
it is.
finished.
If you ain't interview one person,
It's
that's
no
what I'm
big-
saying. The
It's
problem.
no big, it's
I
no
gotta
big
answer-
deal. They got
All the
time.
candidates are not in the playoffs.
Crypto, let them
I got
take
asked
their
the question
time,
earlier.
study all that good stuff, and pick out a list of
Oh,
candidates.
now you got to study whether or not you want Big Fangio. That's just a, or is that just a super media, social media pick.
Hold on, Rashad. Before I want to let Caslin go, but before I do, I will agree with Lewis on this. If the Dolphins thought that they had a shot at Fangio, you would think. But here's, I'm going to contradict. I'm going to say two things here. You would think that they already would have had a scheduled appointment set up to interview him. But with that being said, I also said if they were going to let Boyer go, they would have did that the day after the season ended, not wait a week to fire him. So, I don't know what the Dolphins have planned or presume to have planned. But as far as to answer Lewis's question, and then I'll let Caslin go, I want a veteran a veteran coordinator who's been a veteran in the past, understands how to build a coaching staff, that is preferred a former head coach. That's somebody that McDaniel can lean his mind into and be like, what would you do in this situation? What would you do in that? Oh, and I don't have to worry about defense because you're going to take care of that. So be it. That's what I want. I want a veteran defensive coordinator that I would love to say he's been a head coach in the NFL.
You want a guy that's going to take his job? That's what you want? More controversy?
No, why is that? No, that has nothing to do with it. I want somebody that here. You're right. We talk about Flores all the time, right? And I apologize, Caslin. We talk about Flores all the time. We talk about Flores, and the one thing I said is he didn't have a veteran in his ear to lean on. McDaniel's in that same boat, by the way. I said if he had a veteran, maybe he doesn't make stupid timeout mistakes. Maybe there's more, discipline on penalties in certain situations, because some of these old school veteran coaches just do things a little bit different than some of the newer school players or coaches do. And so I would love to see somebody like Leslie Frazier or and I know Leslie's not a candidate, but I'm just saying somebody like him. And Fangio's one of those guys, and that's what I want. It's not because he's going to take McDaniel's place.
You want a Leslie Frazier? Sounds like you're describing Brian Flores.
I would love
If
it.
we could get
Oh,
Brian
man.
Flores,
That's
Lord
the
have
dream
mercy.
Flores
team.
is a defensive
You know how
coordinator,
happy I would
That's
be?
the dream team.
but that'll never
Flores
happen in a
on
million years.
DC
Yeah.
with
Flores
McDaniel.
is going to be the head coach, I
doing-
believe, in Arizona, personally. Caslin, go ahead, Caslin.
Well, he's suing Arizona, so if Arizona's giving him an interview, I don't see the problem of anybody giving him an interview. He's suing half the team, and they're still giving him interviews.
I think Flores is going to get that Arizona coaching position.
I think so
That's just
too.
me.
But
Caslin, go ahead, Kaz.
yeah, no, somebody asked me a question earlier before about quarterback, who I would take. Now, that's a question that's there's a multi-pronged answer to that. It all depends on how I would build this team. Going as do I want to go try to compete now? Consider the pieces we have now. Just plug and play a quarterback in there that'll take us to, or give us a good shot to the Super Bowl, or do I want to wait and take 2 or 3 draft picks, and get rid of them for the first pick of the draft?
You
in
sound like the
2025.
last 25 years, bro. Microwave
No.
now. You sound like the same regurgitated bullshit for the last 5 years.
That's not what I
Microwave this shit,
Square
bro.
jar.
That's not what I said.
It's not what you said, but it's what's said every year. It's the same
Right, I know
bullshit
that.
every year, bro.
But hold on.
Let's get our capital. Let's get our draft picks. Come on,
No,
man.
no.
Go get a proven
What I'm
guy.
saying-
The
all
same way you want a proven defensive coach, go get a proven quarterback. What's the
Right, but there
difference?
is a proven quarterback in
That's not the
2025.
problem. Go ahead, Kaz.
There is a quarterback in 2025 I would mortgage the franchise on.
2025. Get the hell out of here, bro. That's 2 years from now, man.
Wow.
Say it, Caslin. It's Caleb,
How many?
right?
What? That's Caleb.
How many
Oh, yeah,
proven
it's definitely
quarterbacks
Caleb.
are available
Caleb,
right now?
that's
Brady?
why.
In
That's why Lewis and I.
2024,
These
there
guys
is
want
no
Archie
quarterback
Manning's
I want.
grandkids, bro. They want his great grandkids too, man. These Mannings are coming out,
Dude,
but not
I
in
would
2
love
years, bro.
Caleb Williams. I would love Caleb Williams. Caleb is the guy that I want to go with, but neither here or there. That's
CJ
why-
Stroud is
that's
going to
why
be
if you're
going to be
asking
that
me
guy.
My dream. Lovey Smith, new breed. Kurt said, I agree. Lovey Smith. I would love Lovey Smith as our defensive coordinator.
I don't know about that.
I'm telling you right now, you want the quarterback who gives this team the best chance to be a competitor next year? It's Tom Brady, because Tom Brady doesn't cost anything. He plays all 17 games. He puts up a good enough numbers that he can rely on you and gives you enough capital where you can go out and
That
bring in.
makes too much sense,
really
Steven.
good
You're making
plays.
too much sense. Stop it.
And he holds players accountable.
Well, as I said, I like Tom Brady too. That was
Brady's the guy I want. at the
Before
end.
I was interrupted, that
He
was
is a free agent.
I'm either taking Tom Brady because a 75% Tom Brady is still better than 100% Tua. A 50% Tom Brady is still better than 100% Tua.
It's an opinion.
I don't want
The
the
other
Brady.
person I would
Well,
take.
7 Lombardis definitely
Let me say
can
this.
back up that
Do you
statement.
guys understand that the
No,
Dolphins
7
front
Lombardis
office?
is past work. It
As
doesn't
Do you
long as
understand when it
Brady
comes to the
isn't the same as
Dolphins, their
last
whole
year,
front
He
office,
was
I'm
as
ranked
okay.
far
number
as with
2
the
in
guys on the radio
passing
team,
yardage this
do
year with
not
a
even
crappy
want to
offensive
give this guy
line.
a fifth-year option. You guys realize that, right? Half of Miami does not want to give this guy a fifth-year option, but
Let
Steven
me
says he's
say
in
something to
Baltimore.
Crypto.
He knows what Miami wants.
I don't want him
Crypto.
here either.
Oh, see,
I'll
now
take
you
it.
I
took it and
believe.
run
I'll
with
take.
me, Cap. Don't take it and run with it, Cap.
I
I'll
don't know
take.
what stat I seen,
I'm just
Crypto,
saying, bro. I
but
live down here. I talk to the people, the real people, not the people who have corporate investments. They have corporate interests.
O line.
I talk to the real people.
What do you mean corporate investments?
Okay,
Bro, the way you sound right now, bro, if it was you 4 months ago, you would be on our side. But when it comes to you having special investments, donating to the Dolphins Cancer Research Center, which is a great cause, but it doesn't do anything for us. So if we keep donating to them,
what should I do?
going through you as an
Cap,
outlet,
explain to me what I
it
should
seems
do.
to me like you have more of an invested interest than we do.
Cap.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Bro, I'm
You're
talking
just
to
going
Steven,
off.
Rashad. Let me talk to
You're
Steven
going
first
off.
before you
I
cut me
know
off
you're
and I have
going
to wait
off.
another 15 minutes to
Going
talk.
off on a tangent, bro.
I
He
got
just
this,
said
Rashad.
he'll take
I got
Tom
this, Cap.
Brady.
I got
I'm
this, bro.
talking to Steven, Rashad. Please
Okay.
do not
Cap,
interrupt, sir.
Cap, number one, the Dolphins in no way, shape, or form affect what I say or how I say on my channel.
So why are you so quick to donate to them all the time?
Because the
Bro,
Dolphins
what does that have
is an amazing,
I'm talking to
amazing
Steven,
charity
Rashad.
organization. to
Yes,
do.
and you're
And I'm a
interrupting the
Dolphins fan.
conversation. You're talking about nothing.
Bro, you weren't even talking. You were in timeout. Go back in timeout.
Because I was enjoying the conversation. That's why I
you need to
wasn't
let him
talking.
answer.
Lewis,
If you're
I
going to
appreciate
say
it.
that about
because
him,
it was a good
you need
conversation.
to let
You're just
Steven
talking about
answer.
anything.
You said you want Tom
It's
Brady. Steven said he wants Tom Brady. Well, you don't need to the Dolphins. Shut up.
Stop
It's your
whining,
fault,
man. You
Steve.
sound like a kid right now, bro.
Hold on,
Talk to me
Rashad.
if you're
Hold
going
on,
to talk to me
Rashad.
like an adult. Don't
Cap.
crack voices. Talk to me
Cap.
how you really want to have a
Damn.
conversation.
I'm talking
Cap.
to you how I want to talk to you. You gonna do something
Well, then
about
talk to me right, bro, because I
Oh
can't
my
understand
God,
you.
both of y'all
it?
stop
You ain't gonna
this.
do nothing
Oh.
about it. So shut up.
Rashad and Cap, stop both of y'all. I love both of y'all. Stop it. Come on.
Rashad's just mad because Tua got hurt. That's not my fault, bro. We need a contingency plan.
Stop changing
A
the
guy who does not get hurt
donating
every
We were
to a
having a
game.
good
cancer
debate, and you just
organization
changed it about
has
stupid
anything to
stuff.
Lewis,
do with
today's
someone's
been a
pay.
fun
Don't
day.
care
It's
about
I
been
the
a
fail
fun
to see
day on
that.
this Monday, Lewis. I blame you, Lewis, for all
You
of
see
this.
what you did, Steven?
Not me,
You
it's
see what you
Lewis.
did,
No, bro, I'm
Steven?
telling
You
you,
see
man.
what you
Joe
did, Steven?
Rose is
It was
the
100%
play-by-play
on Lewis.
guy. Joe Rose does the play-by-play. Joe Rose does not want to sign this guy to a fifth-year option. But you guys, since you're jaded and sheep, you think everything has to go by the way the Dolphins say.
I never
How's
said
that
that.
track record work
Who
for the
was
past 25
talking
years?
about that?
Cap, I said.
Rashad, you
I
tell me
said
how that track record's worked the past 25
Are you
years.
going to let me finish, Cap?
Nobody's
so much.
talking about a fifth-year option. We're talking about bringing in Brady. What are you talking about?
Cap, I said if
What
I
needs
had
to be
my
talked
way-
about because you guys last week were quick to have the fifth-year option. Rashad.
Cap, can you let me talk for
No,
ignore
because Rashad's quick to open his mouth like he doesn't know and remember the shit he says, but I do.
Rashad's going to be quiet for a second. Listen to me.
Yeah,
Cap.
he better because he's putting his foot in his mouth.
Oh my God. All right. Please, just stop it. Both of y'all. Okay. Number one, I said, and I quote, I am on record that my number one choice next year for the Dolphins would be Tom Brady. He gives us the best chance to win. I also said in that same breath, I said, that's never going to happen, not in a million years, because A, that's too much like the right thing to do. Number two, the Dolphins have never shown me in their front office that they're even remotely capable of making the correct decision. And number three, they have been on record saying that Tua is going to be the guy next year. So with that being said, I'm not saying that all hope is lost. I am telling you that if Tua is indeed the guy that they have said on record who's going to be the quarterback next year, then this is how I would go about doing it. Now, Lewis and I have different varying views on that. Okay, moving the goalpost, whatever you want to call it. But we both understand that Tua is probably more than likely going to be the quarterback next year. Now, to keep it going, Cap, the reason that I choose to donate to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge or anything to do with the Dolphins is, number one, I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. So, yes, I choose to give to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge when I get money to the channel here. Yes, I forward that money.
No, when we give money to the channel. Get that right.
But he's allowed as the
That's fine. He's allowed to stop as well with our money.
Straight and simple.
Well, I
If we
mean,
don't
you
like what's
can
going on,
stop donating.
Cap,
You
you
don't
have
have
a
to
right to not
donate.
donate to the channel if I choose
You
to
have
give
a
it
choice.
to myself or whatever. I'm very transparent about all this. I don't
okay,
hide.
no, well, I'm
all
trying to
about
go the opposite way of doing that. Trying to
Cap,
get to you in a way where I don't have to
Will
do
y'all
that.
please
So
finish?
do you
Will
really
y'all
want
please
that to
finish so
happen?
I can cook Cap real quick?
Let me finish, Rashad. Chill for a second. Let me finish.
I'm chill.
Cap,
I ain't saying
You're not chill. Let that man finish. You interrupted him 5 times, Rashad. Relax.
I will also tell you this, that as far as the channel's concerned and how I go about it, the Dolphins in no way, shape, or form affect what I say or not say. There's a reason I'm not working for the Dolphins, because I have trashed Stephen Ross up and down the field. The Dolphins, I'm telling you, when it comes to YouTubers, there's no respect in the industry to us. I'm okay with that. That's the reality of the situation. Nobody cares. I choose to do what I do.
So you know you're being disrespected. And you know that we're also being involved when it comes to that disrespect, but you're okay to keep handing them over money because they're telling you it's for a good cause.
It's for
challenge, bro. What are you
I get
talking
that,
about?
guys. Look, that's the first thing I said. I said by prefacing by saying cancer research. Trust me, I've had family and friends that suffer from cancer. I know the horrific effects. But at the same time, we also know when to put a halt to giving money to people, right or wrong.
Do you think I'm giving every single penny I have to them?
Bro, if you didn't say anything to them, kept quiet, and you had somebody from their front office that's in charge of their social media team, I'm pretty sure they'll come down and talk to you about something if you don't all of a sudden stop giving them money.
I'm going to tell you, you just don't understand how it works. And I'm just being honest with you.
That's because you're brainwashed, bro. I'm pretty sure if everybody had the same mindset, the Dolphins would come downstairs and well.
Cap, I've worked in corporate radio. I created this from the ground up. I understand how this works on a day in, day out basis. The Dolphins, when you say a statement like you're just being corporate, how am I just being corporate? Yes, I have sponsors on my show, sponsors that are affiliated with me, but
that help them make money for the Dolphins.
That's how.
Do you understand where I'm getting at with this?
No, I don't.
Bro, all right. Well, you just don't know. You just don't want to understand. I can't give you a history lesson, bro. Every time I get up there, you have to say I'm crazy, and then you end up seeing the true effects.
Steven, he's saying you're bought and paid for, Steven. You're bought and paid for.
Pretty much.
He's going off of
one doesn't have anything to do with the other.
But I am not bought and paid for. I love Travis Wingfield. Love him. Love the man. He is the nicest individual and one of the nicest human beings you will ever meet. But let me ask you, go listen to Travis and go listen to me. There's a night and day difference. Travis would not say 90% of the stuff I've said about Stephen Ross or the head coach. Now, I'm not saying he won't.
Yeah, because he's getting paid by the Dolphins. You're helping the Dolphins. You're not even employed by the Dolphins, and you're making the Dolphins money. Regardless of the effects of what even if it's for cancer research or if it's for a freaking giveaway. Like anything involved with them making money is something you need to really think about, bro.
Cap, I am a Miami Dolphins fan. That is part of the reason I made this channel. That is part of the reason there's over 100 people that are watching right now. Because
and do you understand why I'm so adamant? Because I'm a fan too.
Okay, so what's the issue?
And I'm tired of wasting my money, bro. Aren't you?
I'm not mad at you for feeling like that.
You better be mad, bro, because at the same time, we wasting our money. And at the same time, you wasting your money, but you're happy go jolly. I don't understand that, bro.
You're wasting our time with this conversation right now.
It's not. Oh my gosh, it's two different things.
Why y'all trying to explain this to this man? Y'all like,
hey, Steven, you got some NASCAR stickers on you?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
You got NASCAR stickers, Steven?
Yeah, no,
that's after donating to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge. But neither here or there, Cap. What I will tell you is,
like I said, it could be Dolphins cancer research. It can be a Dolphins giveaway. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I'm talking about the amount of money being revenue by us.
The reason that I have a channel and my channel's semi-successful, is because there are fans that feel the same way that I do about their favorite football team, which is the Miami Dolphins. And in some cases, there are fans that absolutely hate the Miami Dolphins that come on the channel because they want to see, they want to see the content, good, bad, or indifferent, world, burn, whatever. Okay?
They want to see the controversy.
But I also understand this, Cap. I do this on a day in, day out basis. I don't have a 9-to-5 job. This is my job. When you guys donate,
that, bro, and I know you know how to compartmentalize. That's why I say learn to compartmentalize from the cancer research and get to the root of the problem.
Steven, I think you got some people backstage, Steven. think Pete and EM is back there. Bring them up, Steven. Air this thing out.
That's more propaganda.
Really,
Stephen D?
Let me say one thing before this goes way out sideways.
I don't want to hear guys talking about next year and Tua's the guy and all that bullshit. That's not going to help us.
Really? You guys,
can
I say one thing and then I'll shut up?
apologize.
Stephen D, really?
One thing.
I apologize, EM. I'm so sorry, EM.
Hold up.
Man, bro.
First and foremost, for the people that come up and do this and actually run the shows, thank you. Second off, if you don't like what someone's doing, just don't.
Robert, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can get off too, bro. Because I've been out here for 3 years. You've been out here for 3 months. Stop the bullshit, bro. Don't act like you're higher than anybody else.
Damn. I mean, what?
I didn't say I'm higher than everybody else.
You guys come here and act like you're talking to somebody that's like 5 years old, bro.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Is this infighting ever going to stop, bro?
Going that way, so I'll treat
Is
you
it
like
ever going to stop?
Wow.
Is it ever going to stop?
Right now, please use it, bro.
Pete, I apologize. Pete, come back up here, Pete. I'll bring you on, man. I wasn't doing it. I literally was having a conversation and wasn't seeing who was
Jesus
in.
Christ, bro. These guys learn how to walk and they think they can run and walk with
nothing has changed. Nothing has changed since 2019 in this fan base. We're coming off a playoff victory. We got so many positive things surrounding this team. A lot of check boxes have been checked in concerning this team. There's a lot of positivity moving forward. And y'all are acting like it's like it's 2019, like because you remember how toxic it was in 2019.
And Tony Sperano, those check marks don't go past Tony Sperano or Adam Gase. So those check marks are really equation marks.
Real talk.
It wasn't a playoff victory.
I want to say this for Cap. I will say this today. 50% of all donations, I'm going to send to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge. I'm
there you go. That's exactly we shot playoff berth. We ain't had no victory in 30 years.
Yeah.
Learn, Robert. Learn, Steven. Send it to them. They know everything. Learn reverse psychology, fool.
What? That's a horrible thing to say.
50% of all donations, they go to DCC.
Cap. No,
Pam, what's horrible is telling me to go away after I've been here since jump. And this guy's telling me that I'm not
Who told you to go away? No one told
Nobody's
you to go away.
You're the first one to answer, though, Robert. So I'm pretty sure you knew it was you.
I said if you don't like what someone's doing, don't donate.
Like one young
and if you don't like what I'm saying, I don't
you don't want to let nobody talk.
But I'm not telling you to go anywhere.
Interrupting people.
What is going on? You did tell me to go somewhere.
Cap is throwing a 5-year-old.
What is the intellectual topic today? Well, I'm trying to figure that out.
Temper tantrum right
The intellectual topic is people thinking we have a winning record, but we don't. That's the intellectual topic, Ian.
9-8 is technically winning.
What's the debate? Why is everybody fighting and arguing and shit? I'm sorry. I mean, really.
Cap for Life just had enough of the organization as a whole, so he wants a whole new team, a whole new team name, everything. He just went far left.
Stephen D, is it possible to have I want to ask you, because this is your channel, right? On this platform, is it possible that we can engage in an intellectual conversation about this team?
No. Well, it's for the fans, by the fans. So I don't know how much you want to put into that.
I think that's a legitimate question.
All right, so 90% of the show today has been very much in order and been very good. Not people talking over each other, and then somebody came up here.
I think that's stretching at 90%. I think that's stretching it way too. I think
it's been a very good show today. A very good show.
All right.
Well, let me guess. Now that EM's up here, the intellectual level goes up to 100, right, EM? Is that what you're referring to?
No. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to.
Cap giving it to everybody today. That ain't just me.
I'm not saying that at all, Cap. But but man, I mean, really, I'm just like listening to y'all, bro. It's like it's unbearable at times, man.
I'm just saying, EM, you live in Dallas, EM. Imagine being in Miami and having to listen to the bullshit and people thinking everything that you guys think is real. It's not. If you live in Miami, you'll hear the exact same thing I'm saying right now. But you guys are scattered. You don't know it. I'm trying to tell you, bro, the guy that does the play-by-play for the Dolphins does not want to sign this guy to a 5th-year option. That's
How do you know that?
inside the Dolphins organization.
That's your option right now.
So that's what the infight is about. It's over
And
Tua again.
by the way, Cap,
It's about Tua.
Hold on. I have never once said I think that we should.
Where it went through.
I never once said that we should sign Tua to an extension, and I never said once said that Tua would be my first choice. I'm just saying he's the guy that we're going to end up having.
The conversation, the infight is about Tua. That's what we're arguing about today, Tua, right?
It always comes back to
last week. No, Cap is worried about this organization being ran by Twitter and social media, and they're gonna force them to sign a 5th-year extension. That's what he's afraid
funny,
of.
man, because Crypto knows, but everybody else acts like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But Crypto knows he's been here for 3.5 years. But the new guys are the ones acting like, oh man, it's gonna be great next year. Why are we tripping? Why are you dogging the organization? Because you're gonna be a sheep for the next 25 years thinking the same bullshit.
Okay.
So did I come and say next year was going to be great? No.
Robert,
people actually running the shows, and if you don't like them spending their money, that's just don't.
Let me clear this up real quick, Robert. Hold on. He's referring to me saying I will sign Tua.
I'm going to give you my address, and you give me a DoorDash.
Don't move this all season at quarterback because nobody's available
Say
in
that
2024.
one more time, Richard.
He's referring to me saying, if we don't make a move at quarterback this offseason, I would just sign Tua to a 5th year because there's no quarterbacks available in 2024. That's his temper tantrum right now.
EM, I love you, brother, but flip side said, you out of here.
Tantrum, you having a temper tantrum. How about that?
Damn, why they got my man off?
Damn.
Pay double to bring him back. Just so you know, you can pay double to bring him back, and then flip side can't pay $10 anymore. You would have to pay $50.
Get the context of what I said. You get what I'm saying?
Bro, it's funny, man, because if I was talking so much nonsense and everything,
there's nothing requiring you to sign anybody, even if there's nobody available.
Because people think I'm talking bullshit. No, they know I'm saying the truth. And I got you on swear jar.
What I said was the position we might be in the draft.
You definitely owe swear jar today.
Bro, I've donated $400 in the past 2 months. Don't get at me like that, bro. I do my math.
Swear jar.
Yeah,
no, it's a deep draft in 2024.
I think you're at 4.
That's not my crypto. That's not my point. It can be as deep as it want to be. I'm saying in 2024, we can let Tua walk into. We can still draft a quarterback. I would just keep Tua on the roster for that 5th year. That is if we don't move on this offseason.
Why? He's gonna want money for that. There's no need
that's,
for that.
That's the point of the 5th year option. We can let him walk the year after. Why would I not sign now? Say he goes off next season and we didn't sign him to that 5th year option.
So you're gonna give him $20 million in May, Rashad? You're gonna give him $20 million in May?
If we don't sign another quarterback, yes. Why not?
Why would you top that much capital when you can use it elsewhere to improve the team?
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Rashad quick to not answer that question at all.
He just asked me the question.
And you said nothing. You said nothing with the money, bro.
You just answered it before I can say anything. What are you talking about?
The question, bro. Crypto kicked in because he caught you not saying nothing, bro. You're quick to give this guy $20 million, no question asked, right?
Crypto kicked in. Crypto kicked in and you answered the question. How he kick in on his own question?
Because you took too long to answer the question, my man. You understand how debate works? You got 2 seconds.
Like have a conversation with Crypto. I just want to talk to Crypto. Crypto,
we should have never opened this thing up, Steven. We should have never opened it up.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rashad. Go ahead.
Let him have a voice today.
It's your fault, Steven. Go ahead, Rashad.
My fault.
I'll give him $20 million. It won't happen he won't get that until 2024. Well, we might have more. Steven. And if we don't have a quarterback in 2024 and we're sitting there with free agents,
keep donating. Keep donating. 50%. We're at $40 today. 50% of all donations we're sending to the DCC today. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
DCC.
Dolphins Cancer Challenge. That's what I'm doing today.
Okay.
Let's go. Go ahead.
That's fine. That's a worthy cause. Cancer is real bad.
Yeah, Robert. Like to see you donate, buddy.
Dude, I'll spend my money where I want to spend
Why?
it. You want to call me out? I'll spend your money. Let's go for it. Come on, old man. Go get your goddamn meds and your walking cane and do something about it. You want to sit there and act like I'm around longer than everyone, and I know everything.
Whoa, why are you screaming, bro? I can't hear you, bro. Your mic. I can't hear you, bro. I can't. Calm down. I can't hear you. You sound like an idiot right now. Calm down.
It's not my problem.
Calm down, bro. I can't understand you.
Why? You're
I
deaf
think
and
that's
stupid?
how he felt.
I'm sorry. That's your own personal issue.
What, that you have a crappy mic? That's not my problem. It's yours.
I'm fine.
All right, Rob.
You're just dumb and
I
stupid.
think,
Robert, I hear crystal clear.
Robert, I think you're over the swear jar. I think you went over the fire.
I didn't swear in that statement one time, Steven.
Okay.
This guy always says he doesn't
You're
swear.
right,
Then
you
he comes back 5 minutes later and says, "Oh, I remembered I sweared." Jesus
I didn't
Christ.
swear in that statement one time. Go for it, Cap.
Yeah, I didn't
Rewind
hear
the
him
tape. Show
swearing.
me where I
I-
swear, where I responded to you.
He
Because
didn't
I
swear.
did.
Okay. All right. He didn't swear. He didn't swear. All right. I don't want no issues.
Your fault, Steven.
You're right. It's all mine. I'm taking. This is
Bro,
all
I'm just saying, man. I don't want to be the loud Puerto Rican here, but I'm gonna be the loud Puerto
Oh,
Rican
but
here.
you
Bro.
are
It
today. You
seems
are
to me
definitely-
that you
you are
guys
definitely that.
are quick to be about tailgating and getting together and having all these funs and functions and think it's all fun. And at the end of the day, I'm over here consoling you guys. Like I told Lewis last season, bro, at the end of last season, I don't want to be over here week 18 consoling you guys, bro, after a loss. And look at this, bro. It's worse than a loss right now. We're dealing with the definition of insanity right now, bro.
Lewis.
I don't think what you're saying
And then
about
that I
the
will blame
money
solely
and
on
the
Stephen
donation
Ross
has
for not doing it the
anything
right
to
way.
do
You rather them
with
not
our
make money
season.
for themselves because it's supporting the Dolphins. That's what you're telling me. They shouldn't
Cancer,
tailgate and
the
get their
Cancer
money
Challenge has
because
nothing to do
because
with
it
the
supports
Miami
the Dolphins.
Dolphins organization. It's something they do for people to help raise money for people who
Bring him
need
out.
help
Em,
with
you're back, Em. Come back,
medical.
Em.
Em is
Big Tom
back.
done cut you out. But you know who else is here? Pete is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Preach to the man.
Pete, I didn't see you earlier. I wasn't ignoring you, man. I promise you I
Pam, trust
wasn't.
me, I deal with oncologists and neurologists. I know how much
Yes,
cancer
you were.
research does to the
I would
kidneys,
never
bro. I know it.
Oh, you're on camera. What's up? Oh, Pete, let me see your face, Pete. Come on.
man. You know you were.
Look at that smile. That's a Tua smile.
Wow,
I
right
won't
there.
be. Hey, if I stay on camera, my smile is gonna stay like this, so I have to
If you
get
don't
off
want to be
camera.
lumped
'cause
in,
I'm
that you're
camera
supporting
side.
it. I understand it. I
No,
understand
no,
it.
hell no,
Yeah,
Pete. Get back up. Get it back up here, Pete.
I won't be able to argue.
Hey, real quick, Stephen D.
Hey, Em, don't name call. Don't. Oh man, flip side that got you out for the day because he said $50.
Oh,
He got you out for the day.
wow.
Yes,
Oh my
shout out to
God.
Flip Side because Flip Side knows we're about to have intellectual conversations
Just so
now.
everybody knows the rule. Flip side 10 minutes time doubt him, and then Big Tom paid double to bring him back. So he
Oh,
can't 10
God.
minutes time out him anymore, but you can go to the next level. And that's what he did. He went to the next level. So if somebody wants to bring back EM for double, or DM wants to bring himself, that's on the table. It's on the table.
Hey, shout out to Flip Side, bro. That guy always looks out, Steven. Yeah, this loud
Ooh.
Puerto Rican is not that loud anymore, huh?
Ooh, that was a heavy one there.
Hey, I want to
don't see
get
nobody
back to the
donating, man.
conversation.
I don't see
think
nobody
a lot of
donating, but I'm
people
the loudmouth,
understood
right?
Cap. You know what, Cap? I was listening to you, and I kind of
Pete's
agree
the
with
only
you
true
to a
guy,
certain
bro.
extent.
Pete is the only true guy, bro. You guys want to talk about being a real fan? Pete is the only real fan in Miami, bro.
No. But hear me out. This is because
Damn.
Now none of y'all are Dolphins fans.
Hey, no disrespect to none of y'all, but I met Pete in Miami. I didn't meet none of y'all in Miami, bro. So no disrespect to none of y'all, but I don't know y'all here, bro. I met Pete, not y'all.
Hey, Steven, and this is my point to Cap's point. Okay? This is what I want to say to Cap's point. I don't agree with him about not donating. Okay? That's everybody does whatever they can on their own, okay? What I do agree with is instead of donating the money to the Miami Dolphins, right? You with me? These guys are not giving us winning product. Look, listen, Steven, Tua, he needs to go. That's number one.
That's a great point,
okay?
Pete.
Tua needs to go. And if Tua is still leading the charge, we have no Super Bowl inspirations in us. So in my opinion, the donations the community could do could be helpful more to the people in the community. You
That's a
understand what
great
I'm
point,
telling you?
Pete.
And the word is
Someone
aspiration.
in the community unfortunately loses their job. Someone in the community has a passing.
Or a
God
broken
forbid.
car. The car
Someone
breaks
in
down.
the community that we've built, our own Dolphin fandom is one community. We can help out those, even though it sounds bad, Stephen, when I say don't donate to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge. No, cancer needs to be beat. Cancer is the worst thing in the world, and we all, in some sort of fashion way, need to support that in a way. But in my opinion, the donations on Miami Sports Music or anywhere else, they should go to like more community things.
I will take that in consideration on future stuff, but look, you donate to the channel, it's going to the channel and helping the channel grow and
1,000%.
and helping
That's what
me
I agree with too.
cost, as well as if I decide to go to charity, I want to help. Like that's part of me having this platform. So
There's nothing wrong with what you're
check this
doing,
out,
Stephen.
Because remember the question you had when I
Nothing
first
wrong
tried to
with it.
come up?
Huh?
The question you had when I was first trying to come up, the main question, it was, what do you want to do? Look, hear me out, Stephen, and everybody on the panel, and every Dolphin fan in the chat. Forget the Buffalo guys.
Yep.
Listen, in all reality, I think I'm in love with Skylar Thompson. Okay? The first thing we need to do is give this guy a shot. We literally probably still we're going to the championship game if Jalen Water doesn't drop those passes, Stephen. We need to get a real center. Move Connor Williams to left guard. Solidify the right tackle. I'm telling you, when you do this move right here, you can plug and play any running back. Any running back could be plug and play and get you 1,000 yards behind an offensive line built like this with a solidified real deal center. A left guard, Connor Williams. We have Teron Armstead left. Figure out the right side with Robert Hunt, what you want to do, right tackle or right guard. But the offensive line is set at that point. I don't want to hear anything Tua. Moving forward, if they decide to stay this way, in all reality, this is Skylar Thompson's team. He is a way better quarterback than Tua is. So until there's not an upgrade right now in that position, people need to realize that Skylar Thompson is going to beat out Tua in an open quarterback competition this offseason if they don't make a real serious play at quarterback like an Aaron Rodgers or a Lamar Jackson. That's all that needs to happen, Stephen. Look at these playoff teams that we just watched. We could beat them. We're not far off of there with the talent that we have now on offense and this team. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Consistently, we can beat these Super Bowl contending teams with the teams we have now. And that's what's hurting me watching the Chiefs. Now Patrick Mahomes is hurt. That gives me like, oh my God, imagine that would have happened against us. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but we beat them. We're in the AFC Championship talking about beating Joe Burrow right now. And we keep on giving the organization a pass with Tua. It keeps on being coddled. He is not. I disagree with you, Stephen. I disagree with Lewis. This guy is not nowhere near a top 20 quarterback in this NFL, despite what the stats say. Listen to me. He won't crack top 30. Skylar Thompson is seriously better than this guy, and there's no talking about it. So we could either stick with Tua, give it up one more year, and let the fan base wait until Skylar shows up week 8 again, or just praise Skylar, and as a community, as a fan, just accept that Tua's not good. We just need to accept that. And then for people on YouTube, like Steven, like Batman, Reason, Big O, all these Tua apologists, y'all keep leading a wave that you can't even ride a surfboard on.
Because they got egg on their face, bro. They got egg on their face, and they can't admit being wrong, but they want us to admit that we're wrong. I don't know how that works.
We love the Dolphins, but we can't follow a Dolphin content creator being a leader when we're knowing as a fan base, Tua's not that guy. And all you guys can say is, well, look at these stats compared to this guy.
Thank you
Facts
so
don't mean
much,
anything.
bro.
It's about believing as a fan, Steven. It's about having hope. And Tua in Miami, it's hopeless.
See, Steven, see what you did?
I'm gonna let this is
Nah, he's gonna hear the truth. We're not gonna talk for a while. He's gonna hear the truth.
It's a podcast network made for the fans by the fans. If that's what a fan believes, then who am I to question it?
Hey, and I'm with Lou, bro. You ain't gonna hear this loudmouth Puerto Rican for a while. So get used to what I'm saying now, so that you can have it sink in for the rest of the 8 months you're waiting for football season.
Yeah, that is a long 8 months.
Yeah,
A lot
thanks to it
shorter,
for that.
a lot shorter than 30-year wait.
Steven,
Yes.
I'm super excited moving forward with this organization. I have so much belief in Skyler's talents. Maybe you guys have to wait and see more, but I know for a fact I'm not saying we would have beat the Chiefs, okay?
Hey,
But
real
I know
quick,
for a fact
real
if Jalen
quick,
Waddle
real
didn't
quick.
drop those passes,
Hold on,
bro,
Pete. Breaking news. The Dolphins are planning. Ian Rappaport 33 minutes ago. The Dolphins are planning to interview linebackers coach Anthony Campanelli for their vacant defensive coordinator position. A former longtime coach at Michigan and BC, Campanelli has impressed in Miami.
Another
So
pet
college
project,
coaches
Steven.
now are on
Another
the
pet
table.
project, Steven.
A college
Crypto, what do you think
coach is
about that,
actually on the
Crypto?
table for the job. Wow,
I don't like
man,
that a little bit.
that is something else, Steve. That's telling, Steven.
You
I
better
don't
When a
hope and pray
college
they
coach
don't
can
want to
rise
come
to the
here
rank
now.
and be a candidate on a win now team.
Yeah,
Wow.
give that $20 million to Tua, but you can't pay coaches. How about that, Rashad?
Wow, that is a
Those,
shocker
those,
Talk about that
for
more
those,
tomorrow.
a college
I
coach
want-
to
that
be any candidate.
what you pay a
I don't want
coach
to talk
doesn't
about
come
everything today.
from the salary cap cap for life.
And by the way, it's an interview. He wasn't hired. It's just an interview.
We get that, but
Man,
even
get out
I
of
know
here,
we
man.
even have
Logic
him in the
Is it
dictates.
for-
Follow
Rolodex.
the
That's
pattern.
still surprising.
Is it for defensive coordinator?
Yeah, it's for the
Yes.
DC.
For the DC job.
I mean, Michigan does put out some good linebackers, but I don't know about defensive coordinator.
Again, it's not the MO of what we want. We want a former veteran, coordinator.
Yeah, but let's keep donating anyway, Steven. They'll eventually get it right, Steven. Let's just keep donating.
Hey, Steven, my question to you, Steven, aren't you worried that we're only built to compete with the Bills and not built to compete with anybody else?
That I don't agree with, Crypto.
Because you could build your team to compete with people in your division, but not still be good enough to be competitive with the rest of the league.
No, I see what you mean. Yeah, like
compete
beating,
with the Bills?
right. I see what you mean, Crypto. Right now, we're just focused, like how it used to be. We were just focused on trying to find a way to beat the Patriots.
Exactly. We got at least one win against them every year.
We could go 8-8 back in the days, but as long as we beat the Patriots, that was all we needed.
Right.
That was
And that's
all
what we were
needed.
building to beat.
Yeah, as long as we could
remember,
beat the,
Pete,
we beat the
we
Patriots
was
last year,
getting
we're gonna win the
wins
Super Bowl next
against
year.
the Patriots every year throughout their 20-year reign that they had. We would at least find a way to beat them once.
At least one,
I
and
was
that
to
always
your
gave
point-
us hope to keep it up, right? Falling for
Right, and I'm thinking they falling for that same trap by trying to only be satisfied with beating and competing with the Bills.
1,000%, and we need to be able to compete with the Bengals, the Chiefs. The Jaguars are moving up because not only do they have a young, talented roster, the key word right there was young. Those guys are young in Jacksonville, all of them, and and they just had more playoff experience than Tua ever seen in the last 3 years, in 1 year.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We hear you now. You got? Are you on Cricket Wireless or Boost Mobile?
My foot unplugged the Roadcaster, my thing. So I was messing with the wire and it unplugged everything.
You got to upgrade that Boost Mobile plan, Steven.
No, I need to do a better job of wiring and put the wires around certain things. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. All right, we are going to do final thoughts of the day. I would love for Lewis, if he's listening, to come back and do final thoughts, or anybody who was up here today to do final thoughts. Pamela, Fonjo, everybody come back to do final thoughts. That'd be great. All right, we will start with Caslin. Final thought of the day.
This franchise is so fractured as a fan base. We've all had hopes and dreams, and it always gets shattered every time we turn around. So, and not everybody looks at it the same way. But right now, most of the fan base is around our issues at quarterback. And I think we need to replace him. I don't think we need to stick with this guy at all. As far as DC coordinator, I don't know if what they're gonna do with it. That's the first move we need to worry about in this offseason. I would like to bring in Brady or even Derek Carr to come in and help for a couple of years and then draft a quarterback after that. But I don't see it happening because I don't have hope that this franchise is going to do the right thing at all. Like I told you a couple of days ago, this is my second team that I feel the same way about. Myler is my baseball team. We get some of the best players and prospects in baseball, and we sign them and keep them for a couple of years, and then we trade them away for more prospects, and it's just a never-ending cycle. We see playoffs, but they don't want to do anything when it comes to get to the World Series. And
I don't know what a good franchise is run like, because as a fan, all my teams I root for are poorly or badly run franchises. So I get it.
Yeah, it beats you down as a fan because it doesn't want to. I mean, my basketball team is the same way. Since Jordan retired, it's been. I mean, the only hope I had was Derrick Rose, and now that was it. And he got hurt, and that was the end of that whole situation. But I get the same thing you, Steven. I have 3 teams that I root for that are all bad, all bad run franchises. And it beats you down too much.
It does.
When Tua comes back, I'm just going to be, punching the punching bags nonstop. That's it. I'm going to start fighting.
All right. All right, Caslin, anything else, bro?
No, that's it. I mean, I just hope we start making the right moves going forward, but I don't see it happening because they don't give me any hope that
until it does happening. There's no reason to think that it will.
Right.
As far as just making the perfect move, I still think there are moves that they can make that can lead to us getting lucky. But that's hoping for a lot. And it is what it is. All right, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Hey, Steven, I gotta leave. Can I sign off real quick?
Yes. Go ahead, Cap.
Yes, I just wanted to say to everyone, man, enjoy your off season. I come to everyone with love. It might sound like I'm coming with very vocal love, but love is love. And at the end of the day, you gotta love what Jacksonville and Tampa Bay did, pretty much having more recognition Florida-wide than the Miami Dolphins do, regardless of what you people are fed and force-fed. You got to understand we are number 3 in the Florida totem pole right now, regardless of our quarterback situation. That's reality. All I'm saying is, man, just think about what I'm saying, man, and think about the people that live in Miami that know what's going on, really do know what's going on when it comes to this Dolphins organization. That's all I got to say, man. I love all you guys, man. See you next season.
All right, man. Be good. What a day for Cap. What a day for Cap.
That's you guys. You let him up here. Let me go.
People say the same thing about you, Pete. I do want to remind you all, hey, Super Bowl.
I'm glad you brought that back up, Steven. What is this?
All right, so it's Super Bowl box pool. It's $50 per block. You send the names and numbers to VP of Miami Sports Music, or you send the payment. You send the payment to Cash App or PayPal. And when you do that, don't put box pool in the message. Just put your name and what box number you want, and you will get it. And so when we get this thing filled up at the Super Bowl, there'll be numbers on the end. And so at the end of the first quarter, if it's 12-10, if somebody in box number 57 had 2 and 0 on this thing, they would win, $250. At the end of the second, $500. At the end of the third, $750, and the final score, $1,000. What I was going to do is a portion of the proceeds that I make from this, because I'm trying to offset costs that I had from the season, as well as get new equipment and set up some new stuff for next season. I was going to donate some of it to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge, to the DCC, to the people that are to Dolphins fans that are writing.
So you're saying just put the number that what number square you want in the notes section of Cash App?
Yep.
I'm number one. I'm gonna do it for sure. Give me Tua. Give me number one.
Well, you set the money and put it, and as soon as I get the money, I will put your put your name in here.
10-4. I'll be working on it soon.
Okay. So just make sure you do that.
So let me just give my final thoughts, Stephen. Thank you for clarifying that box thing. Thank you for having me up, Stephen. Fins up, everybody up here, everybody that jumped up on the panel, everybody out there. I got to be honest. I don't know, like this season moving forward, Stephen, I am so excited. I like for sure. I got a feeling Skylar Thompson is our guy. It sucks that you might not like it right now. But I got a feeling this guy is special. I got a feeling that this guy is going to be the guy that changes this franchise and gets us to division titles. This is what's going to happen next year with Skylar Thompson. Listen to what I'm telling you. This organization, the locker room, the players already in here, they love this guy. He probably would have got more opportunities if he didn't hurt his finger versus the Minnesota Vikings. That's what people weren't realizing. But at the same time, let everything just be patient. Look, at the end of the day, Stephen, experience or inexperienced coach comes in. To me, it does not matter. Okay? In all reality, I kind of like Mike McDaniel because all I've asked for here in Miami as a fan is an explosive offense. And he gives us that opportunity to have an explosive offense because we've seen guys wide open. We've seen things look nice at times. So moving forward, I am okay if we stick with Mike McDaniel. My preferred choice will be trade him to the Saints for Sean Payton. But if we move with McDaniel, he gives us a chance to score 25 plus points per game with a Skylar Thompson quarterback that's not being held back. Steven, doesn't it make you feel like in that playoff game, he was having all of these plays, he was having all these problems calling them in? Don't you think he was like skedaddled to the point where he was looking at so many plays he could call that will be effective and he just didn't know which one he would call? That's what I was feeling like just call a play. And he probably was lost like all of these plays will work and he just didn't know which one to choose and it ate him and it bit him in the ass. I feel like he can grow from that. If they feed us Tua food, if they feed us the Tua food, it will go south real bad. And I don't want to go through that again. I don't want an early swing, momentum, Tua this, Tua that, and then next thing you know, we can't. We cannot afford that. It has to be Skylar Thompson. That's who the quarterback is right now in Miami. Build around this. This organization knows it. This veteran locker room knows it. They know it. It just needs a fan base to believe in this guy. And it's not going to happen until you see more of this guy. But I already seen enough. That's the reality of it. And I fully believe. And this is coming from a fan that don't even believe in the GM. Doesn't believe in almost nothing. But this guy, Skylar Thompson, he's brought my fandom back as a Dolphin. I feel really good. Now, it's just going to suck if they keep him away and they force us to it because of this McDaniel thing. That's what's going to suck. But those are my final thoughts. I doubt that's going to happen. I think this is McDaniel's guy. And moving forward, the lights look bright, in my opinion, to be quite honest with you.
Hey, Pete, man, I don't agree with all your takes, but I do love you. You are a good person and a good man, and you are the man, brother.
Look at my keychain, bro.
Smile for everybody.
It's Fins for life, baby. Look at my keychain.
It is.
I'm going to go get a haircut. Look at y'all. Y'all can make fun of me all you want.
Don't forget to get your box number one. I don't want nobody to get that. So go ahead and send that money on Cash App so that way you can get your box number one on the thing.
Let me get these tools picked up and get up out of here. Thank you for having me up, Steven. See you tomorrow.
Love you,
See
Pete.
you Wednesday.
Don't
Whenever we got
forget,
time.
don't
Fins
forget
up.
your box, Pete. Don't forget your box. Love you, brother.
I'm on the road, baby. Yeah.
Pete, don't forget to cut that Tua symbol in your hair.
All right, Crypto, final thought of the day.
Yeah, was to get Pete. Hey, Steven, you see all this ruckus you started today, Steven?
It's wild today. Over 4 hours on the channel today. I don't normally go 4 hours. So.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a long
crazy.
time since I've gone that long.
It's the start of a long 8 months, and then the cycle
That it
continue
is.
to repeat
That
for
I
30 years after that. Like I said before, hashtag the Dolphins are the new Cubs. Prior to them breaking that drought, 108-year drought. I'm looking forward to 2080. So hopefully I'm around at that time. I will be 105 in the year 2080. So that's the hope that I got right now, because all the stupid decisions that's been made over the previous 50 years of this franchise. But hey, I guess any given Sunday, right, Steven? I guess if all the teams ahead of us was to planes was to go down tragically, and then they're using substitute players, and then there's our window. But that's neither here nor there. We built this foundation of the Miami Dolphins on sand. It's not built on solid ground. That's the problem that we're going through right now. You keep trying to shape shift instead of doing the right thing. My point earlier about it doesn't take a millennia to build a franchise from the ground up. We have examples happening right before our eyes, year in and year out, that it doesn't take a genius to get it figured out. That's what they get paid the big bucks for. Me as a fan has a right to complain when I'm seeing other teams be successful in their rebuilds year in and year out and not taking decades to do it, especially when they started at the same time that we started. You know, it's sad that the Eagles could be going to their second Super Bowl in 5 years, and they did a total teardown and rebuilt from the start. And here we are stuck in the mud. You know, the Cincinnati Bengals was tanking at the same time that we was tanking for when we was tanking for Tua. They was 1-14 that same season prior to us beating them next to the last game of the season. They was pretty much started where we started, but now they could be going to their second Super Bowl within their rebuild within a 3-year period. So that's what makes me get real jealous of those GMs, but they're doing it the right way. But we got this notion that it's going to take forever to do it. They're showing you right in front of your face it shouldn't take forever to do it. You know, the Cincinnati Bengals is a prime example. And then you got freaking other franchises like the Jaguars that started after us that could have done it. So it's just darkness, death, and despair right now when it comes to the Miami Dolphins.
I don't think it's darkness, death, and despair, but I appreciate that's how you view it.
I'm talking about as far as the way I'm feeling right now.
And I want to validate your feelings by saying that I hear you.
Yeah, I know, but it's
all I got
don't
for
know, man. I'm there with Pyro, man. I'm pretty much in that hole that he's got, man. Somebody's got to dig me out of it, and I don't know. Maybe Mark is right from Bill's Mafia. The only true thing that probably need to happen is for a bucket to be.
He said, and I quote, that he would come up here if they lost. He did not show up.
He did not show up. But one thing he may be right on, though, Steven, a bucket may have to get kicked at the end of somebody's room in order for this thing to really be put on the right course. That's sad, but he may be right there. A bucket has to be kicked in order for this franchise to turn around. And that's a sad state of affairs. Because he's not going to willingly give it up to nobody and say, here, I'm handing you the keys to this team. Do what you want with it, and then we turn around. No, Mark may be right. A bucket may have to be kicked just like their bucket had to be kicked with their owner to change them around.
Well,
But it is what it is.
I got other people. Crypto, hurry it up. The final
No, that's
thought.
fine.
Let me go after you, Crypto. I'm about to get on this train.
All right, Crypto.
All
Be
right,
good,
that's
bro.
fine. That's fine,
Love you.
Steven. I'm. That's
You and your
good,
hot
man.
dog, get out of here. Get out of here.
You
with your
have
hot
it
dog.
because you well over like 1,000 now.
Nope. I'm not. I refuse. I refuse.
You owe everybody in this fan base one because of it.
Nope. Won't. Nope. I refuse. Bye, Crypto.
Yeah.
Bye, Crypto.
All right, man.
All right, Rob. Rashad. Go ahead, Rashad.
I agree with everything Crypto just said.
You don't even know what Crypto just said. You don't lie.
I did.
About
wait a minute. About this rebuilding stuff. Bengals did it successfully. Jaguars are on the right path. I think it comes with incompetence in the front office. And, well, that was between Flores and Greer. They couldn't get along in certain situations. I agree with that part. The whole not donating, let's not go that far, y'all. We're helping other people with these donations. We're helping families. We can support the people who is bringing the content. There's nothing wrong with that. And as far as what it sounds like, Cap for Life, man. And I've heard other people on Twitter say it. We're trying to defund the Dolphins. Don't be stupid. So major corporations, they're going to get their money. Where we heard
they're getting you, Rashad. They're getting you. You're breaking up, Rashad. Rashad.
Hold on, give me a second. Can you hear me now?
Kind of. Go ahead. Give it one more shot.
Players don't want to come here for a fan base that doesn't show up to the games. And end all be all, if the team, the corporation feels like we're not supporting, they're not making money here, they will move on. The team will be gone. I've seen the Raiders move twice. Like, you can do. I've seen the Niners move.
I can tell you right now, Dolphins aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
Oh, I don't think they're going nowhere because I know
but,
the real
but
fans are.
I hear what you're saying, but there's that fear of if you do that, like that, they'll take. I don't think that's the case.
Don't be stupid. Don't try to become a 2-9 and be a Dolphin-9 and yeah, we're not supporting the Dolphins until they listen to us. Okay, how about we go elsewhere? If you were able to actually pull that card. But yeah, that's it. That's all. Still finished.
Rashad, I love you, brother. Be good.
Yes, sir.
All right, Robert, you're it.
How's it going, man?
Today was a show. It was most definitely a show today.
That's an understatement. First and foremost, thank you for coming up here and doing these things. They're at least entertaining, and I do learn from them.
Most days.
Even on the crazy days, there's still a nugget there somewhere to be found, even if I disagree with 95% of what's said that day.
Okay, that's fair.
But someone's got something worth listening to. So I appreciate you for that. And I agree with Rashad. It's silly to sit there and say we're going to punish content creators and stop supporting them because we don't like what the organization they are unofficially representing and not getting any financial compensation from is doing. Like, it's an unfair metric and an unfair thing to hold a content creator or YouTube channels to. It's not like they're paying you. It's not like you're affiliated. It's not like you can weigh in on those decisions. So I give significant pushback to that. Do I agree with people's opinions necessarily on the team? No, we have some issues on the team. Am I sold on Tua being the answer? No. But I'm not any more sold on Lamar Jackson being the answer. I'm not any more sold on Aaron Rodgers being a long-term answer. Not sold on Tom Brady being a long-term answer. Like, They're either Band-Aids that might or might not get you there. And you don't know. And like Lamar Jackson's got injuries too. They just aren't the same injuries. And his style of play is one that tends to lead to getting hit more. But Tui can't come back and get injured again next year, and I'm not on the train to sit there and hit him with a 5-year extension either. So just kind of let the year play out, see what happens for agency, and see where stuff goes. There's not great answers right now. It's kind of where it sits.
I agree, man. I don't think there's a lot of great answers, but we'll have to see what happens. And the book is still out, so we'll see what happens. All right, Robert, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for
safe, bud.
Love you, brother. Be good.
Have a good one.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Yeah, man, we're doing it. We're doing it here at the Podcast Network. We're growing. We're moving things. We're doing things. Want to remind you all, hey, look, Super Bowl box poll, get in where you fit in, get your numbers in. I've had a couple people send me numbers. I'm going to update it here momentarily. And so, yeah, just make sure you get in the money so that way I can update everything. I've had people say that they're going to send. I've gotten the numbers. I haven't gotten the payment yet. So I'm just waiting for the payment. And then I'll update everything. So make sure y'all do that. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. I love you all. Y'all the best fans in the world. Tomorrow is Tuesday, Hot Take Tuesday. Nando Talk will be with me. I'm sure we're going to go over a lot of what we did today. Rewatch everything today. Tell the people about the show. Wednesday, we'll be wilding out Wednesday. So it'll be crazy again on Wednesday. Thursday, I'll have Cameron and Tamaris up here. And then Friday, I will have Jason Sarney. So be on the lookout. We're going to be doing it, man. So I love you all. Y'all the best. I will talk to you all tomorrow morning right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter college. Whole squad been trained to go. Biz for life, we throw the folk. Singing this just to welcome bro. To a time, to a time. Time to grind, time to shine.